Chapter 3460. Outside the Sacred Palace. Mo Tao shattered the space lock formation with a wave of his hand. The boundary emperors of the human race had suffered heavy casualties. No one was his match. Only Yang Kuan and the pure-blooded Demon King could barely resist. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Kuan unleashed all the power in his body and even burned his essence blood to block Mo Tao's attack. He only wanted to buy time for the pure-blooded Demon King. Die! Mo Tao pointed his finger and hit the void barrier in front of Yang Kuan. There was a deafening sound. Crack! However, what made everyone tremble was that Yang Kuan actually managed to block it. There was a flaming token in Yang Kuan's hand. That was the Heavenly Fire token. I'd like to see how many times your Heavenly Fire token can block my attacks. Mo Tao sneered and pointed his finger several times. Each finger contained the power of the Saint Realm. In the sky, densely packed finger lights crisscrossed together, whistling through the air. Seeing this, Yang Kuan's face turned pale. He shook his head and sighed. This is all I can help you with. Not far behind Yang Kuan, the pure-blooded Demon King's body surged with pure blood. In a flash, he transformed into his true form. A tall and powerful, pure-blooded demon king appeared in front of everyone. Roar! A third eye appeared on the pure-blooded Demon King's forehead. Whoosh! A terrifying red light shot out from the third eye. In an instant, the world lost its color. The entire sacred realm seemed to be in a scorching storm. Boom! The densely packed finger lights landed on Yang Kuan's Heavenly Fire token and instantly shattered it. As for Yang Kuan, he was also shaken by the powerful force and flew backward. All the bones in his body shattered. He lay on the ground and spat out blood. Seeing the pure-blooded Demon King's transformation, Mo Tao's eyes shone with golden light. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Yang Kuan. Die! Yang Kuan had stopped him time and time again, which made Mo Tao very unhappy. He wanted to kill him while he was at it. Scram! The pure-blooded Demon King attacked. He unsealed the inheritance memories that had been sealed for countless years, as well as the legendary talent power. He opened his bloody mouth and spat out scorching flames. On his forehead, the third eye opened and released a brilliant light. Two completely different types of energy intertwined, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! The pure-blooded Fame Monarch saved Yang Kuan from Mo Tao. He glared angrily at Mo Tao, abnormally furious. As I said before, if you become my servant and fight alongside me, I guarantee that you will enter the Saint Realm in the future. The pure-blooded Demon Monarch's bloodline made Mo Tao invite him again. However, he was mercilessly rejected by the pure-blooded Demon King. You are courting death. Mo Tao gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice. Whoosh! He pointed out a finger, shaking heaven and earth. Crack! The finger light clashed with the resplendent light and exploded. The pure-blooded fiend king only took a few steps back. This scene caused Mo Tao to be a little surprised. Interesting. Mo Tao seemed to have discovered the pure-blooded Demon Monarch's secret. He licked his dry lips and opened his hand, grabbing at the pure-blooded Demon Monarch. The pure-blooded Demon Monarch had rejected his invitation twice. According to Mo Tao's personality, he would definitely kill him. But now Mo Tao changed his mind. Suppress. He wanted to capture the pure-blooded Demon Monarch alive. The two consecutive attacks were blocked by the pure-blooded Demon Monarch. Finally, Mo Tao became serious. Stupid natives, you have completely infuriated me. Next, I'll let you know how strong a Saint Stage expert is. The Saint Realm could not be humiliated, especially in a small place like the Primordial Chaos, where a mere quasi-emperor blocked his attack. This made Mo Tao lose face. Rise! He opened his hands, and beams of sword light quickly condensed in the void. The densely packed sword light emitted a deafening sword cry. Within the sword body, there was an unimaginable power. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? The pure-blooded Demon Monarch was somewhat desperate. He had unsealed the seal and released the power that he could not control. He had tried his best. He could only blame Mo Tao for being too strong. A Saint Realm expert was not someone he could match. He turned his head and glanced at the sacred palace with his scarlet eyes. "This is all I can help you with," the pure-blooded demon monarch muttered to himself. Then, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a crazy decision. Buzz! He stomped his foot, and his huge body soared into the sky. With an unyielding will, he crashed into Mo Tao. He chose a method that would hurt both sides and force Mo Tao to retreat. Bang! The power of the Saint Realm completely erupted. He suppressed the pure-blooded demon monarch with a casual kick. At this moment, the entire sacred realm, and even every corner of the primordial chaos, all living beings felt fear from the depths of their primordial spirits. At the peak of the human race's ancestral mountain, the supreme rule power appeared and condensed into a huge face. Buzz! An invisible pressure came from all directions, trying to force Mo Tao's Saint Realm power back. Humph! Mo Tao snorted. He was a Saint Realm expert. How could a mere broken supreme rule force him back? How ridiculous! Rip! The supreme rule power suppressed Mo Tao's Saint Realm power, but could not completely disintegrate it. This caused the crowd to feel despair, including the quasi-emperors. They all prostrated themselves on the ground, waiting for death to come. "You're too weak." Mo Tao looked down with his hands behind his back, looking down at the living beings below. "My son died here. Then, all of you will be buried with him." Then, Mo Tao flicked his finger, and a quasi-emperor died. "Let's start with you." He had cultivated for countless years, and only his son was left. He valued his son too much, and he even gave him the coiling dawn spear. But his son died mysteriously. How could he not be angry? He sucked with his hand, and the coiling dawn spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. He held the coiling dawn spear with one hand and kept pointing with the other. Every time he pointed, a quasi-emperor would die. Roar! This was the unyielding will of all living beings. They were desperate and angry. At this moment, no one could save the primordial chaos. Ha ha! Mo Tao laughed crazily. He enjoyed the pleasure of killing weak martial artists. After killing more than 20 quasi-emperors in a row, Mo Tao targeted the little mouse and the others. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain stood in front of the sacred palace, their faces twisted in pain. Die! At this moment, Mo Tao pointed with 5 fingers. Not good. The little mouse cursed inwardly. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker were also shocked. The pure-blooded beast king closed his eyes in pain. No one thought that the 5 of them could survive. Damn it, I can't accept this. Boss will avenge us. They couldn't move at all, and they could only face death calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 rays of finger light pierced through the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye and appeared in front of the 5 of them. They were only one step away from death. However, with a boom, a terrifying aura soared into the sky from the sacred palace. Rip! This aura was so powerful that it even overturned the indestructible sacred palace. Rumble! Vast power surged into the sky from the sacred palace. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and looked up. In just an instant, a vast amount of energy had gathered in the sky. These energies were fusing at an extremely fast speed. Look, what's that? It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Immediately, the others noticed this. In the sky, the vast black power and white power merged and complemented each other in the shape of a yin-yang fish. Yin and yang rotated, and there was a thumb-sized hole in the middle. Yin-yang origin. That's yin-yang origin. Yang Kuan shouted excitedly. When yin and yang origin merged, it would condense into yin-yang origin. Yin-yang origin was the symbol of a yin-yang origin realm expert. The stronger the yin-yang origin was, the more powerful one was. Could it be? The pure-blooded beast king opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His guess was right. Feng Chun really used the will of all demons and beings to refine the yin-yang origin. Dong! 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 The huge yin-yang fish rotated slowly in the sky, and an aura comparable to that of a saint spread out. This aura doesn't seem like stage 2. Could it be the legendary stage 3? Gosh, how powerful is the yin-yang origin? Yang Kuan was shocked. At this moment, in the sacred palace, Fang Chun, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up. Rip. The moment he woke up, the terrifying yin-yang origin in the sky was instantly absorbed into his body. Then, he felt a strong pressure around him, which came from the supreme laws. Wang. The power in his body gradually calmed down, and his cultivation returned to the level of a quasi-emperor. Although it's incomplete, it still has a strong binding power. Fang Chun muttered. Mo Tao was an example. Someone as strong as a saint was still suppressed to the level of a quasi-emperor. It was just that the might of a saint was hard to suppress. It's a blessing in disguise. After being invaded by the will of all demons, his primordial spirit was almost completely corrupted. At the critical moment of life and death, a change occurred, and the will of all beings evolved, which was the so-called white substance. The black substance and the white substance complemented each other. Using Fang Chun's body as a medium, they quickly fused together, helping Fang Chun refine the yin-yang origin. He looked at his yin-yang origin. Stage 4. Fang Chun had a certain understanding of the yin-yang origin. In ancient times, the yin-yang origin was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the most common, the second stage was the prodigy, and the third stage was extremely rare. However, the yin-yang origin that he condensed from the will of all beings, and the will of all beings was beyond this category. If there had to be a classification, then his yin-yang origin should be unique and should be at the 4th stage. Fang Chun clenched his fists, feeling excited. Stage 4. Even in ancient times, only someone had condensed it. Before I fell into a coma, my strength had already reached the level of a saint. Now that I've refined the yin-yang origin, my strength has skyrocketed. It should be easy to deal with Mo Tao. Just as he was thinking, he sensed the tragic battle outside the sacred palace. In the square, corpses were piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Even his wife, Star and Moon, and 3 children were injured to varying degrees. Little Mouse and the other pure-blooded monster kings were also suppressed. He was furious. Chapter 3461. Boom! A monstrous aura shot into the sky. The indestructible sacred palace was instantly overturned, and countless fragments flew into the sky. A figure walked out of the terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, the entire world seemed to quiet down. In fact, even the supreme laws were terrified. At the peak of the mountain of ancestors, the giant face looked uneasy. Fang Chun turned his head, looked at the mountain of ancestors, and nodded slightly. Only then did the giant face relax. The leader, the people who had fallen into despair, shouted excitedly. They originally thought that the primordial chaos would be destroyed, but now the leader had awakened, and everything had turned around. Ha ha! The leader has awakened. The primordial chaos is saved. That's great, everyone exclaimed. It's you. Sure enough, after seeing Fang Chun, Mo Tao's face became even gloomier. My son was killed by you. Mo Tao held the coiling dawn spear tightly and questioned angrily. Fang Chun nodded calmly. It was as if Mo Tao was not a threat to him at all. You deserve to die. Mo Tao was angry, and the coiling dawn spear made a cracking sound. Fang Chun ignored Mo Tao and walked to Star and Moon's side and helped her up. Are you okay? Star and Moon shook her head, and tears flowed out of her eyes. During the days when Fang Chun was in a coma, Star and Moon had been holding on. In fact, she was in more pain than anyone else. Now, the clouds had finally parted and the moon could see the light. Her husband had awakened. Father. Fang Shi and his siblings also walked over one after another, and they were extremely excited. Take care of your mother. Fang Chun handed Star and Moon to the 3 children, and then waved his hand. A vast power emerged from the yin-yang essence and drilled into Star and Moon's body. Immediately, Star and Moon's expression became much better. Let him go. After confirming that Little Mouse and the others were fine, Fang Chun's gaze finally fell on Mo Tao again. Although he was very calm, his words contained shocking, killing intent. Crack! Mo Tao exerted force with his foot. Countless cracks appeared on the pure-blooded Fiend King's body, causing blood to spill out. In your dreams, seeing Fong Chen's angry expression, Mo Tao laughed heartily. He loved to see his enemies' angry and unwilling expressions. Crack! He exerted more force, and the pure-blooded Demon King howled in pain. Instead of killing him, he was slowly torturing him. Scram! Fong Chen punched out in anger. The terrifying fist radiance shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Mo Tao. At first, Mo Tao didn't care at all, but when the fist radiance came close, his face suddenly changed. Rip! Mo Tao's right hand shook and the coiling dawn spear pierced into the fist light. Crack! The holy treasure, the coiling dawn spear, was broken into two without any resistance. His body was also forced back. This is, after stabilizing himself, Mo Tao exclaimed. Third stage, yin-yang essence. Even though Mo Tao was in the sage realm, he was still shocked. Third stage, yin-yang essence was a peerless genius in the ancient times. If he didn't die, he would definitely stand at the top of the saint realm in the future. Such a person's potential was too terrifying. I didn't expect you to condense the third stage, yin-yang essence. After a while, Mo Tao regained his composure and said coldly, However, do you think you can fight me with just this? At this point, an extremely powerful pressure instantly enveloped the saint realm. Potential is just potential. Your potential is indeed very strong, but you haven't turned it into strength yet. Mo Tao sneered. He didn't dare to say what would happen in the future. But at least for now, Fong Chun was like an ant in his eyes. In history, there are yin-yang essence realm cultivators who killed saints. However, people of that caliber were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He didn't believe that Fong Chun could do this. Heavenly Star Sword Technique. Fong Chun didn't say anything else and performed the Heavenly Star Sword Technique. 9 swords shot out at the same time, and terrifying sword radiances crisscrossed. The Hidden Star Sword also released an incomparably strong power. Origin of Fire Technique. Mo Tao performed the Origin of Fire Technique, which was a secret technique based on the origin of fire. Boom! Boom! When the Origin of Fire Technique was performed, the entire Saint Realm instantly fell into a sea of fire. Is this the origin? Fong Chen murmured. The origin was the most powerful and primitive force in the world. Mastering the origin meant that one was recognized by the heavenly path and was one of the strongest in the world. Dong! 9 sword radiances crisscrossed, releasing an unparalleled force and exploding. Burn! The Origin of Fire Technique burned everything. A wisp of purple flame gradually turned red under Mo Tao's control. As soon as it touched the sword radiances, it quickly spread and completely drowned the 9 sword radiances. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone was shocked. The sky collapsed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Soon, everyone saw a shocking scene. There was a hole in the sky. This hole was constantly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be collapsing. This was caused by the origin of fire. It was too shocking. A flame could burn the sky, and even the supreme rules could not do anything about it. If this flame fell on a person, who could resist it? No one knew anything about the origin, so they did not know the inside story. I'm a saint, and I control the origin of fire. What do you have to fight me? Mo Tao said coldly as he looked down at Fong Chun from above. The Heavenly Star Sword Technique was useless against Mo Tao. Fong Chun looked up and looked at Mo Tao. In the next second, he performed the Armageddon Sword Technique. The 6 sword techniques were performed one by one. Every move he executed had a shocking aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. When the 6 moves were performed together, their power was comparable to the origin of fire technique. Burn! Mo Tao was very proud. He thought that no one in the primordial chaos could compete with the origin of fire technique. However, he was wrong. Fong Chun was not an ordinary person. He possessed the rank 4 yin-yang essence, which was rarely seen since ancient times. Buzz! An unprecedented power burst out from the yin-yang essence and was injected into the Armageddon sword technique. The 6 sword techniques reflected each other and rushed into the sea of fire. It's useless. With your sword technique, you can't do anything to me. Tao sneered. However, as soon as his voice fell, the sea of fire shook. Countless flames rolled and surged as if it had been attacked by a strong force. Even the red flame, condensed from the origin in the sky, began to sway. Tao frowned and waved his hand to control the red flame. Crack! The sea of fire collapsed, and the origin of fire in the red flame was instantly extinguished by the sword chi. However, the origin of fire was also extraordinary. When it was extinguished, it also shattered the sword chi. In the sky, the burning sensation disappeared, and calmness quickly returned. There was a dead silence on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. This battle had already exceeded their imaginations. The reincarnation Sword Emperor opened his eyes wide. This was a real sword cultivator. The flames that could burn the world were extinguished by Fang Chun with a sword. How powerful did he need to be? Saint Realm. Yang Kuan murmured. The pure-blooded Monster King shook his head. He hasn't entered the Saint Realm, nor has he mastered the origin. Yang Kuan trembled. Was the yin-yang essence realm so powerful? Maybe his yin-yang essence realm isn't at the 3rd level at all, but above it. What? Above the 3rd level? What was that? No matter how shocked everyone was, they were no longer afraid. Their leader had awakened, and they saw a glimmer of hope. Whoosh! They looked up and saw the void battleground looming. To prevent their battle from affecting ordinary people, Fang Chun entered the void battleground, and Tao chased after him. You're very strong, beyond my expectations, Tao said eerily, but the final result will still be the same. I'll kill you with my own hands. Fang Chun's potential was so strong that even Tao felt a little uneasy. He made up his mind to kill Fang Chun. If I'm not wrong, the sword technique just now should be your strongest one, right? Tao said. You're the first in the yin-yang essence realm to be able to break the 1st level of my origin of fire technique. But my origin of fire technique has 3 levels. How are you going to block it? Fang Chun held the hidden star sword tightly, and the origin chi was faintly leaking out. In fact, Tao had also noticed Fang Chun's weapon. He could clearly sense that this sword was a holy treasure. But what he didn't understand was why the holy treasure contained a trace of origin. Let's take the sword first. He had a feeling that this sword was extraordinary, and it was very likely that something had changed. Origin of fire technique. Tao performed the 2nd level of the origin of fire technique, and the terrifying origin fire swept through the entire void battleground. As for Fang Chun, he also used his strongest move, the primordial chaos sword technique. Inside the sacred palace, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. But no one cared about this. They only cared about the situation in the void battleground. If their leader won, everything would be fine. But if he lost, it meant that the ancient chaos would completely change hands, and they would all become ghosts under Tao's hands. Mother, father, Fang, she was a little worried. Fang Yun and Fang Han were very angry and regretful at the same time. It's all because we were too lazy. We didn't cultivate properly and couldn't help father. Star Emperor's small white hand gently stroked the 3 children's shoulders and said softly, Your father is the leader of the human race, the strongest in the ancient chaos. He is an invincible legend. Believe in him. He will be able to solve the crisis. In fact, when Star Emperor said this, he wasn't sure. He was just comforting the 3 children. The others, such as the reincarnation Sword Emperor, the pure-blood Demon King, Yang Kuan, and the others, were not optimistic. The opponent was a saint who could destroy the ancient chaos with a wave of his hand. Even if Fang Chun could be on par with him, it would be difficult to kill him. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, there would be endless trouble. Moreover, there was also the Blood King, who was eyeing him covetously. That was a Saint Realm expert who was stronger than Mo Tao. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts sank. Rumble. In the void battleground, there were rumbling sounds from time to time. Lord Feng Chun is the chosen one. He has gathered the fate of all beings in the ancient chaos. I believe that he will be able to create a miracle. It was Gue So who spoke. His voice was hoarse, and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been injured in the battle not long ago. Chapter 3462. Boom! A deafening sound came from the void battleground. Everyone in the sacred palace could clearly see the void battleground trembling. The trembling made their hearts tremble. They had no doubt that if it weren't for the void battleground and the leader's deliberate control, their battle alone would be enough to destroy the entire primordial chaos. At the peak of the ancestral mountain, the giant face formed by the supreme rules had been watching the situation in the void battleground. It was incomplete, so it couldn't suppress the battle fluctuations. Chaos Origin Sword Art. Feng Chun performed the Chaos Origin Sword Art. Origin emerged from the hidden star sword and merged with the sword radiance, bursting with terrifying power. Whoosh! The first sword of the Chaos Origin Sword Art pierced toward Mo Tao as fast as lightning. At this moment, Mo Tao finally began to look at Feng Chun seriously. His face was extremely gloomy. He had never dreamed that an Yin-Yang Origin realm martial artist could force him to this extent. Is it because of his Yin-Yang origin? Mo Tao didn't believe it. So what if his Yin-Yang origin had reached the third level? He was a saint and controlled the origin of the primordial chaos. How powerful was he? How could he be defeated by an Yin-Yang origin realm martial artist? Origin of fire technique. Mo Tao fell into a frenzy. He spread out his hands, and the terrifying origin source flame completely gushed out. Whoosh! A blazing flame instantly condensed and drowned out the sword light that was shooting over in an instant. Boom! Two completely different origins collided with each other, bursting with astonishing power. The power of the Chaos Origin Sword Art was fully displayed at this moment. Pucci! The hidden star sword pierced through the blazing flame and continued to approach Mo Tao. Get out of my way! Mo Tao increased the output of the origin of fire. Bang! 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 His body kept retreating and barely blocked the sword. What kind of sword art is this? This swordsmanship had completely exceeded the scope of his imagination. Even though he was a Saint Realm expert, he still felt a trace of fear. It's too strong. He stared at Feng Chun with burning eyes. There must be a shocking secret hidden in the latter's body. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Mo Tao licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. The fire origin technique that he was so proud of had been perfectly unleashed. As expected, the first move of the origin sword art is unable to defeat him. Feng Chun muttered to himself. In fact, he had already guessed this. After all, the other party was a Saint Realm expert. However, through the sword just now, Feng Chun had also probed Mo Tao's background. He was confident that he would be able to defeat and even kill him. Primordial Chaos Sword Art, second move. When Feng Chun uttered these words, the entire void battleground was filled with raging winds, flashes of lightning, and rolls of thunder. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed. He had been unable to comprehend the origin sword art all this time. However, while he was in a coma and fighting against the will of the 10,000 demons, he suddenly gained some enlightenment. In addition, during the battle with Mo Tao, Feng Chun had been practicing his swordsmanship. Finally, he mastered the second move of the first level. Sword chi crisscrossed and sword light flashed. When this sword was unleashed, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boom! Thunder, rain, wind, and lightning gathered at the tip of the hidden star sword. At the same time, the yin-yang vitality in Feng Chun's body also released a special black and white power. When this black and white power was injected into the hidden star sword, it instantly blended the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. A shocking sword light appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Mo Tao felt his heart palpitate. How can his yin-yang vitality be so strong? Mo Tao was puzzled, but at this time, there was no time to think too much. He controlled the fire origin technique and faced the attack head-on. Pucci. The hidden star sword pierced through the scorching sparks in an invincible manner and went straight to Mo Tao. It was only then that Mo Tao felt the aura of death enveloping him. No! He widened his eyes and roared angrily, his voice full of unwillingness. How could this be? He was very puzzled. Why was Fang Chen's yin-yang vitality so powerful? Fourth stage. However, before he could finish his words, he was pierced by the hidden star sword. The terrifying black and white aura directly crushed his internal organs. The primordial chaos sword light invaded his primordial spirit and instantly severely injured him. Bang! Mo Tao's body flew out and smashed into the void battleground. He was on the verge of death, and his vitality was quickly dissipating. He defeated a saint with one sword. When this news spread, the entire sacred palace was in an uproar. Under everyone's gaze, the void battleground disappeared, and a tall figure stepped out. When everyone looked at this figure, their eyes were filled with incomparable respect. The savior of the primordial chaos had saved the world. He, Fang Chun, the leader of the human race, was worthy of being remembered in history. Congratulations, leader, for killing the invader. The Samsara Sword Emperor and the other surviving quasi-emperors congratulated him with smiles on their faces. The Star Emperor, Fang Shi, and his two siblings also had smiles on their faces. Father is invincible. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded monster kings were also very excited. Even someone as strong as a saint was killed by Fang Chun. What danger could there be in the primordial chaos? After the battle, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others began to clean up the mess. This time, although the leader had turned the tide, the human race still suffered heavy casualties. Many quasi-emperors, including Palace Masterwood Green, had died. The others also suffered heavy injuries. In the elegant courtyard, Fang Chun and the Star Emperor looked at each other. Fang Shi and his siblings had been talking about their father's battle with Mo Tao that day. To them, their father was the strongest hero. Brother Chun, although Mo Tao is dead, there is still the Blood King. The Star Emperor was a little worried. After all, the Blood King was much stronger than Mo Tao. Fang Chun nodded. The Blood King is indeed stronger than Mo Tao, but it is impossible for him to destroy the primordial chaos. He didn't know how strong the Blood King was, but he was confident that he could escape unscathed from the Blood King. That was enough. Just as the family was chatting, the pure-blooded monster kings and the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain arrived. Boss, you are so powerful, the little mouse shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door. You killed a saint with one strike. Future generations will definitely sing your praises. Fang Chun greeted his brothers one by one, and then his eyes fell on the pure-blooded monster king. Have a seat. The pure-blooded monster king nodded and sat down. I have to thank you for risking your life to stop me. You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, if you die, we will all die. Rather than saving you, it is better to say that I saved myself, the pure-blooded monster king said. After the pure-blooded monster king unsealed his inherited memories, he knew many ancient secrets. He chatted a lot with Fang Chun and told Fang Chun many things. He didn't leave until nighttime. A false saint? Fang Chun was surprised. He didn't expect Mo Tao to be a false saint and not a true saint. He recalled the battle with Mo Tao, and sure enough, he discovered that something was wrong. Although Mo Tao had comprehended the origin of fire, his fire origin technique obviously wasn't at its strongest. He thought about it carefully and understood the reason. The so-called false saint was beyond the scope of the yin-yang origin realm and had comprehended the origin, but not completely. Such a martial artist actually belonged to the saint realm. As the name implied, the strength of a false saint was definitely inferior to a true saint. The Blood King was a true saint realm expert. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Thump! Thump! Yang Kuan came. Master. Yang Kuan was in low spirits. His good brother Mo Han had died at the hands of Mo Tao. But fortunately, Mo Tao was killed by his master. How are your injuries? Fong Chen asked. "They are getting better," Yang Kuan said. Yellow Ox and his brothers were chased by the Blood King and escaped with serious injuries. No one knows where they went. The Sacred Palace is already searching for them, but there is still no result. Fong Chen nodded. The Blood King was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. It is very likely that their injuries were too serious, and they fell into a deep sleep. Fong Chen said, "No matter what, you must find them. You will lead this matter. The Sacred Palace will cooperate with you." "Yes, Master." Yang Kuan nodded. When he got up to leave, he wanted to say something but stopped. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kuan's expression changed, but he still spoke in the end. "Master, Mo Tao is dead. The Scenic Demon Palace will definitely go crazy. Although you are powerful and don't fear the motley crew of the Scenic Demon Palace, but..." Fong Chen shrugged. "The three old monsters behind the Scenic Demon Palace." "That's right. Rumor has it that there are three old monsters behind the Scenic Demon Palace who survived the battle of ancient gods. If they're still alive, it will be troublesome." Fong Chen was rather curious about the three old monsters. "Don't you have one in the Sacred Fire Continent? I think you should know more about it. Tell me," Fong Chen asked. Yang Kuan told him that the expert of the Sacred Fire Continent was seriously injured and had been in a deep sleep. He would occasionally wake up. Every time he woke up, he would guide Yang Kuan's cultivation. But so far, Yang Kuan had only received his guidance twice. This was also why Yang Kuan's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill the divine generals of the Scenic Demon Palace when he had just reached the level of great perfection. However, what surprised Fong Chen was that the expert of the Sacred Fire Continent had a grudge with the old monsters of the Scenic Demon Palace. They were all hibernating and working hard to recover. In that case, the three old monsters behind the Scenic Demon Palace have not recovered from their injuries and are unable to make a move? Fong Chen guessed. Yang Kuan shook his head. "Not necessarily. Old Chun once told me that one of the three old monsters of the Scenic Demon Palace requires special attention. He is skilled in the primordial spirit Tao and can control the primordial spirits of others without anyone noticing. It is said that before the battle of ancient gods, there were 38 Saint Realm experts among his servants." Fong Chen sucked in a cold breath. 38 Saint Realm experts were only his servants? How powerful was this person in the primordial spirit Tao? To be able to control even a Saint Realm expert was too terrifying. "Master, once we're done here, I can take you to the Sacred Fire Continent if you have time," Yang Kuan said. Fong Chen knew what he meant. He wanted to take him to meet the expert of the Sacred Fire Continent. He has a grudge with the Scenic Demon Palace. "Master, you have killed the Scenic Demon Palace Master. I believe that expert will help us," Yang Kuan analyzed. "I will consider it. But for now, we have to deal with the Blood King." At the mention of the Blood King, Fong Chen frowned slightly. Chapter 3463. No matter what, as long as the Blood King was alive, the primordial crisis would not be resolved. This was a heavy burden on the hearts of the primordial powerhouses. Fortunately, the leader was very strong. Killing Mo Tao with one strike brought endless hope to the people. After Mo Tao's death, the primordial chaos became quiet for the time being. However, the people have been paying close attention to the Blood King's movements. Waves surged in the North Sea. Terrifying waves crashed against the sea surface. Thousands of miles under the sea, there was a dilapidated palace. The palace's surroundings were extremely dilapidated, as if a shocking battle had taken place here. The Blood King, dressed in a blood-red robe, stood with his hands behind his back, floating in front of the dilapidated palace. His eyes were burning as he stared at the dilapidated palace. He could vaguely see a dilapidated altar. There was a terrifying aura around the altar. No matter how the waves crashed against the dilapidated palace, the water would quickly weaken whenever it approached the altar. There were signs of cracks on the altar, and a faint light flickered on it. The aura of a saint. The Blood King's eyes widened in disbelief. As a saint powerhouse who had comprehended the origin of water, he could easily sense all the special auras in the sea. He could even use all the water in the world for his own use. He could clearly sense the remnant aura of a saint on the altar. A saint was one of the powerhouses who stood at the peak of the world in ancient times. It could be said that as long as the primordial chaos didn't appear, a saint was invincible. Anyone who could be called a saint was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in the world. What a powerful aura! The Blood King was sure that the remnant aura on the altar belonged to a saint. This was because he had once seen a saint who had survived in the ruins of the Battle of Gods in the Bloodsea territory. Although that powerhouse's chi and blood had dried up and was about to die, the aura he emitted was still unimaginable. What on earth has this world experienced? The Blood King frowned and pondered. Since entering the primordial chaos, he had felt that it was extraordinary. At this moment, after seeing the altar, he was even more certain of his thoughts. A bold idea emerged in his mind. He slowly walked out and walked towards the altar. He wanted to ascend the altar and see if he could find the saint's inheritance. When his aura touched the altar, the entire North Sea changed. The cracks on the altar quickly disappeared. Immediately following that, the Blood King saw a shocking scene. Something appeared on the altar. It was an offering. Could it be that this sacrifice is for the saint? His gaze landed on the offerings, and he was incomparably shocked. Every single offering was enough to drive a saint crazy. Heavens! The Blood King trembled all over, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He stretched out his hand, wanted to take the offering. However, he immediately retracted his hand. The offerings used to worship the saint were tainted with the saint's aura. How could ordinary people touch them? He recalled that the sleeping saint in the Blood Sea weave had once told him that saints were not to be humiliated, and that he should not touch anything that was tainted with the aura of a saint. Once touched, karma would be formed. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more one feared karma. The Tao of karma was the most mysterious. Once one was tainted by the karma of a saint, it would bring about endless danger. Ooh! The Blood King took a deep breath and finally suppressed his thoughts. However, he did not intend to give up just like that. He guessed that a saint had once cultivated here, and these offerings were used by the natives of this world to worship the saint. They prayed that the saint could protect this world. I can't be reckless. The Blood King's eyes darted around as he thought of a possibility. He shook his wrist, and a water ball quickly condensed on his fingertip. He controlled the water ball and slowly touched the altar. Crack! As expected, the moment it touched the altar, the water ball shattered. Continue. The Blood King did not believe it and continued experimenting. Finally, after countless experiments, the water ball successfully entered the altar. Drip! The water ball came to a copper bowl, and suddenly, a drop of water dripped down. Immediately, the dim copper bowl emitted a terrifying power that swept through the entire North Sea. Oh no! The Blood King saw this and knew that things were not good. With a thought, his body dissipated, turning into water droplets that fused into the North Sea. Rumble! The surface of the North Sea was turbulent. With a bang, a water column soared into the sky. The Blood King appeared and retreated to the shore. He was drenched, and his clothes were torn. How terrifying! The Blood King's heart palpitated. If he had escaped a little slower, he would have died there. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the North Sea. After a long time, he gave up the idea of entering the North Sea again. With my current strength, it's almost impossible for me to step onto the altar. The Blood King was ready to give up. Buzz! At this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, he received a message that Mo Tao was dead. Before he entered the North Sea, he had suppressed a few humans and asked them to help him gather information. They were the ones who had sent the news of Mo Tao's death. What? The Blood King exclaimed. Although Mo Tao was not as strong as him, he was considered very strong among false saints. He was only one step away from becoming a true saint. Even if it was him, he did not have absolute confidence in killing Mo Tao. Isn't the supreme law of this world incomplete? Why would such a powerhouse appear? When he thought of the saint's altar in the depths of the North Sea, he was even more shocked. He felt that this world was very unusual. We can't stay here for long. the Blood King said in a deep voice. In fact, when there was a commotion in the North Sea, Fang Shun had already received the news. After sensing the Blood King's aura, he immediately came to the North Sea. However, he found that the Blood King had disappeared. He's gone. Fang Shun stood above the North Sea and murmured. Soon after, Yang Kuan sent news that the Blood King had entered the spatial passage and returned to the Godfall battlefield. Fang Shun was a little surprised when he heard that. Logically speaking, the Blood King was so powerful that he should not have been frightened by the news that he had killed Mo Tao. Fang Shun frowned and pondered. He looked at the vast sea. Was a commotion in the North Sea caused by the Blood King? Fang Shun muttered to himself. If he did, then there must be a secret in the North Sea. The Blood King had obviously left in a hurry and returned directly to the Godfall battlefield. Fang Shun guessed that there might be a saint at the bottom of the North Sea that had scared the Blood King away. Shall I go down and take a look? Fang Shun was eager to give a try. My strength is not inferior to the Blood King's. If he can escape, so can I. After making up his mind, Fang Shun sent a message to the pure-blooded Demon King. Soon, the pure-blooded Demon King arrived at the North Sea and met up with Fang Shun. The reason why he asked the pure-blooded Demon King to accompany him was that he had unsealed his inherited memories and knew some secrets of the ancient era. He even knew more than Yang Kuan and the others. You can hide in Mount Dongming. Fang Shun briefly explained the situation, and the pure-blooded Demon King entered Mount Dongming. Plop! Fang Shun plunged into the North Sea. The deeper he went, the greater the water pressure. What a terrifying pressure! Fang Shun could not help but exclaim. No wonder no one came to the North Sea. They probably did not dare to come. In the primordial chaos, no one except him could withstand the water pressure of the North Sea. Fang Shun was even more convinced that the North Sea was extraordinary. Thousands of miles below the North Sea, Fang Shun discovered a dilapidated palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by a halo of sword chi that blocked the powerful water pressure. A palace? Seeing the dilapidated palace, Fang Shun exclaimed, "Was there a battle here? Judging from its dilapidated appearance, there should have been a strong battle. Be careful." After Fang Shun entered the dilapidated palace, the pure-blooded Demon King's voice came from Mount Dongming. His voice was heavy as if he had discovered something. "What do you know?" Fang Shun asked. "Look at the altar in front," the pure-blooded Demon King said. The water pressure swept through the entire dilapidated palace, but it could not get close to the altar. Fang Shun's gaze fell on the altar and saw some offerings. Offerings? Is someone offering to the heavens here? On the altar, there were golden fruits, black vines, weapons, pills, and so on. This place is not simple. The pure-blooded Demon King's voice was even heavier. That fruit is a metal origin fruit. It contains the origin of metal. It's very difficult for ordinary saints to obtain it. And that black vine is an ancient black vine tree from ancient times. It's said that its body is indestructible. A single leaf can be refined into a supreme weapon. And that golden paper contains the power of a saint. With every word the pure-blooded Demon King said, Fang Shun's heart trembled more and more. What? Fang Shun's eyes widened. What was this place? Who was the altar worshipping? Why were there such precious offerings? The fruit containing the origin, the black vine tree, the paper containing the power of a saint. This was only a small portion of the offerings. The rest was shrouded in a hazy light and could not be seen clearly. Fang Shun's heart trembled. His blood flowed faster. These offerings are most likely worshipping a saint. The pure-blooded Demon King said. Worshipping a saint. Fang Shun was speechless. He recalled the Blood King leaving the primordial chaos in a hurry. He figured it out. The Blood King touched the altar and retreated in fear. Saints were legendary super experts, second only to the primordial chaos. If one did not become a saint, they would be reduced to ashes. Could it be that a saint once appeared in the primordial chaos? Fang Shun gradually came to a realization. He guessed that a saint had once appeared in the primordial chaos, and these offerings were worshipping that saint. This altar represented the past prosperity of the primordial chaos. He licked his dry lips, his heart racing. The palace was dilapidated, the supreme laws were incomplete, and the saints had long disappeared. This altar seemed to be on the verge of shattering, and the offerings were still intact. If he could obtain even one of these things, it would be a joyous occasion. Can I get it? Fang Shan was eager to give it a try. However, he was still rather vigilant, especially when he knew that the Blood King had left the primordial chaos because of this matter. I don't recommend you try, the pure-blooded Demon King said. A saint's means were heaven-defying. If one was tainted by a saint's aura, they would form karma with the saint. I'll give it a try. If there's any danger, I'll leave immediately. Fang Shan could not help but feel excited. He reached out and touched the altar excitedly. Buzz! When he touched the altar, the world suddenly changed colors and the North Sea shook. He panicked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Chapter 3464. Buzz! The multicolored light that shot out from the altar instantly entered Fang Chen's body. At the same time, Fang Chun felt his body trembling. The half-perfect bloodline in his body was completely activated. What's going on? Fang Chun subconsciously wanted to refine this power. However, at this moment, his body underwent a strange change. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the bloodline in his body. The half-perfect bloodline emitted a scorching light. The multicolored light shot out from the altar quickly fused with it, causing it to undergo a transformation. In just a second, Fang Chun felt the change in the half-perfect bloodline. He was shocked. What's going on? Why was the light emitted from the altar able to merge perfectly with the half-perfect bloodline? Fang Chun was puzzled. Finally, after a moment of daze, the blood in his body gradually calmed down. Dong! A large amount of information emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Bang! Due to the huge amount of information, it instantly impacted his mind and caused him to faint. When Fang Chun fell to the ground, the offerings on the altar underwent a slight change. Light shot out from the altar again. A faint sigh could be heard from the void. However, this sigh was mixed with a trace of joy. After a while, the altar calmed down and the offerings gradually disappeared. Clang! The copper bowl placed at the edge of the altar shook and fell from the altar to the ground. Buzz! The copper bowl was dull and lusterless. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary bowl. After the copper bowl fell, the altar returned to normal. The entire North Sea gradually quieted down. In his sleep, Fang Chun saw many incredible scenes. He saw one brutal battle after another. Every battle was incomparably shocking. The warriors who participated in the battle were all peerless experts. They could destroy the world with a thought. He also saw the primordial chaos go from destruction to new life. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun suddenly woke up. Me? He hurriedly checked his body and found that there was nothing wrong with it. The information in his mind appeared before his eyes. It took him a full 3 days to fully accept this information. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He raised his head and looked around the dilapidated palace. Then his gaze landed on the altar. At that instant, his heart was in great turmoil. This altar was indeed where the ancestors of the primordial chaos worshipped the saints. Those offerings were all rare treasures that could have been taken out during the primeval chaos, most glorious and peak. Just now, the multicolored light had shot into his mind because of his half-perfect bloodline. According to the information he had obtained, only those with half-perfect and perfect bloodlines could activate the altar. This is left behind by a saint? Fang Chun finally understood that there was a saint's method in the altar, waiting for the fated person to come here. Whoosh! He had triggered a restriction and obtained a strand of the inheritance. Heaven-severing alchemy. This was a supreme technique. Even a saint would go crazy over it. At that moment, the chant of this supreme technique was in Fang Chen's mind. The more he read the contents of this supreme technique, the more rapid Fang Chen's breathing became. In the end, he was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a powerful secret technique. Most importantly, this secret technique contained the origin of gold. It was the origin's secret technique that everyone in the battlefield of gods wanted to obtain. The fire origin technique that Imhotep had used before was also Origin's secret technique. It could be said that only those who had comprehended the origin could cultivate Origin's secret techniques. Buzz. Fang Chun felt a little dazed. His vision instantly became blurry. Just as he was on guard, a magnificent scene suddenly appeared in front of him. In that scene, a hazy figure held a folding fan and gently waved it. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on the trajectory of the folding fan. "This is the heaven-severing alchemy," Fang Chen exclaimed. He stared at the scene intently. At the same time, he was quickly comprehending. In the scene, every time the hazy figure waved the folding fan, it would trigger the power of the origin. Whoosh! Terrifying ripples rippled out and easily cut the space. That was the sharpness of the origin of gold. Fang Chen had never seen such sharp ripples. "Is this the origin of gold?" Fang Chen murmured. He involuntarily took out the hidden star sword and began to wield it. Layers of golden luster were released from the hidden star sword. It blended with the terrifying ripples in the scene. Time passed. Fang Chen was immersed in the scene. A full 3 months passed. Finally, one day, he opened his eyes and restrained his aura. As for the scene before him, it disappeared. Fang Chen's breathing was undulating. He was still shocked. Was it left behind by a saint? He knew that the scene was left behind by a saint for him to comprehend the heaven-severing alchemy. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the heaven-severing alchemy. Sacred region, sacred palace. Fang Chen sent a message back, telling everyone that he had something to do for the time being and could not leave. The Star Emperor and others began to rebuild the sacred palace with the help of the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Yang Kun, Yellow Ox, and his brothers returned to the God's Fall battlefield first. Master left a mark here. As long as we activate the mark, we can return to the God's Fall battlefield, Yang Kun said in a deep voice. And then, Yellow Ox and his brothers were homeless and could only follow Fang Chen to conquer the world. Go to the sacred fire continent. Imohan's death was a great blow to Yang Kun. He wanted revenge. He thought of the sleeping expert in the sacred fire continent. Hiss. After activating the mark, Yang Kun and others disappeared from the primordial chaos. God's Fall battlefield, Blood Sea territory. Bang! An angry voice came from the Blood King palace. The Blood King's face was gloomy. He smashed the stone table beside him with a punch. "Blood King, what happened?" The Grand Elder asked, puzzled. The Blood King was a Saint Realm expert. Not long ago, he received a piece of news and left. After many days, he returned in a sorry state. One could even feel the fear in his heart. This caused the Great Elder to be extremely shocked. What exactly had happened? What kind of expert could make the Blood King so terrified? "You may leave first." The Saint Altar in the North Sea of the primordial chaos was of great importance. The Blood King did not want others to know about it. After the Grand Elder left, he tried to calm his throbbing heart and sat down on the stone bench. Too powerful. The power of a saint is unstoppable. Even now, his heart was still palpitating. If he had escaped a little slower, he would have lost his life there. What is the origin of that land? Why is there a Saint Altar? The existence of the Saint Altar proved that a saint had once appeared in that land. A land ruled by a saint. What did this mean? Although he was still in a state of shock, his eyes were filled with an incomparably scorching light. A land ruled by a saint must have countless opportunities. Not to mention anything else, just the offerings on the altar made him drool. It's related to a saint. I can't be careless. He thought for a while and left the Blood King Palace in a flash. Not long after, he came to a forbidden land in the Blood Sea territory. Standing outside the forbidden land, the Blood King was extremely respectful and bowed deeply to the forbidden land. Only he knew that in this forbidden land, there was a supreme expert who had survived from the ancient times sleeping. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the silent, forbidden land. Then a monster the size of a hill poked its head out and said unhappily, "What are you doing here? Master once enlightened you. but it was just a matter of convenience. He doesn't need your gratitude. The hill-like monster guarded the supreme expert and did not allow anyone to approach the forbidden land. Senior, the Blood King hurriedly said, I have something important to report to you. Humph. The hill-like monster snorted coldly, wanting to drive the Blood King away. This matter is related to his saint. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood King felt a terrifying power spread out and instantly bound him. He lost his freedom and could not move. Then, he felt the world spinning. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he realized that he was already in a forbidden land. What did you just say? The demonic beast that was as big as a hill roared anxiously. A saint altar. I found a saint altar. The Blood King took a deep breath and said slowly, What? The hill-like monster exclaimed and stared at the Blood King with wide eyes. After a conversation, the Blood King made a request. I want to be that senior's disciple. The unparalleled powerhouses who had survived the battle of ancient gods were so powerful that even gods and ghosts couldn't fathom their strength. The Blood King wanted to take this opportunity to become his disciple. With just you? The hill-like monster sneered. However, on second thought, he thought of the Saint Altar. If what you said about the Saint Altar is true, I can take you in as an in-name disciple on behalf of Master. The Blood King hesitated. Be content. When Master was at his peak, he could do whatever he wanted even as an in-name disciple. Primordial chaos, deep in North Sea. In the dilapidated palace, Fong Chan sat like an old monk, diligently comprehending the heaven-severing alchemy art. This ultimate technique was divided into two parts. The first part was heaven-severing. As the name suggested, it was related to time and space. Once cultivated, it could sever the void. The second part was alchemy. This part was related to the origin of metal. It was more difficult to cultivate, and the threshold was also very high. After careful analysis, Fong Chun began to study the first part. Coincidentally, he had some attainments in the Tao of time and space, so it was much easier for him to cultivate. The void around him was chaotic, and the flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if he was isolated from the world. Even the supreme nomological power here was changed. In his body, the yin-yang essence rotated rapidly, and his half-perfect bloodline was fully activated, releasing a scarlet light. The altar dimmed and returned to normal. The offerings disappeared. Chapter 3465. The spatial passage to the corpse continent had been sealed by the Blood King. He did not want anyone else to know about the spatial passage other than the scenic palace. The primordial chaos regained its peace. Time passed slowly. Fong Chun had been cultivating in the North Sea. Hard work paid off. After 10 years of hard work, he finally grasped the basics of the heaven-severing alchemy art. One day, Fong Chun woke up. What a powerful technique. Fong Chun could not help but sigh. He had studied it for 10 years and barely grasped the basics. One could imagine how powerful it was. I wonder what changes have happened in the outside world in the past 10 years. He was not worried about that. After all, Mo Tao had been killed, and the Blood King had fled back to the Godfall battlefield. The Blood King would not dare to enter the primordial chaos in the near future. This way, the crisis of the primordial chaos would naturally be resolved. The Saint's Altar is of great importance. The Blood King would not easily tell others about it. Fong Chun pondered. If he were in the Blood King's shoes, he would definitely concentrate on cultivating. When his cultivation improved, he would come to explore the Saint's Altar. After all, the value of the Saint's Altar was immeasurable. If news of it spread, the Godfall battlefield would definitely go crazy. By then, a weak saint like the Blood King would not be qualified to interfere. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly got up. At this moment, the altar showed signs of cracking again. Its surface was dim and lightless. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary altar. Those precious offerings had also disappeared. However, Fong Chun knew very well that this altar was the legendary Saint's Altar. He bowed deeply to the altar to express his gratitude. Dong! Suddenly, the air in the North Sea was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. A voice that seemed very far away but also very close sounded in Fong Chen's mind. The end of the origin was nothingness. Fong Chun frowned. He resisted the trembling of his body and carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. He guessed that this sentence was left behind by the saint worshipped on the altar. But what did it mean? The end of the origin was nothingness? What exactly was this void? Fong Chun shook his head forcefully. He suppressed the restless blood in his body and gradually calmed down. When it came to the origin, it was very difficult for him to understand at his current level. Perhaps after entering the saint realm, he would be able to understand the meaning of this sentence. When those words disappeared from his mind, the seal around the altar closed once more. This junior will never forget senior's kindness. When this junior becomes stronger, I will definitely come again. Fong Chun cupped his fists and left the North Sea. Voila! The wind suddenly blew, and the waves on the surface of the sea surged. Suddenly, a column of water shot up into the sky. Upon closer inspection, a tall and straight figure could be seen on top of the water pillar. Whoosh! Fong Chun hovered in the air, looking down and enjoying the fresh air. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, his figure flashed and returned to the sacred palace. 10 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to martial artists. Back then, Mo Tao had killed a human race quasi-emperor, causing the sacred palace to suffer heavy losses. Now, 10 years had passed, and many geniuses of the human race had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. The overall strength of the human race had once again become stronger. Of course, this was nothing much. What surprised Fong Chun the most was that the reincarnation Sword Emperor had broken through the shackles and stepped into the Emperor realm. Emperor realm? Fong Chun could clearly feel the Yin essence in the reincarnation Sword Emperor's body and the sharp sword light emanating from his body, as expected of a genius sword cultivator of the human race. Fong Chun sighed. Before him, the Tianyi Sword Emperor and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor were both genius sword cultivators of the human race. After the Tianyi Sword Emperor disappeared, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was known as the #1 sword cultivator of the Archean era. After Fong Chun Pride opened the broken supreme law and repaired it a little, he was the first to step into the Emperor realm. Everyone was celebrating. Everyone was extremely excited. This meant that in the Archean era, there was hope for a martial artist to step into the Emperor realm with their own efforts. At the same time, they also understood that the supreme law would be completely repaired one day. Palace Master. In the sacred palace, the Fire Dome Palace Master and the others were reporting to the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. Palace Master Mu Qing had died in the hands of Mo Tao. Now that Fong Chun was no longer in the sacred palace, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was the leader. The North Sea has been calm for the past 10 years, and there hasn't been any changes. The leader should be in seclusion, the Fire Dome Palace Master said. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded. Continue to keep an eye on him and make sure that the leader isn't disturbed. As for the void crack in the flame abyss, we've already set up layers of formations. As long as someone invades the God's Fall battlefield, we'll be the first to discover it. The Fire Dome Palace Master continued. By the way, there's one more thing. Not long ago, an evil organization appeared in the ancient Saint Chaos that specializes in collecting the heart blood of young boys and girls. It has a great impact on the ancient Saint Chaos and even caused the deaths of our human race compatriots. What happened? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor frowned. The Fire Dome Palace Master was in charge of the ancient Saint Chaos. I personally made a trip there and uprooted that mysterious organization. In the end, I found out that the leader of the organization is a quasi-emperor. I sensed an aura that doesn't belong to the Archean era on his body. The Fire Dome Palace Master pondered. I'm guessing that his primordial spirit is controlled by the Blood King. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in shock. The Blood King was a saint, and it was easy for him to control a quasi-emperor's primordial spirit. Although this mysterious organization had been uprooted, who could guarantee that the Blood King didn't control the primordial spirits of others? Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression was somewhat grave. What should we do? The Fire Dome Palace Master asked. It was somewhat difficult to find the quasi-emperor who was hiding in the dark. Therefore, he could only ask the reincarnation Sword Emperor to help. There's no need to worry about this. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the void. Everyone turned their heads and was instantly stunned. Leader, the reincarnation Sword Emperor, was extremely excited. He stood up immediately to welcome Fong Chun. Greetings, leader. After being in seclusion for 10 years, everyone was very happy to finally return. Fong Chun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for this. Then, he looked at the reincarnation Sword Emperor and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and condense in essence. Very good. He took out a yellowed book from his bosom. This is a sword technique that I obtained in the blazing abyss. It's called the Heavenly Star Sword Technique. Fong Chun briefly explained the Heavenly Star Sword Technique to the reincarnation Sword Emperor. The latter side. I didn't expect Ancestor Tian Chun to fall in the blazing abyss. Obviously, the reincarnation Sword Emperor had heard of the legend of Ancestor Tian Chun. Holding the yellowed book, the reincarnation Sword Emperor was very excited. As a sword cultivator, he knew the value of the Heavenly Star Sword Technique very well. Thank you. He cupped his fists and thanked him. Fong Chun shook his head and then said to everyone, I've already solved the matter that you were worried about. The Blood King indeed controlled more than 10 quasi-emperors. On my way back, I've already killed them. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha, that's great. The Fire Dome Palace master laughed excitedly. Another 10 years. Fong Chun decided to set off and return to the God's Fall battlefield. With Mo Tao dead, the scenic Demon Dominion would definitely fall into chaos. This was an opportunity. The first place he thought of was the Sacred Fire Continent. If he could obtain the support of that expert, it would not be impossible for him to control the scenic Demon Palace. After all, with his current strength, if he used the heaven-severing alchemy technique at full strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the Blood King. In the vast scenic Devil Dominion, apart from the 3 slumbering powerhouses, no one was a match for him. On this day, he quietly set off and entered the spatial crack. The Star Emperor's gaze was fixed in the direction of the blazing abyss. Mother, has father left again? Fong Shi ran over to ask. The Star Emperor gently stroked her daughter's hair and said softly, All the efforts your father has made are to protect us and create a peaceful and comfortable environment for us to live in. I know. Fong, she lowered his head. So, we have to work hard to cultivate and not be a burden to your father. Mother, don't worry. From today onwards, I will work harder and strive to reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. I will enter the God's Fall battlefield to find father. I will also supervise my 2 younger brothers and guide them in their cultivation. Buzz. A familiar scene. A familiar scene. At the spatial crack, Fong Chun appeared out of thin air. The Corpse Head continent was now heavily guarded. The scenic Demon Palace had completely sealed off the area. The Blood King. Fong Chun glanced at the sealed spatial passage and guessed that it was the Blood King's doing. The scenic Demon Palace is really ruthless. He scanned the area with his consciousness. Those who had once submitted to him on the Corpse Head continent had all been killed. Even the surroundings of the abyss of god corpses were in a sorry state. Clearly, the scenic Demon Palace had launched a large-scale attack on the abyss of god corpses. However, Fong Chun guessed that they should not have gained anything. Fong Chun messaged Yang Kun and asked about the current situation in the scenic Demon Dominion. After a brief understanding, he was relieved. Back then, I entered the abyss of god corpses because I was forced by the Corpse Head ghost. It was a narrow escape. Now that I've become stronger and comparable to a saint, it's time to go in again. Who is it? Just as Fong Chun was about to activate the token, a cold rebuke was heard. Thud, thud, thud. A team of 10 people wearing standard armor and holding spears surrounded Fong Chun. The leader was an Yin-Yang origin realm martial artist. He glared at Fong Chun angrily. This is the scenic Demon Palace. How did you get in? There was a hint of threat in his voice. Fong Chun shrugged and did not speak. Just kill him and save us the trouble. The auras around the others rippled as they attacked. Whoosh! Fang Chun pointed his finger as fast as lightning, piercing through a martial artist who was close to him. A bloody hole appeared in the martial artist's head. He died as his life force dissipated. You're courting death. The other members of the team attacked one after another, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Die. He pointed his finger 9 times in a row. Puff, 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 puff. 8 figures fell to the ground, lifeless. The leader barely blocked Fang Chun's attack. Who are you? He kept retreating, his heart filled with fear. Fang Chun's strength was too strong. That finger just now, if there was another one, he would definitely die. You are. This person recognized Fang Chun. Gu Tianming, you still dare to appear. He roared angrily, wanting to send a message back to the scenic demon palace. Bang! Fang Chun killed him with a finger. Chapter 3466. Last time, Fang Chun was forced into the abyss by Corpse Head Geezer. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He gained the recognition of the Master of the Abyss and comprehended the Chaos Origin Sword Art. Although he only mastered the first move of the first level, his strength had skyrocketed. Of course, he also gained some benefits. For example, the yin-yang pill could increase the strength of his yin-yang essence. Now, Fang Chun had refined his yin-yang essence again and reached a height of 3,000 feet. This made him realize how precious the yin-yang pill was. At this point, if Xiao Chan still wanted to improve his yin-yang essence, he would need an endless supply of yin-yang pills. Moreover, it would be very weak. He had been cultivating the Tianhun scripture and never stopped. The effect of the Tianhun scripture was also surprisingly good. Although his primordial spirit hadn't broken through yet, it had reached the limit of this level. Whoosh! After entering the abyss again, Fang Chun took a deep breath and appeared in the core area. Senior. When he activated the token, the red-haired elder and the others already knew he was here. After sensing Fang Chun's aura, the red-haired elder frowned slightly. Complete yin-yang origin realm? Fang Chun nodded. The red-haired elder was a bit disappointed. Why are you here when you haven't reached the Saint Realm? Do you think you can accept the Master's inheritance and power now? After using the token, it lost its effect. Obviously, the red-haired elder didn't think Fang Chun should use it now. I really don't know what to say about you. The black-haired elder shook his head. However, he still approved of Fang Chun. You've improved a lot, but it's not enough. It wasn't easy to reach the complete yin-yang origin realm in such a short time. Forget it. Since he's here, let him try, another elder said. Another old man said. He couldn't possibly chase Fang Chun out. Since you're here, the decision is yours. The next test will be very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll die. Do you want to accept it? The red-haired elder asked. Junior has already made up his mind. No matter how difficult it is, I will try, said Fang Chun. All right, come with me. The red-haired old man led Fang Chun all the way to the white jade square. Release your yin-yang essence first. Master's Chaos Essence Sword Dao is unprecedented. If you want to cultivate it, you'll need at least 5,000 feet of yin-yang essence. Fang Chun slowly walked towards the center of the white jade square. He closed his eyes, calmed his heart, and began to release. This guy is improving at a godly speed. I'm guessing that his yin-yang essence should be able to reach 500 feet. That may not be the case. The current world cannot be compared to the ancient times. The old men chatted with each other. Wong. Suddenly, a mighty power surged out from Fang Chun's body. Immediately after, a terrifying yin-yang origin energy rapidly formed above his head. The primordial yin and yang continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of 100 zhang. Solid. Seeing Fang Chun's yin-yang essence, the red-haired elder nodded in satisfaction. He could feel that the latter's yin-yang essence was extremely solid. He knows how to build a solid foundation at such a young age. I have high hopes for him, the black-haired elder said with a grin. 100 zhang, 200 zhang, 300 zhang. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang essence had reached 500 zhang. Seeing this, The old men smiled faintly. Not bad. He's reached the standard. If it's 500 zhong, with the yin-yang pill left behind by Master, it should be able to reach 10,000 zhong. In fact, 10,000 zhong was the threshold left behind in the abyss of God's corpses. But over the countless years, almost no one could reach this threshold. Therefore, it gradually lowered the threshold. It was just to prevent the chaos essence, Sword Dao's inheritance, from being lost. 500 zhong was already the strongest yin-yang essence in recent epochs. Look, the growth rate hasn't decreased at all. After being happy, the black-haired elder noticed this. The others were shocked and looked at the sky curiously. Dong, dong, dong. The yin-yang essence released a terrifying yin-yang aura, making the entire white jade square feel extremely oppressive. The mighty power continued to gather, causing the yin-yang essence to grow rapidly. 600 zhong, 700 zhong. When Fong Chen's yin-yang essence reached 800 zhong, the old men couldn't hold back their excitement and screamed. What's going on? Oh my God! What exactly did he experience? How can the yin-yang essence reach such a level? Even the peerless geniuses of the ancient era can't compare to this, right? They shook their heads hard and widened their eyes in disbelief. It's still increasing? The old men were dumbfounded. As they spoke, the yin-yang essence had already grown to 900 zhong, and it seemed like it would continue to grow. The old men looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Could it really reach 10,000 zhong? Their hearts were filled with excitement as they stared at Fong Chun. Dong, dong. The growth rate gradually slowed down. However, when the yin-yang essence broke through the 10,000 zhong mark, the old men were extremely excited. What did I just see? A miracle. This is simply a miracle. It's simply a legend that such a monstrous genius could be born in this era. Buzz. Fong Chun withdrew the yin-yang essence, and the white jade square returned to normal. The old men quickly walked over and surrounded Fong Chun. Senior, did I pass? Fong Chun asked humbly. It's more than passing. It's simply beyond our expectations, the black-haired old man said. Level 4. Your yin-yang essence has reached the strongest level of level 4. In ancient times, the yin-yang essence was divided into 3 levels. That was only what ordinary people knew. In the hearts of the peak powerhouses, there was still the strongest level 4. However, even in the prosperous ancient times, there were many monstrous geniuses, but almost no one had reached level 4. The way the old men looked at Fong Chun also became abnormally hot. Fong Chun, come here. The red-haired old man couldn't wait to bring Fong Chun to a futon in the white jade square. Sit here. Fong Chun sat cross-legged on the futon according to the red-haired old man's instructions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mountain of yin and yang pills appeared in front of him. This is the sight of so many yin-yang pills shocked him. Originally, these yin-yang pills were your reward after you passed the test. However, we decided to give them to you in advance. The red-haired old man's voice trembled. Your yin-yang essence has reached the strongest level of level 4. You're the most monstrous genius since ancient times. You're definitely qualified to become our master successor. They now treated Fong Chun as the successor of the Abyss Master of the God's Corpse Abyss. Master once left behind a secret technique that specifically targets the yin-yang essence. These yin-yang pills were deliberately left here. The red-haired old man explained briefly, and Fong Chun understood. Comprehending the secret technique could quickly increase the yin-yang essence. Of course, it was easier to supplement the yin-yang pills. Absorb the yin-yang pills as much as you want. If it's not enough, we have more here. As for how much you can improve, it'll depend on your luck. They were confident that they could increase the yin-yang essence from 500 feet to 10,000 feet. However, if it was 10,000 feet, was there still room for improvement? How much could it improve? They didn't know. The red-haired old man tapped lightly, and a secret technique appeared in Fong Chun's mind. How profound! Fong Chun began to comprehend it. The old men retreated far away and stared at Fong Chun. Do you think there's a 5th level above the 4th level of yin-yang essence? The black-haired old man suddenly asked. He had a feeling that his master had set the fourth level of yin-yang essence for a reason. Otherwise, where could he find a monster at the fourth level of yin-yang essence in the vast sea of people? There shouldn't be. The peak experts of ancient times acknowledged that the fourth level of yin-yang essence was the strongest, the red-haired old man muttered. The red-haired old man didn't say anything, but his eyes burned. There are too many secrets of ancient times. We don't know much. The black-haired old man continued. Is there someone controlling the battle of Godfall behind the scenes? Or is it a law of nature? The heaven-defying alliance is invincible in the battle of Godfall, but rumor has it that they have an unparalleled enemy. Even the heaven-defying alliance is at a disadvantage in battle. Someone once saw an invincible saint kill an upper echelon of the heaven-defying alliance. Where did this invincible saint come from? Every word of the black-haired old man represented a great secret. When the few old men heard this, their expressions were also abnormally solemn. The Battle of Godfall back then was too complicated. Now that they thought about it, they had a myriad of thoughts. So, the fifth level of yin-yang essence might exist. How can invincible saint kill his opponent so easily? One had to know that the one from the heaven-defying alliance had broken through to the saint realm with the strongest fourth level of yin-yang essence. These were all questions worth pondering. Forget it. There's no point in thinking so much. Our main task is to find a successor. The red-haired old man looked at Fong Chun meaningfully. In just 3 days, Fong Chun fully comprehended the secret technique and began swallowing yin-yang pills. Whoosh! He swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Yin-yang essence had reached the fourth level and was very strong. He didn't have to worry about the yin-yang pills being too strong and causing harm to it. Just like that, after Fong Chun swallowed 1,000,000 yin-yang pills, there was finally a slight change in his yin-yang essence. Buzz! Yin-yang essence soared into the sky. Fong Chun could feel that the yin-yang qi and yin-yang qi were circulating faster and faster. They could even affect the surrounding space. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. 1,000,000 yin-yang pills allowed Fong Chun's yin-yang essence to increase by 1,000 feet, reaching 11,000 feet. This was a breakthrough. The red-haired old man and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. They shouted excitedly. 1,000 feet was nothing for ordinary martial artists. But for Fong Chun, who had the fourth level of yin-yang essence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To achieve such an effect, in addition to the exquisite secret technique, there was also a large number of yin-yang pills. Continue. Fong Chun looked up and continued swallowing the yin-yang pills in front of him. The old men discussed and prepared to give Fong Chun all the yin-yang pills in the abyss of God's corpses. By the way, take out all the yin-yang pills we've accumulated over the years, the red-haired old man said. His eyes were shining. He wanted to know what Fong Chun's limit was. Chapter 3467. Abyss of the God's Corpse, White Jade Square. Fong Chun was devouring yin and yang pills, and the yin-yang essence above his head was also growing rapidly. The yin-yang essence formed by the black and white matter was extremely powerful and complemented each other. One could vaguely feel a trace of terrifying origin aura. Amazing! The black-haired elder exclaimed. The red-haired elder was full of praise for Fong Chun. Fong Chun's yin-yang essence had really frightened them. The will of all demons is yin, and the will of all things is yang. One yin and one yang, forming yin-yang essence. It's too terrifying. Once upon a time, a long time ago, it was a legend so long ago that they had only heard of it when they were children. It was said that at that time, someone had used the will of all demons and the will of all things to form yin-yang essence. His combat strength was explosive, and he had just entered the saint realm and had already comprehended 3 origins. It was difficult to find a match in the saint realm. In the long years that followed, he cultivated wholeheartedly and completely comprehended the 5 origins of heaven and earth. From there, he merged with the way and became the prime of chaos. Of course, this was just a legend. It was extremely unreliable. After all, the five origins were born when the chaos first formed. They were unique and completely different. It was almost impossible to merge the five origins. This was also the reason why the primal chaos supremes had already become legends. The elders stared at Feng Chun. The latter's potential was unparalleled. As long as he could survive, he would definitely become an invincible saint. As for whether he could become the legendary prime of chaos, it was hard to say. I'm really curious. How strong will he be after entering the saint realm? The red-haired elder sighed. Time passed. The red-haired elder placed all the yin and yang pills they had accumulated in front of Feng Chun. The yin and yang pills piled up higher than a mountain. There were tens of billions of them. If the outside world knew about this, even the top saint realm experts would go crazy over it. After all, after the Battle of Gods, the world was broken and cultivation resources were extremely scarce. In the Battle of Gods, most of the cultivation resources were basically monopolized by the Heaven-defying Alliance. Ordinary warriors could only rely on themselves if they wanted to cultivate. The yin and yang pills were even more important. Ordinary saints, such as the Blood King and a first-level Saint King, were worth at most 1,000,000 yin and yang pills. The number of yin and yang pills on the white jade square had increased by 1,000 times. One could only imagine how huge it was. There are so many yin and yang pills. I wonder how much he can absorb. 1 billion should be the limit. The number one genius of all time cannot be measured by common sense. The old men discussed with each other. 10 years later, Feng Chun had absorbed 100 million yin and yang pills. His yin and yang essence had increased to 1,500 zhang. This had already exceeded the limits of the fourth stage yin-yang essence. The old men were extremely shocked. However, Feng Chun's subsequent growth made their jaws drop. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After spending 300 years, Feng Chun actually managed to completely absorb the 10 billion yin and yang pills. It was too terrifying. Even the old men's gazes towards Feng Chun had turned wooden. They felt that this fellow in front of them was not a super genius who had cultivated for a short period of time. Instead, he was more like the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse from a long time ago. 1. After 300 years of tempering, Feng Chun's invincible sword qi had become even sharper. During this period of time, apart from absorbing yin and yang pills and condensing yin and yang essence, he had also been comprehending the sword principle. He was a sword principle genius, and now his understanding of the sword principle had become even deeper. Dong! One day, he suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the terrifying yin and yang essence in the sky let out a deafening sound. A suffocating aura instantly spread out and shrouded the entire white jade square. Roar! The roar of the sword beast came from afar, and it was filled with fear. Even the old men could not help but tremble. The yin and yang essence of 3,000 zhang was too powerful. Just this pressure alone was enough to easily crush an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. Terrifying. The old men were dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. Although they had witnessed Feng Chun's growth in the past 300 years, they were still shocked when they saw Feng Chun's yin and yang essence of 3,000 zhang. Is this the limit? Feng Chun murmured. After absorbing 10 billion yin and yang pills, the yin and yang essence had finally reached its limit. 3,000 zhang was already the limit of the limit. The red-haired old man swore that no one had ever been able to raise the yin and yang essence to 3,000 zhang in all the legends he had seen and heard. Monster! The black-haired old man's voice trembled. Wang. Feng Chun withdrew the yin and yang essence with a thought. In an instant, the mighty yin and yang essence returned to his body, turning into a palm-sized yin and yang essence that slowly circulated, cleansing my body and honing my primordial spirit. I've gained a lot in the past 300 years. Feng Chun grinned. The growth of the yin and yang essence meant that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If he were to fight Mo Tao now, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. Even if it was a Blood King, he could kill him with one strike. I've accumulated a lot of power in my body. Fang Chen muttered. Although his strength had skyrocketed, there were also drawbacks. The yin and yang essence was extremely powerful, which also meant that it was more difficult to enter the saint state. Congratulations, congratulations. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a few old men walked over and greeted him with smiles. Who would have thought that in this era, I would be able to see the strongest genius of all time? That's right. Your potential is truly unparalleled in the past and present. I'm sure that you'll definitely enter the chaotic supreme state in the future. The old men were very satisfied with Fang Chen. Hurry up and persevere with your body and see if there are any changes. Although the red-haired old man was curious to what extent Fang Chen's combat strength had increased, he still restrained himself. Fang Chen nodded and began to check his body. First, he saw the changes in his primordial spirit. Tianhan scripture? Fang Chen murmured. He had been cultivating the Tianhan scripture. Now that 300 years had passed, his primordial spirit had quietly formed a core. At this moment, there was a golden core in his mind. This was the legendary primordial spirit golden core. When a martial artist's soul was cultivated to a high level, it would transform into a primordial spirit. And when the primordial spirit evolved, it would form a core and then a nascent soul. The so-called primordial spirit golden core was the nascent soul of the primordial spirit. It was said that a nascent soul cultivator could control the origin of heaven and earth with a thought. It was very terrifying. Primordial spirit golden core? Fang Chen was overjoyed. The stronger his primordial spirit, the stronger his survival ability. On the path of martial arts, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would not die. Fang Chen sighed. The Tianhan scripture was really a treasure. If he cultivated it alone, he did not know how long it would take for him to form a primordial spirit golden core. Now, he had formed a core in just 300 years. Although it was only a low-level golden core, it was enough. Just the pressure of the primordial spirit golden core alone could make him invincible in the yin-yang essence realm. Of course, there was also his physical body. His physical body had undergone a great transformation. It had evolved to the extreme. Sword-shaped scales covered the surface of his skin like armor, greatly increasing his defense. Fang Chen had tested it. The defense of the sword-shaped scales alone could withstand a full blow from a second-level Holy King. If he activated the Chaos Sword Body and formed a sword array, he could even withstand a third-level Holy King's attack. Amazing! Fang Chen clenched his fists and could not help but exclaim. In the past 300 years, he had really made a great leap. His strength had skyrocketed. Of course, the most important change was his yin and yang essence. 3,000 feet of yin and yang essence was beyond the scope of a genius. It was even more demonic than a demon. In the eyes of the old men, Fang Chen was destined to become the strongest existence in the world. Phew! After organizing his thoughts, Fang Chen cupped his hands at the old man. If it were not for his 10 billion yin and yang pills, he would not have transformed. The red-haired old man waved his hand, indicating that it was a small matter. Ever since their master died, they had been struggling to survive here. The yin and yang pills were useless to them. Let's go and test your strength. The black-haired old man could not wait to see how strong Fang Chen was. He grabbed his arm and quickly came to the edge of the mountain range in front of the white jade square. Most of the sword beasts in the mountain range are at the yin-yang essence realm. Only 4 of them are at the saint realm. Try it, said the black-haired old man. If their master had not died, there would be more sword beasts here. Fang Chen entered the mountain range and heard the roars of the beasts. Roar! The swarm of yin-yang essence realm sword beasts rushed toward Fang Chen. Buzz! A terrifying aura was released from Fang Chen's body. The might of his primordial spirit of the Jin dance spread out. Suddenly, the tide-like sword beasts retreated frantically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Just the aura of his primordial spirit was enough to intimidate the sword beasts at the yin-yang essence realm. The old men were very satisfied. Roar! When all the sword beasts retreated, a huge sword beast rushed toward Fang Chen from afar. It was a first-level Holy King sword beast. Boom! Fang Chun threw out a light punch. The first level Holy King sword beast flew backward and lost its ability to fight. This sword beast should be about the same as the Blood King, or slightly stronger. Fang Chun thought to himself. The power in his body surged. He was not afraid of a mere first-level Holy King. In the following time, Fang Chun still used his fists to defeat the second-level Holy King sword beasts. When the last sword beast appeared, Fang Chun's interest was piqued. This was a third-level Holy King sword beast. Its power was beyond imagination. He drew his sword for the first time. Sword chi surged. He and the sword beast clashed. Terrifying. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence, unparalleled in the world. His combat power is too exaggerated. With his current power, he should be able to defeat a third-level Holy King if he goes all out. But it will be difficult to kill him. Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. Fang Chun could defeat a third-level Holy King with his yin-yang essence realm cultivation. He was already considered a peerless genius on the battlefield of gods. Seeing Fang Chun fight with the sword beasts, the old men could not calm down. In my opinion, he can even escape unscathed from a fourth-level Holy King. Chapter 3468. Unparalleled potential had created an unprecedented freak. Fang Chun was now a super freak in the eyes of the old men. After a while, Fang Chun walked out of the mountain range. The huge mountain range was a mess. This was all caused by the battle between Fang Chun and the level 3 Saint Beast. Fortunately, the space in the Godfall battlefield was very strong. Otherwise, this area would have been destroyed. Amazing. At this moment, the old men were full of praise for Fang Chun. They couldn't use words to describe their feelings. He could kill a level 1 Saint Beast, suppress a level 2 Saint Beast, and even suppress a level 3 Saint Beast. This kind of strength was simply shocking. The red-haired old man had a new understanding of Fang Chun. He licked his dry lips and suppressed the shock in his heart. Senior, Fang Chun clasped his fist at the old man. He had come to the abyss of God's corpses to receive the complete inheritance. Before this, he had only reached the first stage of condensing the yin-yang essence. This tower is called the Origin Tower. It has 7 levels. You only need to pass the 3rd level to reach the yin-yang essence realm. The red-haired old man waved his hand. Suddenly, a magnificent tower appeared on the white jade square. The 7-level tower was surrounded by the aura of Origin. As soon as it appeared, it gave Fang Chun a sense of oppression. Be careful. Although the demonic beasts in the Origin Tower are all level 3 and below, they have Origin in their bodies and are stronger. The red-haired old man warned him. Fang Chun nodded and stepped into the Origin Tower. How many levels do you think he can pass? The black-haired old man asked curiously. He can fight with a level 3 Saint King Sword Beast and suppress it. He should be able to pass the 3rd level easily in the Origin Tower. Nonsense. I also know he can pass. The question is whether he can pass the 7th level. This was what the black-haired old man was most concerned about. The red-haired old man shook his head in disbelief. It's difficult. The demonic beasts in the Origin Tower are very strong. They can use Origin to attack. The few people present knew very well how powerful the Origin was. As they were discussing, Fang Chun had already arrived at the 1st level of the Origin Tower. It was a vast and boundless space with no end in sight. Fang Chun stood on the wasteland, feeling the heat coming from all directions. So hot. Fang Chun frowned. Soon, he felt relieved. The 1st level of the Origin Tower contained a powerful origin of fire. Roar. Deafening roars of beasts could be heard. Fang Chun raised his head and looked over. Far off in the distance, a vast horde of demonic beasts was charging toward them like 10,000 galloping horses. 1st level Holy King? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Most of the demonic beasts were 1st level Holy Kings. He heaved a sigh of relief. If these were all 3rd level Holy Kings, then it would be troublesome. They are fire-attributed beasts. Fang Chun could sense the origin of fire in their bodies. Voila! In the blink of an eye, many demonic beasts had already arrived in front of Fang Chun. They opened their bloody mouths and spewed out scorching flames, instantly burning the entire sky. Origin. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. The origin of fire was too scorching. It was the purest ancestor of fire in the world. It was very domineering. He had no doubt that those flames would kill even the Blood King and the others instantly if they were tainted. Fight! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, took out the hidden star sword, and began to fight. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi shot out one after another. The origin sword technique was fully activated. Swoosh! Wherever the sword chi passed, the power of metal would cut. The demonic beasts could not dodge and were instantly sliced apart by the hidden star sword. Roar! The demonic beast's roars shook the sky and surrounded Fang Chen. However, the latter was not frightened. So, the origin could be used like this. A brand new door seemed to have opened in Fang Chen's mind. His eyes were burning as he rushed into the horde of demonic beasts with his sword. In the following time, he began to kill crazily. At the same time, he was also absorbing the demonic beast's methods of using the origin. As time passed, the number of demonic beasts Fang Chen killed increased. At a glance, the mountains and plains were filled with the corpses of demonic beasts. At this moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was flowing with a golden luster. This was the origin of metal. To be precise, it should be the wrinkled form of the origin of metal. Back then, the master of mortal refinement had refined the hidden star sword for him. As it had absorbed a large amount of termination soldier spiritual liquid, it had caused a mutation, and a trace of the origin was derived from it. And this origin was the origin of metal, which was known for its sharpness. Now, the origin was getting richer and richer, and the wrinkled form had already appeared. If the few old guys in the outside world saw it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The wrinkled form of the origin was an extremely important process of comprehending the origin. Being able to condense the wrinkled form of the origin basically meant that one would definitely be able to comprehend the origin in the future. The power of the hidden star sword was getting stronger and stronger. The golden luster released a terrifying aura that was incomparably sharp and could split the sky and earth. Pucci. When the last demonic beast died under the hidden star sword, Fang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After days of high-intensity battles, he had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he could finally rest for a while. Time flew by. Half a month later, the few old men were discussing with each other, guessing which floor Fang Chen had entered. At this moment, the door of the origin tower opened. Fang Chen walked out of it. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and immediately asked, "Which floor did you reach?" No one doubted that it would be no problem for him to pass. What they were curious about was, with Fang Chen's talent, which floor could he reach? The 7th floor. Fang Chen said calmly. What? The red-haired old man's eyes widened, and his breathing became a little rapid. You said you reached the 7th floor? He grabbed Fang Chen's arm and lost his composure. It was no wonder that he would act like this. Since the Origin Tower was established, no one in the Yinyang Origin realm had reached the 7th floor. Old man, you've lost your composure. The black-haired old man and the others suppressed their curiosity and spoke out. The red-haired old man also realized that he had lost his composure and smiled at Fang Chen awkwardly. The demonic beasts on the 7th level are all at the level of 3rd level Holy Kings. However, the way they use their origin is unimaginable. Their combat power has even surpassed that of a 4th level Holy Emperor. After I entered, I was immediately thrown out. Fang Chen sighed. The demonic beasts on the 7th floor were too abnormal. However, what he did not know was that in the hearts of the old men, he was the real abnormal. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I never thought that I would be able to witness a miracle one day. After a long while, the red-haired old man sighed. By the way, did you comprehend a trace of origin? The black-haired old man hurriedly asked. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. With a buzz, the sword was surrounded by origin. Seeing this, the few old men were speechless. But soon, they felt relieved. It was a miracle for a yin-yang origin realm cultivator to reach the 7th floor in one go. If he could even do this, what was a mere origin? He would comprehend it sooner or later. The origin is wrinkled, and it's a perfect wrinkled shape, the red-haired old man said. You will definitely be able to comprehend the origin of gold in 10 years at the latest. Comprehending the origin would allow one to enter the saint realm. They were very curious. When Fang Chun entered the saint realm, how exaggerated would his combat power be? It had to be said that the origin tower was really strange. In the tower, one could feel a thick origin at all times. Fighting with demonic beasts could also deepen one's comprehension of origin. With all these reasons combined, Fang Chen's comprehension improved by leaps and bounds. After leaving the origin tower, he could clearly feel that the origin in the air was very thin. Did you feel it? The red-haired old man smiled. After the battle of gods, heaven and earth shattered. It's not easy to maintain this state. This is also why the various sacred lands, forbidden lands, and ancestral lands are so crazy. Sacred lands, forbidden lands, ancestral lands. Relatively speaking, they were more complete and the origin was very rich, making it easier to cultivate. The top forces would all occupy a place. For example, the Heaven-Defying Alliance, in addition to occupying a sacred land, also occupied a forbidden land. This was also why their position as the overlord was unshakable. In addition to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, there were some weaker forces that also occupied their own mountains. It seemed that he would have to pay a visit to the Heaven-Defying Alliance when he had time. The red-haired old man asserted that Fang Chun would be able to completely comprehend the origin of gold in less than 10 years. At the same time, he also told Fang Chun not to let others know unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Also, his unparalleled yin-yang origin energy of 30,000 feet could not be exposed. Fang Chun nodded. He also understood this point. This was his greatest trump card. I've already passed the second test. How many more are there? Fang Chun asked. There were originally 2 more tests, but you only need to pass one, the red-haired old man said. One of the tests tested the primordial spirit. Fang Chun's primordial spirit had already formed a core, so he met the requirements. However, the rewards that should be given would not be small. Previously, you cultivated the heavenly soul scripture. The reward for this primordial spirit test is the complete holy soul scripture. Fang Chun was puzzled. The red-haired old man explained. Although the heavenly soul scripture was powerful, it was only suitable for ordinary primordial spirit golden core martial artists. Fang Chun was a supreme genius, so he naturally had to cultivate a more advanced primordial spirit mystic technique. You have to remember that if you want to cultivate the holy soul scripture, you have to cultivate the heavenly soul scripture to perfection as soon as possible. That way, cultivating the holy soul scripture will be twice the result with half the effort. The red-haired old man reminded. He also told Fang Chun that cultivating the holy soul scripture to the extreme could allow the primordial spirit to form the nascent soul. Nascent soul? That was a legend. Even Fang Chun was surprised. The greater the potential, the more difficult it is to break through. You have to be prepared. No matter how thorny the road ahead is, you have to charge through it fearlessly. The old man said with a smile. Looking at the Holy Soul Scripture book in his hand, Fang Chun felt emotional. If he could obtain a powerful inheritance, others would be able to do so as well. Moreover, some people had inheritances from ancient times and their bloodlines were respected. Their starting point was higher than his. They had been cultivating in the Godsfall battlefield and had countless resources. Their strength was definitely not weak. These people would become his opponents in the future. The road ahead was long and thorny. Chapter 3469. Fang Chun didn't know what the final test was. A palace appeared out of thin air on the white jade square. According to the red-haired old man and the others, all the tests were in this palace. You'll know when you go in, the old men said. Fang Chun took a step forward and entered the palace. Buzz. When he stepped through the gate of the palace, he suddenly felt that the half-perfect bloodline in his body was agitated. What's going on? Fang Chun frowned and tried to suppress his agitated bloodline. However, it was useless. The more he tried to suppress it, the more agitated his bloodline became. In the end, even he felt helpless. Bloodline matches. Pass. Suddenly, a mechanical voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chun was stunned and somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't the last test be the most difficult? Why did he pass it so easily? Wait, the mechanical voice just said that the bloodline matches. Could it be that this test is the bloodline? Thinking of this, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at his bloodline. At this time, the half-perfect bloodline was no longer agitated. It flowed gently, and layers of blood-red halos escaped from his blood vessels. It was very strange. What's going on? His half-perfect bloodline came from the Bloodline King's plan. What did it have to do with the God Corpse Abyss? Master left behind 3 successors. They all have special secret techniques. Although they don't have half-perfect bloodlines, they have the secret techniques to create half-perfect bloodlines. The mechanical voice sounded again. But later, 2 of his disciples died, and the last one went missing. You must be that person's successor, right? Hearing this, Fang Chun suddenly understood. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He didn't expect the Bloodline King to be the successor of the God Corpse Abyss Master. No wonder his half-perfect bloodline met the requirements and passed directly. Master always thought that there was a perfect bloodline in the world, so he devoted himself to research and create a perfect bloodline. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. After listening to the mechanical voice, Fang Chun finally understood. Although the God Corpse Abyss Master died, he mastered a secret technique and taught it to his 3 disciples. He was the Bloodline King. This was also why Fang Chun had followed the Bloodline King's guidance step by step and possessed a half-perfect bloodline. Master said that the perfect bloodline is the key to becoming a primal chaos sovereign. What? Fang Chun exclaimed. However, the mechanical voice did not answer his question. You have successfully passed the Master's test. You can be considered the successor of the Master's bloodline. Remember, the Master's name is Xueqi Saint. He is an invincible saint. Finally, the mechanical voice informed Fang Chun. After passing the test, one would be able to obtain some benefits. In fact, this was what Fang Chun really cared about. Before Master died, he paid a great price and risked his life to research the perfect bloodline. As a result, he basically used up all of his cultivation resources, and there aren't many left. The mechanical voice said, "You can obtain 3 opportunities." 3 opportunities? Fang Chun was a little tempted. The opportunities left behind by the invincible sage were not simple. He had gained enough from the abyss of god corpses over the years. The first one is the Master's comprehension of the origin. As the voice fell, a golden book appeared in front of Fang Chun. He took the book and flipped through it. He was stunned. This was a complete record of the origin of gold. It was also the life's work of Xueqi Saint. Fang Chun held the book tightly. His heart was surging with emotions. An invincible saint's comprehension of the origin was of amazing value. If he could learn and comprehend it, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort on his path of origin comprehension. In this book, all of the Master's comprehension of the origin of gold are recorded. Study it well. After that, a puppet suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chun. That's not right. Fang Chun was suspicious. It was obviously a puppet, but why could he feel its chi and blood? It was a little unbelievable. This is the saint puppet. Master personally refined it. It has the battle strength of the saint realm. Fang Chun was speechless. He did not expect the puppet in front of him to have the battle strength of the saint realm. To control the saint puppet, you need blood crystals. Before the Master died, he used up most of the blood crystals, leaving only 10. If you put in 1 blood crystal, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a first-level holy king. If you put in 2, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a second-level holy king. If you put in 9, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of a 9th-level holy king. If you put in 10, the saint puppet would have the battle strength of an invincible saint. It would be almost invincible below the primordial chaos. Fong Chen's eyes were burning. This was the real killer weapon. The only pity was that there were only 10 blood crystals in total. Every time he used one, there would be one less. He could not waste it. There are countless opportunities in the God-perishing battlefield. You could try to find them and see if you can get a blood crystal. Fong Chun shook his head. You probably cannot find it. How could such a heaven-defying crystal like the blood crystal be found so easily? Even if there was, with his strength, he would not be able to compete. When he had the strength to compete, he probably would not need the saint puppet. Fong Chun pursed his lips. The saint puppet was indeed a great help at this stage. With the help of the saint puppet, he could kill a 3rd-level holy king and even challenge a 4th-level holy emperor. The 5 Elements Holy Realm was a general name for a major realm. Warriors in this realm were called true saints. True saints from 1st to 3rd level were called holy kings. True saints from 4th to 6th level were called holy emperors. True saints from 7th to 9th level were real saints. Fong Chun put away the saint puppet and blood crystal. At this time, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your half-perfect bloodline is very special. Under special conditions, it is possible to condense a blood crystal. This news caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. His bloodline could actually condense a blood crystal? It was unbelievable. But don't think too much. The blood crystal is too precious. The conditions to condense it are very harsh. It can only be found by chance. Finally, the mechanical voice informed him. Unless it was a last resort, he should not let others know that he had a blood crystal. Otherwise, he would be killed. Fong Chun guessed that the death of the blood cavalry saint was most likely related to the perfect bloodline and the blood crystal. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he did not ask and waited for the 3rd opportunity. The 3rd opportunity is an opportunity to transform. It is very likely that your half-perfect bloodline will transform into a real perfect bloodline. Hearing this, Fong Chun was dumbfounded. The perfect bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the legends. However, you are too weak now. You have not comprehended the origin. You cannot try it. The mechanical voice informed him that he had to comprehend at least 3 origins before he could try it. Fong Chun curled his lips and felt a little regretful. Now, he had only barely comprehended the origin. He did not know when he could truly comprehend the origin. Therefore, he gave up. I can only come back after I comprehend 3 origins. Fong Chun was very curious about the perfect bloodline. He made up his mind to come back in the future. Buzz. Suddenly, the pictures on the wall in front of the palace moved. Fong Chun saw a battlefield filled with smoke. There were women and children, the old and weak, sick and disabled, and children. They were innocent, but they were mercilessly killed by the knights riding the blood dragon. We Star Knights are the strongest knights. Our bloodline is the most noble. You're just a mixed blood. How dare you try to study the perfect bloodline? Ridiculous. Kill them, the leading Star Knight ordered. The entire area instantly turned into a hell of Azura. Dong. Fong Chun was shocked. He looked at those arrogant Star Knights and grimaced in hatred. They're all old, weak, sick, and disabled people who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Too cruel. Rip. In the picture, blood flowed like a river and bones were piled up like a mountain. The Star Knights said that they would hunt down all the descendants of the Blood Knight Saint and then left. The picture was cut off here. Fong Chun took a long time to recover from his anger. Huff. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Star Knights? He guessed that the Star Knights should be the enemies of the Blood Knight Saint. And listening to their words, it seemed that they were also studying the perfect bloodline. The Blood Knight Saint was most likely from their force. Fong Chun clenched his fists. No matter what, these Star Knights should be killed. Your emotional fluctuations meet the requirements. The mechanical voice came. Fong Chun looked down, and a blood-red token appeared in his hand. After you have comprehended the 3 types of origin, activate the token and you can come here. Fong Chun understood. It turned out that the picture just now, in addition to letting him know the enemies of the Blood Knight Saint, was also a test for him. Seeing the old and weak being mercilessly killed. If he didn't hate, he was most likely a devil. The Blood Knight Saint would never allow such a person to transform into a perfect bloodline and harm the world. Huff. Fong Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and bowed deeply to the wall. Okay, you can leave. The mechanical voice said, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Outside the palace, several old men waited anxiously. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened. He's out. Seeing Fong Chen coming out, they hurried over. Coming out so quickly, did he fail? Sigh. What a pity for such a genius. They all thought that Fong Chen failed and didn't pass. Little friend, no need to be sad. Although you didn't pass the last round, your potential is unparalleled. In the near future, you will definitely dominate the world. Yes, little friend. Fong Chen was stunned. When he came out, his mind was recalling the old and weak that were killed. His emotions were erratic, and he was actually misunderstood by them. Seniors, I passed. Fong Chen smiled. What? They didn't believe it. Little friend, it's okay to fail, The black-haired old man comforted Fong Chen. I really passed. Dong. At this moment, the palace shook and thundered. After the old men heard it, their bodies trembled and they looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Their eyes burned with passion, as if they were about to devour Fong Chen. Ha ha ha. I already said that, little friend, with your talent, you will definitely pass. Little friend, tell us, what is the test of this round? What benefits did you get after passing? Chapter 3470. The old men stared at Fong Chen with burning eyes. The latter shrugged and gave a simple explanation. As for bloodline compatibility, he skipped over it. After hearing this, they couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect Fong Chen to pass the test. Amazing. The red-haired old man gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. They increasingly believed that with Fong Chen's potential, it was very likely that he would step into the chaotic supremacy level in the future. If someone is destined to become the chaotic supremacy in this era, it will definitely be you. The vast battlefield of Godfall had developed rapidly over the countless years. There were countless geniuses in the heaven-defying alliance. However, the old men were extremely confident in Fong Chen. The guy in front of them was a monster that even their master, the Blood Cavalry Saint, recognized. His potential was even more unprecedented. I dare say that even the heaven-defying alliance doesn't have a genius with an yin-yang essence of 3,000 feet. The black-haired old man stroked his beard and chuckled. In the following time, the old men chatted a lot with Fong Chen. They even mentioned the Heavenly Knights. In the white jade square, Fong Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. After he left, the abyss of god corpses would disappear again. He wouldn't be able to come here again until he mastered the three origins. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time. The environment of the abyss of god corpses was very suitable for his cultivation. As time passed, Fong Chen's strength also improved by leaps and bounds. However, his cultivation was still unable to break through to the saint realm. 100 years later, Fong Chen woke up leisurely. Sword chi crisscrossed his body. A terrifying sword hum resounded through the sky and startled the old men. Whoosh! The void flickered and the old men instantly appeared. You're out of seclusion? The red-haired old man stared at Fong Chen curiously. He increasingly felt that Fong Chen was unfathomable. How was it? The black-haired old man asked. Fong Chen ran the chant of the origin sword art in his mind. After 100 years of cultivation, he had completely comprehended the origin sword art and cultivated 3 moves of the second level. So far, he had cultivated 6 moves of the origin sword art. Fong Chen took a deep breath as primordial chaos, sword, chi, circulated on the surface of his skin. He sighed to himself. The Hunyuan swordsmanship was extremely powerful. If he mastered 6 moves, it would be enough to kill a normal 3rd-level Holy King. However, the same could not be said for Saint Kings who were equally monstrous. For example, the monstrous geniuses of the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, other than the Chaos Origin Sword Art, he also comprehended the heaven-slashing alchemy technique. This was an extremely powerful secret technique. He had only cultivated a small part of it, but he could already feel its terrifying power. Senior, Fang Chun rolled his eyes and looked at the red-haired elder. I've gained something from my cultivation. I wonder if I can test it out. Of course you can. You can attack me directly. The red-haired old man's strength was at the level of a Saint Emperor. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast power swept out. There's no need to hold back. Just attack. Fang Chen nodded and performed the primordial chaos sword art. Whoosh! One sword after another, the terrifying sword radiance became faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a rain of swords. In the rain of swords, there were 6 dazzling sword radiances that blended together. They emitted a dazzling light and shot toward the red-haired old man. Condense. The red-haired old man shouted and spread out his hands. The void around him fluctuated. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, trying to catch the 6 sword radiances. Crack! When the red-haired old man's hands came into contact with the sword radiances, there was a crackling sound. Origin energy circulated around the red-haired old man and crushed the sword radiances. Break! The power of Saint Emperor was undoubtedly revealed. The terrifying origin energy bombarded the sword radiances wildly. Right at this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have expected this. He found the right opportunity and activated the last sword radiance. He skillfully avoided the red-haired old man's restraint and stabbed toward the red-haired old man's head at lightning speed. Seeing this, the red-haired old man was also stunned. He immediately freed a hand to block it. Crack! The sword radiance was forcefully diverted and slashed across the red-haired old man's shoulder. Hiss! Hiss! When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a deep breath of cold air. At this moment, the red-haired old man's shoulder was bleeding. Apparently, he was injured. Wonderful. Knowing that he can't fight back, he found a chance to avoid the origin energy attack and hurt the red-haired old man. It's unimaginable that an yin-yang origin realm can hurt the red-haired old man, who is a Saint Emperor. They knew that the red-haired old man was afraid of hurting Fang Chun and did not use his full strength. However, Fang Chun could do this. It was already very terrifying. Bang! The last sword radiance exploded not far behind the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man was surrounded by origin energy. His domineering aura swept across the sky. Not bad. The red-haired old man nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's combat strength. With your current strength, you're almost invincible among Saint Kings. Senior, I still have one more move. Fang Chun shook his head. He was a little disappointed. The 6th move of the Hunyuan sword art had only injured the red-haired old man's shoulder. And it was obvious that the red-haired old man had not used his full strength. This move is my strongest killing move so far. Senior, be careful. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes lit up. There's more? The red-haired old man chuckled. Bring it on. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand. The aura of metal origin energy spread out. However, compared to the red-haired old man's origin energy, it was obviously much weaker. Sky-severing alchemy technique. Fang Chun growled. His wrist shook and the hidden star sword danced. In the sky, a terrifying sword shadow appeared out of thin air. This is feeling the power of this sword. The red-haired old man was actually a little flustered. What kind of secret technique is this? The shock this sword brought to the red-haired old man was simply too great. The pressure from the depths of his origin spirit made him lose his mind for a moment. Rip! The sword shadow, carrying an unparalleled aura of metal origin energy, whizzed past and blasted toward the red-haired old man. Dong! Dong! The red-haired old man waved his hands and collided with the sword shadow. Dust flew and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. Old man red. The other old men exclaimed. They were also stunned. They didn't expect Fang Chun to have such a heaven-defying method. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chun retracted his hand and felt the vibration brought by the blood. His heart rippled. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too powerful. Moreover, there was an indescribable power that suppressed the red-haired old man, allowing him to succeed easily. After the thick smoke dissipated, The red-haired old man got up from the ground in a slightly sorry state. He ignored his injuries and quickly walked toward Fong Chun. "Young friend, where did you get the secret technique that you just used?" The red-haired old man asked hurriedly. The others also stared at Fong Chun intently. This secret technique was too strange. It could actually suppress their primordial spirits without them noticing. They were saint emperors, but in the face of this secret technique, they were actually in a trance. What if it was a weak saint ruler? They didn't dare to think about it. It was simply too terrifying. "I got it by accident," Fong Chun said. He naturally wouldn't say that he got it from the saint altar in his hometown. "Young friend, this secret technique is not simple. It can suppress my origin spirit with an invisible power. It is very likely to be the unique technique of the invincible saint." The red-haired old man concluded that this secret technique didn't belong to the blood cavalry saint. Then, did it mean that Fong Chun also got the inheritance of other invincible saints? Or was it a half-step supreme? With this secret technique, you can sweep away all saint kings. Even the prodigies of the heaven-defying alliance are no match for you. After a long time, the red-haired old man came back to his senses. However, don't use it rashly. This secret technique is too powerful. Even if an invincible saint sees it, he will be tempted. The slightest carelessness will lead to a fatal disaster. Killing and looting was the most common thing in the God's Fall battlefield. "Thank you for your reminder." Fong Chun thanked him. After this battle, the old men were even more optimistic about Fong Chun. They even thought that Fong Chun could surpass their master, the blood cavalry saint, in the future. It had been a long time since he entered the abyss of God's corpse. It was time to leave. Before Fong Chun left, the old men kept telling him to master the 3 origins as soon as possible and then come to the abyss of God's corpse. "I will." Fong Chun clenched his fists and nodded. With a flash of white light, Fong Chun found that he had left the abyss of God's corpse. He looked around and found that he was still on the Corpse Head continent. "This is the Blood King Palace. Leave quickly, or you will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, a reprimanding voice came. Fong Chun turned his head to look. There were a few martial artists at the great perfection stage approaching. There was a red mark on their clothes. It was the mark of the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace? Fong Chun frowned. Did the Blood King Palace come here for the primordial chaos? The people of the Blood King Palace surrounded Fong Chun, and a terrifying murderous intent spread out. Fong Chun looked calm as he stared at them. Since when did the scenic demon weave become the territory of the Blood King Palace? Fong Chun asked. Who do you think you are? How dare you question the Blood King Palace? Go to hell. The leader punched at Fong Chun's head. Fong Chun's eyes emitted a cold golden light. He stood motionless, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered. When the fist of the man from Blood Palace came into contact with Fong Chun, he was instantly sent flying. Elder. The others turned their heads to look and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their elder's bones were shattered, and he had lost his vitality. You killed our elder? Damn you. You offended the Blood King Palace. No one can save you. The few of them glared at Fong Chun, wanting to take revenge. Only one of them was pale and trembling. Run. He didn't say a word and fled directly. The others were hot-headed and besieged Fong Chun. Bang, bang, bang. After jabbing out a few times, the head of the Blood Monarch Palace's disciple rolled on the ground. Condense. Then Fong Chun pointed his finger. Suddenly, the void around the fleeing man froze, and even his body was imprisoned. Senior, please spare my life. He was scared out of his wits and begged for mercy. Answer my question or die, Fong Chun said indifferently. Chapter 3471. The man from the Blood Palace was imprisoned. His face was dim and his heart was filled with fear. He widened his eyes and stared at Fong Chun. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He was also in the completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm, and his strength was considered top in the Blood Palace. But how could the person in front of him suppress him so easily? He trembled and gave up resisting. Who are you? The man from the Blood Palace asked in a trembling voice. What has happened in the Blood Palace all these years? The man from the Blood Palace was puzzled. Fong Chun said the name of the Blood King. The man's eyes flickered, and he finally told him what had happened. He told Fong Chun that the Blood King had been in seclusion since his return. Not long ago, he had successfully come out. It was said that he had the support of the ancient experts in the Blood Sea territory to invade the primordial chaos. After knowing the whole story, Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had happened in the primordial chaos these years. Thinking of the Blood King, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Humph, I haven't gone to find you, but you come to find me?" Fong Chun sneered, and then he killed the man from the Blood Palace with a finger. Then he waved his hand again to set up a formation to seal the space crack. After cultivating for 300 years, his strength had reached an unprecedented level, and his understanding of formations was deeper. Even a third-level Holy King would find it difficult to break the formation. There are basically no third-level Holy Kings in the nearby territory. Very few people know about this. As long as I kill the Blood King, the primordial chaos will continue to be peaceful. Not long after, Fong Chun came to the sacred fire continent. "Stop right there." In front of a floating palace, a guard shouted at Fong Chun to stop. At the same time, many warriors in the completion of Yin-Yang Origin Realm flew out of the mansion. They surrounded Fong Chun in an aggressive manner. "Humph, you bastard from the Demon Vision Palace. Even if the sacred fire continent dies, we will drag you down with us," one of them said angrily. Another person held a long spear and pointed at Fong Chun with murderous intent. "What? Did the Scenic Devil Palace only send you? You want my sacred fire continent to merge with your Devil Scenic Palace, then slowly weaken our strength before finally destroying us all? Your devilish Scenic Palace is truly scheming. Cut the crap. Since you're here, you can stay here forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the spear took the initiative to attack. With a low roar, the long spear in his hand pierced through the sky, shooting out a bright spear light that pierced straight towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun was a little stunned. He had not expected the sacred fire continent to be in such a state. The Scenic Devil Palace Master, Mo Tao, had already been slain by him. Unless the three experts behind the Scenic Devil Palace intervened, no one could stop Yang Kuan. But now, the sacred fire continent was heavily guarded. They were prepared to engage in an internecine struggle with Scenic Fiend Palace. Fong Chun shook his head and sighed. He didn't dodge. Seeing that the spear light was about to reach him, he lifted his palms, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, two of his fingers caught the terrifying spear light. Crack! He exerted a little force, and the powerful spear light shattered with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, the people of the Sacred Fire Continent were completely stunned. Even the person who had attacked was filled with shock. But at this moment, he could no longer stop. "Let's die together." He activated the energy in his body and prepared to self-destruct. Swoosh! Fong Chun stomped his feet, and his figure disappeared into the void. In the next second, his palm pressed down on the shoulder of the man with the long spear. The energy that was about to explode in the latter's body instantly quieted down. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy rippled out. "Stop!" The crowd roared furiously. They thought that Fong Chun was going to kill someone. "I'm not from Scenic Fiend Palace." Fong Chun's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The people of the Sacred Fire Continent aren't cowards." With that, they prepared to continue attacking. Fong Chun flicked his wrist and threw the man with the long spear out. The crowd caught him, and Fong Chun's voice rang out again. "If I wanted to kill someone, would you still be standing here?" Fong Chun shrugged. The crowd's expression changed, especially the man with the long spear who had just survived. He was even more confused. "Are you really not from Scenic Fiend Palace?" After a while, someone stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Yang Kuan?" Fong Chun asked directly. "Tell him that Fong Chun is here." The crowd looked at each other, not knowing if Fong Chun was telling the truth. A person in the crowd patted his head and quickly walked to Fong Chun's side. "Greetings, sir." The man's body trembled, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He recalled what Yang Kuan had said. He had mentioned Fong Chun in an extremely respectful tone. What? The others exclaimed. They didn't expect the person in front of them to be Yang Kuen's master. They were shocked. They had just wanted to surround him. After some explanation, the crowd finally knew Fong Chen's true identity. Sir Fong, we are truly sorry, the leader said apologetically. Fong Chun waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Scenic Fiend Palace wants to annex the sacred fire continent. Fong Chun went straight to the point. When he first arrived, the sacred fire continent was like a frightened bird, threatening to fight to the death with Scenic Fiend Palace. Thinking about it, there must be something that no one knew. The crowd chimed in and told Fong Chun the truth. It turned out that 300 years ago, not long after Yang Kuen returned, he met the remaining expert of the Sacred Fire Continent and obtained a secret technique that could allow a peak Yang Essence realm martial artist to reach the level of great fulfillment in a short time. After that, Yang Kuen used this technique to continuously recruit independent martial artists to strengthen the Sacred Fire Continent. Finally, one day, Yang Kuen believed that the Sacred Fire Continent's strength was enough to contend with Scenic Fiend Palace. He led the crowd and declared that he would enforce justice and flatten Scenic Fiend Palace. In the war that followed, Scenic Fiend Palace was forced to retreat. As their only Saint Realm expert, Mo Tao, had fallen, no one could withstand Yang Kuen's might. In just 3 months, Yang Kuen led the crowd to Scenic Fiend Mountain and threatened Scenic Fiend Palace. At that time, everyone in Scenic Fiend Weave believed that the world was about to change. From then on, Scenic Fiend Weave would belong to the Sacred Fire Continent. However, at the critical moment, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Palace. Smoke filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that the strongest expert of the Sacred Fire Continent, Yang Kuen, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The entire world was shocked. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Only then did they realize that Scenic Fiend Palace's foundation was unfathomable. Yang Kuen was seriously injured, and Scenic Fiend Palace began to counterattack. The Sacred Fire Continent was no match and finally retreated here. As for Scenic Fiend Palace's power, it was rapidly increasing. Some said that one of the 3 remaining experts behind Scenic Fiend Palace had recovered from his injuries. He had successfully recovered and attacked Yang Kuen. Others said that the person who had attacked was another saint from Scenic Fiend Palace. For a time, Scenic Fiend Weave was in turmoil. Recently, Scenic Fiend Palace publicly announced that the Sacred Fire Continent had betrayed them. Within a month, if they did not surrender, they would besiege the city and slaughter them all. Fong Chun frowned and asked about Yang Kuen's whereabouts. Everyone told him that after Yellow Ox and his brothers escorted Yang Kuen back, they entered the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Mountain and were isolated from the world. They had not come out since. They could not even send a message. Now that the Sacred Fire Continent was in great danger, they could only fight to the death. Fong Chun guessed that Yellow Ox and his brothers had sent Yang Kuen into the forbidden area behind Scenic Fiend Mountain to seek help from the remaining expert. This is getting more and more interesting. Fong Chen's eyes were cold. After killing Mo Tao, he thought that Scenic Fiend Palace would crumble. He did not expect the 3 remaining experts to attack. Let's go see Yang Kuen first. Although he was furious, he still held it in. He wanted to see how Yang Kuen was doing. Boom! However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged from the distant horizon, sweeping across the land in an instant. Oh no, the people from Scenic Fiend Palace are here. Everyone's expression changed as they cried out involuntarily. Fong Chun raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a power that could destroy the world surging over from the sky. Oh well, since you've delivered yourselves to me, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and gestured for everyone to retreat into the mansion. Then, he waved his hand and set up a formation to protect the mansion. A moment later, a crowd of people came through the air and landed in front of the floating mansion. The leader was a half-step saint. His body flickered with the image of origin and his aura shook. When he saw Fong Chun, he was also stunned. What? Are all the people from the Sacred Fire Continent dead? Are you the only one who came out? The 1-month deadline is up. Have you people from the Sacred Fire Continent made up your mind? Yang Kuan is destined to die. Don't follow him to the end. That's a mistake. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Scenic Fiend Palace's lineup was very strong. Based on their strength, the Sacred Fire Continent was no match for them. Everyone in the mansion was very nervous and prepared to die at any moment. Outside the mansion, Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. He was calm and collected. Are you done talking? When the people from Scenic Fiend Palace finished speaking, Fong Chun asked, The people from Scenic Fiend Palace were furious. You're courting death. A martial artist at the peak of the Yang Essence realm attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Fong Chun. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Everyone turned to look and their expressions changed. Fong Chun stood motionless. The martial artist at the peak of the Yang Essence realm from Scenic Fiend Palace was already dead. Looks like the Sacred Fire Continent has already made a decision. The leader's eyes flowed with golden light. The Sacred Fire Continent is the true ruler of the Scenic Fiend territory. Scenic Fiend Palace is not enough to convince the masses and is excessively cruel. We will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. If you continue to be so foolish, only death awaits you. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Fong Chun would dare to say such words. Last time, Yang Kuan led a group of people to attack Scenic Fiend Mountain. What was the result? Everyone knows. The leader sneered. You're not even at the Saint Realm, yet you want to shake my Scenic Fiend Palace? Scenic Fiend Palace's foundation was unfathomable. They were proud of it. That was in the past. From now on, Scenic Fiend Palace's legend of invincibility will end. It might even disappear in the long river of history. Fong Chun said arrogantly. Chapter 3472. The experts of Scenic Demon Palace had arrived at the Sacred Fire Continent with great momentum. More than half of the Sacred Fire Continent had fallen into the hands of Scenic Demon Palace. Only the floating mansion was resisting stubbornly. The people of Scenic Demon Palace were aggressive. Their violent aura shrouded the entire floating mansion. They were determined to raze the Sacred Fire Continent to the ground today. Even Yang Kuan has become a deserter. Do you still want to resist? I advise you not to make a mistake. Some of you are quite strong. If you surrender, you can join Scenic Demon Palace and even hold important positions. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the mansion broke out into a commotion. Clearly, compared to their lives, the conditions offered by Scenic Demon Palace were very tempting. Foolish. Someone berated. Scenic Demon Palace is trying to sow discord. They want us to have internal strife and lose without a fight. After the Sacred Fire Continent is destroyed, they will definitely settle the score. That's right. Scenic Demon Palace has suffered a crushing defeat. They have wild ambitions. The Sacred Fire Continent will resist them to the death. Moreover, someone mentioned Fong Chun, believing that he could help them. Of course, there were also some who were skeptical. After all, although Fong Chun was strong, he might not be able to resist the army of Scenic Demon Palace. It's time to make a choice. You have no other choice. The foundation of Scenic Demon Palace is not something you can compare to. The group of people was extremely arrogant. They looked at the floating mansion as though they were looking at prey. They did not take Fong Chun seriously at all. Perfect Yin-Yang origin realm was considered the top in the Sacred Fire Continent. However, it was nothing in Scenic Demon Palace, which was full of talents. Moreover, they were here under orders to kill Yang Kuan and destroy the slumbering place of the remaining expert behind the Sacred Fire Continent. This was the intention of the three. With this order, they were even more unscrupulous. Fong Chun swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled coldly. Since you have given the Sacred Fire Continent a choice, I will give you a way out. Join the Sacred Fire Continent, and I will spare your lives. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. He was still calm in the face of the army. You're courting death. Fong Chun's repeated insults had thoroughly infuriated everyone in the Scenic Devil Palace. What? You're allowed to raise conditions, but we're not? Fong Chun shrugged. Few ants. My devil scenic palace has already shown you the greatest grace by giving you a way out. What right do you have to raise any conditions? Shao Qi was very angry. As the leader of this expedition, he wanted nothing more than to flatten the floating mansion. Since that's the case, there's no other choice. As Fong Chen's words fell, the hearts of everyone in the floating mansion rose to their throats. It could be imagined that there would be a fierce battle, and there might even be deaths. However, they couldn't care less now. Commander Shao Qi, I request to go out and kill this kid. Du Zhong stepped forward and requested. He had just entered the perfected yin-yang origin realm, but he was extremely talented. He was even known as the strongest person of the scenic demon weave's younger generation. He was the genius who had the highest chance of entering the saint realm in the future. Although he had just broken through, his strength wasn't any weaker than the veteran experts of the scenic devil palace. He had never been defeated in the same realm. Shao Qi nodded in agreement. He could use this opportunity to test Du Zhong's strength and see how strong he was. Buzz! Du Zhong took a step forward and came before Fong Chen. He looked down at Fong Chen from above and sneered. Foolish human, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Du Zhong spread out his hands, and a terrifying aura swept through the area, forming chains of laws that wanted to lock Fong Chen in place. Fong Chen didn't move, and his eyes were filled with mockery. You're about to die, and you still dare to put on airs? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Zhong struck. He used the scenic devil palace's ultimate technique. His hands quickly formed seals, and the chains of laws in the sky quickly intertwined and approached Fong Chen. That's Du Zhong. Everyone in the floating mansion exclaimed in shock. In the war between the sacred fire continent and the scenic devil palace, they had suffered a lot at Du Zhong's hands. This damn guy has killed many people from the sacred fire continent. Will Lord Fong be all right? Many people were worried about Fong Chen. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Du Zhong's strength was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the experts of the sacred fire continent. Their hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat. On the other hand, the people of the scenic devil palace laughed heartily. As expected of Du Zhong, his strength is really impressive. I'm impressed. I feel that my thousands of years of cultivation have been wasted. Some people shook their heads and sighed. Du Zhong's brilliance was too dazzling. Even Shao Qi thought that no one in the sacred fire continent could stop Du Zhong. This guy, Shao Qi grinned. He could tell at a glance that Du Zhong's secret technique had reached a certain level. Even among the elders of the scenic devil palace, it wasn't considered low. Such potential further confirmed the words of the three. Recalling the words of the three, Shao Qi's heart was burning. Die. When the chains of law neared Fong Chen, the latter was still indifferent. Rip. Du Zhong's mind controlled countless chains of law, completely sealing Fong Chen's body. It's over. Everyone in the floating mansion cried out in shock. In my eyes, you're not even as good as an ant. Du Zhong sneered and was ready to personally crush Fong Chen's head. However, at this moment, Fong Chen spoke. He allowed the chains of law to bind him, but he didn't resist. In his opinion, this was child's play. If you knew that someone who's not even as good as an ant to you killed you, how would you feel? You're still stubborn? Du Zhong said. The people of the scenic devil palace also kept mocking Fong Chen. In the floating mansion, some people thought that Fong Chen would definitely die, while others were waiting for a miracle. Bound by my chains of law, no one can break free unless they're in the same plane. What combat strength do you have now? It's easy for me to kill you. Du Zhong walked step by step towards Fong Chen. With every step he took, the ground would shake as if announcing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Fong Chen laughed and looked at Du Zhong seriously. The difference between a genius and an idiot is often just a thought. In the eyes of the world, you're a genius, but in my eyes, you're an idiot. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Du Zhong's body, pressing towards Fong Chen. Bang! At this moment, Fong Chen also made his move. His body swayed slightly, and the ropes binding him instantly broke. He patted his clothes. If this isn't child's play, then what is? Du Zhong was stunned, and so were the others. Only Shao Qi seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed loudly, "Retreat!" However, it was already too late. Fang Chun reached out his hand, pressing towards Du Zhong. Die! Du Zhong was unwilling to give up. He used his strongest technique, but when he faced Fang Chun, he was sent flying with a slap. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun pinched Du Zhong, who was covered in blood. At this moment, Du Zhong's aura was weak, and his vitality was negligible. He didn't look like a genius at all. How is this possible? The people of Scenic Demon Palace were shocked, unable to believe it. Shao Qi stared at Fang Chun angrily. Stop it! Du Zhong was the future hope of Scenic Demon Palace, and he was the chosen successor of the three. How could he die here? In the floating mansion, there was a burst of applause. A miracle really happened. Too strong, really too strong. I thought he was scared out of his wits, but who would have thought that he didn't even bother to make a move against Du Zhong? Yeah, the attack that Du Zhong was so proud of was neutralized by Lord Fang with a wave of his hand, and even severely injured. Too strong. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Is this what a genius is like? Fang Chun shook his head. Du Zhong was too weak, so weak that even if he stood still, Du Zhong couldn't do anything to him. Put him down, and Scenic Demon Palace will retreat. Otherwise, Shao Qi was really afraid. He didn't see Fang Chen's attack clearly. Could this person be a saint? He shook his head and rejected the idea. The three said that there were no saints on the Sacred Fire Continent, and that was why they were sent to destroy them. But now, Fang Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secret treasure? It must be some kind of secret treasure. Shao Qi muttered to himself. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chun. The others of Scenic Demon Palace also came to their senses and threatened Fang Chun. Fang Chen's eyes swept across everyone, and he smiled coldly. In front of everyone, he twisted Du Zhong's head. You're courting death. Shao Qi roared and punched out. He has a secret treasure on him. Let's attack together and exhaust him. The people of Scenic Demon Palace rushed toward Fang Chun like a swarm of bees. Bang! 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 Facing thousands of people, Fang Chun didn't panic. Every time he punched out, a complete earthly sovereign would die. As for those Peak Yang Essence realm martial artists, they couldn't even get close to him. In just one move, he lost more than 20 experts. Pucci. Even Shao Qi was injured by the terrifying airflow and was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Shao Qi didn't have the awe-inspiring aura from before. His heart was trembling, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to escape. Run! His figure flashed, and he fled. Seeing this, the others scattered and fled. Since you're here, don't leave. With a thought from Fang Chun, the aura of the formation Dao spread out in all directions. A formation with a vast aura sealed off this place. Bang! Many people, including Shao Qi, were caught off guard and slammed into the array, bouncing back. Boom! Boom! They crazily attacked the array, but it was too sturdy and indestructible. No! Shao Qi panicked, feeling the threat of death. He wanted to send a message back, but he realized that the array had isolated the area. For a moment, his face was ashen. Pucci. Fang Chun began to harvest. These people had persecuted the Sacred Fire Continent and killed Yang Kuan. They all deserved to die. Moreover, they were from Scenic Demon Palace and were destined to die. In the array, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Chapter 3473. Du Zhong was dead. Shao Qi was also dead. This was especially so for Shao Qi. His death hastened the destruction of the Scenic Demon Palace's people. The remaining people were not in the mood to continue fighting. They only wanted to escape. The strength that Fang Chun displayed was too strong. No one could match him. Demon. He is a demon. Many trembling voices rang out, containing the fear of death. Pucci. Fang Chun did not hold back. Everyone in the array was from the Scenic Demon Palace. He killed them without mercy. After a while, the vast army of the Scenic Demon Palace was completely wiped out. Seeing the piles of corpses and the rivers of blood on the ground, everyone in the floating residence trembled in fear. Their hearts trembled. They simply could not imagine that this was the work of a consummation yin-yang origin realm cultivator. How'd he do it? After a long time, a thunderous voice came from the silent, floating residence. The vanguard of the scenic demon palace was completely wiped out. On this day, the entire sacred fire continent celebrated. Withdrawing his killing chi, Feng Chen leaped up and returned to the floating residence. At this moment, everyone looked at him with even more respect. The man in front of him looked gentle and refined, but in reality, he was a peerless demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Lord Feng, thank you for saving our sacred fire continent. Someone took the lead and knelt on the ground, thanking Feng Chen for saving their lives. Feng Chen waved his hand, and an invisible force helped everyone up. There's no need for this. Since Yang Kuan is following me, I have to ensure his safety. In the following time, the matters of the battlefield were left to others. Feng Chen went to the forbidden land at the back of the mountain. Wong, a terrifying aura surrounded the forbidden land at the back of the mountain. This aura did not belong to the present. It came from the ancient era. What a terrifying aura. Feng Chen was shocked. Even after countless epochs, that surviving expert could still give off such a shocking aura. It was hard to imagine how strong he was in the ancient era. Before the Forbidden Land, there was a cave sealed by the terrifying aura. Feng Chen knew that Yang Kuan was inside. Yellow Ox and his two brothers had sent Yang Kuan inside and had not appeared. Dong! Dong! Feng Chen pondered for a moment and bowed deeply to the entrance of the cave. Senior, this junior has no intention of disturbing you. It's just that the situation has forced me to. With that, Feng Chen slowly walked forward until he reached the entrance of the cave. Boom! At this moment, a shocking power came from within the cave. Feng Chen's expression changed. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a tyrannical attractive force. Before he could even react, he was sucked into the cave. Wong. After opening his eyes, Feng Chen steadied himself and hurriedly looked around. The cave was very spacious, and the atmosphere was heavy, giving people a feeling of savagery. There were some complicated carvings on the surrounding walls that Feng Chen could not understand. Master! Suddenly, Yellow Ox and his two brothers appeared from the darkness. Seeing this, Feng Chen was overjoyed. Are you guys all right? We're fine. Brother Yang Kuan's injuries are quite serious. We've been protecting him, said the dark extermination leopard. Boss, you're too powerful. You actually wiped out the scenic demon palace's vanguard, laughed the python. Feng Chen came to a sudden realization. They must have seen everything that happened outside while they were in the cave. Feng Chen was even more impatient now, wanting to meet that surviving powerhouse. Boss, Senior Black has been waiting for a long time. Yellow Ox went straight to the point. The surviving expert already knew about Feng Chen's previous display of power. Otherwise, he would not have dragged him into the cave. Under the lead of Yellow Ox and his two brothers, Feng Chen passed through layers of spatial cracks and arrived at a strange space. This is, Feng Chen exclaimed. This was a folded space. He was very shocked. He did not expect to see the legendary folded space. What was a folded space? Its literal meaning could be understood. Countless spaces were folded together, and all kinds of attributes were mixed together to form an infinite folded space. There were two wonderful uses of folded space. If one was seriously injured or wanted to cultivate in seclusion and did not like to be disturbed, it would be difficult for anyone to find them if they hid in it. After all, the folded space had infinite possibilities. Unless one was the master of the folded space, even a saint would get lost in it. Other than that, it could trap the enemy. Once the enemy was trapped in the folded space, it would be difficult for them to escape. Phew! Feng Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and continued forward. The folded space gave him a wonderful feeling. If it were not for the surviving expert waiting to see him, he would even want to sit down and comprehend his attainments in time and space. So strange. It's both real and illusory. Feng Chen muttered. As he walked, Yellow Ox suddenly stopped. Buzz! Feng Chen frowned and sensed carefully. There was no aura in this void, as if it was a dead space. He looked up and saw a skeleton in front of him. This? Fong Chun was shocked. Master, this is Senior He, Yellow Ox whispered. Senior He is just a skeleton. In fact, his primordial spirit is not destroyed. He has powerful means, the python reminded. The dark exterminating leopard also secretly sent a voice transmission to Fong Chun, informing him that this skeleton was the remnant expert of the Holy Fire Continent and was extremely powerful. However, because he was seriously injured, his body could not bear his primordial spirit. Therefore, his body turned into a skeleton. As long as his primordial spirit was fully recovered, his body would naturally recover. Gulp. Fong Chen's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He cupped his fists and said, Junior Fong Chun greets Senior He. It's a rare sight. Not bad. An ancient and hoarse voice came from the white bones. It was the voice of an invincible saint. Obviously, he saw through Fong Chun and knew his potential. He even saw his yin-yang primordial spirit. Senior He was seriously injured and could not use too much power to speak. He briefly explained Fong Chen's situation. Yang Kuan had told him all this. Finally, he told Fong Chun to deal with the scenic demon palace without worry. As for the 3 remaining experts behind the scenic demon palace, one of them had entered a deep sleep and could not wake up. As for the other 2, he would give Yang Kuan some means and secret treasures to stop one of them. The last one was not very powerful when he was at his peak. He was injured in the Battle of Gods. Now, he could not even use the power of a Saint Emperor. According to Senior He's estimation, that person had the combat power of a 3rd-level Saint King at most. Fong Chun was relieved when he heard that. He could deal with a 3rd-level Saint King. Senior He took the initiative to appear because the 3 from the Scenic Demon Palace had been eyeing him since a long time ago. They wanted to devour him. He was once an invincible saint. How could he be humiliated like this? Therefore, he chose to fight back. This time, to destroy the Scenic Demon Palace, he only wanted the condensed power of the 3 after they died. He did not want anything else. He even made a promise. If Fong Chun could destroy the Scenic Demon Palace and kill the 3, he would give Fong Chun an opportunity. The conversation between the 2 went smoothly. However, when Fong Chun asked about the Battle of Gods, Senior He avoided talking about it. Finally, Senior He told him that Yang Kuan would wake up in a month. The Devil Fire Continent was very close to the Sacred Fire Continent. There was a branch of the Scenic Demon Palace here. First Elder, we can't contact the advance party. The mighty army advanced. A great fulfillment, ancient martial art practitioner quickly flew over from afar. The first elder frowned. Shao Qi is leading the army. How can the remnants of the Sacred Fire Continent resist? The person wanted to say something, but stopped. Speak. There's news from the palace. Including Shao Qi, the life slips of everyone in the advance party have shattered. Boom. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The first elder was furious. What? Shao Qi is dead? The spy nodded and trembled. Du Zhong is also. Before he could finish, he felt a terrifying pressure that suffocated him. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Has the surviving elite of the Sacred Fire Continent made a move? After a long while, the first elder suppressed his anger and said coldly. He rejected this idea. This time, he had a mission to destroy the Sacred Fire Continent. He had received instructions from the surviving elite. The latter had clearly told him that the one from the Sacred Fire Continent could not make a move. Only then could they relax and attack the Sacred Fire Continent. But now, before their main army had arrived, the advance party had been wiped out. Most importantly, Shao Qi and Du Zhong were in the advance party. Especially Du Zhong. He was the most promising elite of the Scenic Demon Palace to enter the Saint Realm. He had even been personally appointed by that person. Du Zhong's death enraged the First Elder. No matter what means the Sacred Fire Continent has, no matter what elite they've invited, they'll definitely die this time. The First Elder raised his arms and shouted, "Let's hurry." The next day, the main army of the Scenic Demon Palace arrived. Their mighty aura was extremely oppressive. All the warriors in the vast Scenic Demon territory were paying attention. They knew that the final battle was about to arrive. in the floating mansion, the joy on everyone's faces disappeared completely. "They're here." Quickly sent a message to Lord Fawn. This was the main army of the scenic demon palace. Compared to the advance party, they were many times stronger. The people of the sacred fire continent had heavy hearts. Whoosh! Fangshan appeared at the critical moment. He stood in the air above the mansion and looked into the distance. "No need to worry. No matter how many of them come, they won't be able to return." His domineering words echoed in everyone's hearts. They stared at Fangshan with burning eyes. At this moment, they could only hope that Fangshan could continue his undefeated legend. "Remnants of the sacred fire continent, quickly come out and die. You dare to wipe out the advance party of the scenic demon palace. You'll definitely die." A bunch of barbarians dare to challenge the scenic demon palace? Even from far away, countless curses and shouts could be heard. Everyone in the floating mansion was very nervous. Fangshan stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Dong, 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 dong. A terrifying aura whistled over. Wherever it passed, astral winds trembled and tore through the sky. However, when it approached the floating mansion, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. Boom! The army of the scenic demon palace, led by the first elder, arrived at the city. The sacred fire continent betrayed the scenic demon palace and should be executed. You stubbornly refuse to realize your mistakes and resist the army of the scenic demon palace. You can't be forgiven, the first elder said coldly as he pointed at the floating mansion. Chapter 3474. The cavalry of scenic demon palace had arrived at the city gates. A terrifying aura filled the sky, suppressing the entire sacred fire continent to the point of suffocation. However, everyone's hearts were filled with fervor. They were anticipating the birth of a miracle. The last time Shao Qi had led his troops here, he had also said the same thing. However, the one who had died in the end was Shao Qi, not the sacred fire continent. Even the most outstanding genius of scenic demon palace, Du Zhong, had died at the hands of Fangshan. It could be said that Fangshan, who stood tall above the floating mansion, was already a totem in the hearts of all the warriors in the sacred fire continent. He was a hero. As long as he was around, the sacred fire continent would be safe. Scenic demon palace? Fangshan tapped his finger gently, and a terrifying torrent appeared in the void. Within the torrent, there were purple flames. Wong. The entire world instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless fireballs charged towards the people of scenic demon palace with unparalleled sword chi. Courting death. The great elder sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, a spotlessly white mirror appeared. A gentle light shot out from the mirror in an attempt to block the fireball attack. Humph! With the water sunglasses, there is nothing to fear from mere flames. Playing with fire in front of the scenic demon palace? Are you sure you are not courting death? The army of scenic demon palace looked at Fangshan as though they were looking at a dead man. Extinguish. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed fireballs had already neared the great elder's water sunglasses. The great elder shouted in a low voice, and water ripples appeared in his water sunglasses, rippling outwards. Poochie. However, in the next second, the smile on the great elder's face froze. That was because the water curtain that he thought was indestructible had been destroyed by the fireballs. Kacha! His expression changed drastically. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he could feel the terrifying power of the fireballs. His figure flashed as he prepared to retreat. He clenched his fist and activated the water sunglasses to the maximum in an attempt to slow down the speed at which the fireballs were spreading. However, he was shocked to discover that the water sunglasses had unknowingly started to show signs of cracking. As soon as he activated it, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Boom! He was in a daze as he was sent flying by the lightning-fast fireball. His entire body was set ablaze. Ah! A miserable shriek came from within the fireball. The first elder continued to struggle, but the fireball's power was too strong. He was simply unable to resist. In just a few breaths of time, the great elder was refined by the fireball. Everyone in the floating mansion was completely stunned. They looked at the fireballs that filled the sky as they charged fearlessly at the scenic Fiend Palace's army. Their hearts were in turmoil. At that moment, there was no longer any arrogance or conceit on the faces of those from scenic Devil Palace. There was only endless fear. No, how is that possible? My scenic Fiend Palace is invincible. Damn it, who the hell is he? Countless miserable screams rang out. Flames spread out and burned the sky. Within the space of flames, not even a blade of grass grew. No one below the St. Plain could resist it. The scenic Devil Palace's main force that had come with great grandeur was actually defeated by Feng Chun with a single move. This scene shocked the entire Sacred Fire continent. Too weak. Feng Chun shook his head. The scenic Devil Palace did not even have a St. Plain cultivator. How could they resist him? It's time to end this, he said softly. With a stomp of his foot, his figure instantly appeared within the space of flames. Then, he waved his palm, and the flames surged even more violently, gathering wildly. Those who had been stubbornly holding on finally could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! In less than 15 minutes, the space of flames dissipated and peace returned to the world. However, everyone could still feel the terrifying aura of flames in the air. At a glance, the plains in front of the floating mansion had already turned into ruins. There were potholes everywhere and corpses piled up like mountains. Even the blood had evaporated. Is this real? Within the floating mansion, someone rubbed his eyes hard. He could not believe what he had just seen. Not long ago, the Sacred Fire continent had been threatened by the scenic Devil Palace and was in imminent danger. In the blink of an eye, the scenic Devil Palace had been completely annihilated while the Sacred Fire continent remained unscathed. This was simply a miracle. It was unimaginable. After the shock, everyone's gaze fell on Feng Chun. In their hearts, Feng Chun was like a god of war. Swoosh! Feng Chun leaped and disappeared from the world at the fastest speed possible. He struck across the world and traversed through the void. His destination was the scenic Devil Palace's lair. As for the aftermath of the Sacred Fire continent, it was left to the people within the floating mansion. The news of his battle spread very quickly. Countless ancient martial art practitioners in the entire scenic Devil Dominion side. A new era had arrived. An unparalleled expert had appeared and was about to destroy the scenic Devil Palace. Of course, there were also different voices. Some people clamored that Feng Chun was courting his own death. The scenic Devil Palace's foundation was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Some people even said that it would not be long before the three remaining experts behind the scenic Devil Palace appeared. When that time came, the Sacred Fire continent would be reduced to ruins. As if in agreement with these people's guesses, not long after, flames soared into the sky from the scenic Devil Palace's lair. Countless shocking phenomena appeared. Everyone in the scenic Fiend Dominion saw this horrifying phenomenon. This made those who supported the scenic Devil Palace even more excited. Their guesses were correct. The remaining experts behind the scenic Devil Palace are enraged. They want to destroy the Sacred Fire continent with their own hands. A mere broken continent dares to attempt to overturn the authority of the scenic Devil Palace. What a joke. Let's wait for him. That fellow will definitely seek forgiveness. These people became increasingly brazen and did not hide their true identities. Since Feng Chun was about to die, they were not worried about revenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On this day, many ancient martial art practitioners saw a stream of light tear through the sky before disappearing. Just as everyone was puzzled, Feng Chun finally arrived at the scenic Devil Palace's lair. The scenic Devil Palace's lair was located on Mount Scenic. Mount Scenic was the highest mountain in the scenic Devil Dominion. It was also the most famous mountain and was known as a sacred mountain. Usually, no one was allowed to ascend Mount Scenic. But today, a beam of light shot over from the distant horizon and landed on Mount Scenic. Scenic Devil Palace. The beam of light dissipated as Feng Chun appeared. He stared at the scenic Devil Palace's lair with a cold glint in his eyes. Dong! Feng Chun walked step by step towards the peak of Mount Scenic. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. Who are you? Leave Mount Scenic at once. Pucci. Before the ancient martial art practitioner could finish speaking, he was killed by Fong Chun with a punch. From today onwards, there will be no more scenic Devil Palace. Although Fong Chen's voice was not loud, it spread throughout the entire scenic Devil Palace. In an instant, the ancient martial art practitioners in scenic Devil Palace panicked. A terrifying consciousness enveloped the entire scenic Devil Palace. Fong Chun was looking for the location of the remaining experts. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and completely destroy the scenic Devil Palace. A soul-stirring voice floated out. What arrogance! A gray-robed expert appeared out of thin air. His clothes were tattered and there was no aura fluctuation. He looked like a beggar. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding space began to fold, and even the flow of time was altered. The gray-robed expert slowly turned around. The moment he opened his eyes, Mount Scenic trembled. You're the one who destroyed the scenic Devil Palace's army? The person said gloomily. Fong Chun stared at the gray-robed expert. The latter's skin was covered in a thick layer of origin source. Such a method was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. That's right. It's me. After a moment of shock, Fong Chun came back to his senses and said coldly, You're quite bold. After killing the people of scenic Devil Palace, you still dare to barge into Mount Scenic? The gray-robed expert was not in a hurry to make a move. He was observing Fong Chun. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since it's already irreconcilable, why not just destroy them? Fong Chun shrugged. He was not afraid of the remaining experts. According to his speculation, the gray-robed expert should be the person mentioned by Senior He, who asked Yang Kuan to stop him. His true enemy was the other peak stage 3 powerhouse who had survived. The gray-robed expert made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, scorching flames filled the world. That was the power of the origin source of fire. Hiss! The void was refined. The buildings on Mount Scenic were damaged to varying degrees. The remaining experts had always been the trump card of scenic Devil Palace. At this moment, Fong Chun had forced them out. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he would be recognized by the world. Oomph! Seeing the purple flames on Fong Chun's fist, the gray-robed expert sneered. Playing with fire in front of him was truly laughable. His attainments in the origin source of fire had reached an unimaginable level. His flames could burn everything in the world and even refine the heavens. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually become a speck of dust under my flames. The gray-robed expert's aura was imposing as he controlled the scorching flames to attack Fong Chun. Crack! In just one exchange, Fong Chun's flames were defeated. Thud! 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 Fong Chun took a few steps back and took a deep breath. After recognizing the means of the remaining experts, he finally became serious. Today, I dare to step on a Mount Scenic because I fear nothing. You can't stop me. Buzz! The yin-yang origin source in his body circulated crazily as the mighty yin-yang qi dissipated above Fong Chun's head. In the blink of an eye, his yin-yang origin source was successfully condensed. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, Seeing this scene, the remaining experts exclaimed in surprise. What? When Fong Chun's yin-yang origin source stopped at 30,000 feet, he was completely stunned. His breathing became a little hurried. How is this possible? How can such a monster appear in this era? He shook his head vigorously and said excitedly, Kid, I'll give you a way out. Acknowledge me as your master, and I guarantee that you will become an invincible saint in the future. The communication jade pendant vibrated as Yang Kuan's voice came out. He was on the way with Yellow Ox and his brothers and would arrive soon. Fong Chun looked up and narrowed his eyes at the gray-robed expert. You think you're worthy? As soon as he finished speaking, his yin-yang origin source stirred the heavens. He took a step forward and used his body as a sword to perform the origin sword technique. Retreat. Just as the gray-robed expert was about to attack, he suddenly heard a voice. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated and dodged Fong Chun's attack. When he steadied himself, an even stronger surviving expert appeared beside him. Chapter 3475. Fong Chen's body trembled. In that instant, he saw a white-robed powerhouse leaping into the air from the forbidden grounds of Scenic Mountain. Boom! A terrifying aura surged over. The moment the white-robed powerhouse appeared, the world turned into a blur as the light of chaos was faintly discernible. The void around him shattered, forming an extremely powerful black hole, as if it was going to devour the entire world. How dare an ant compete with the bright moon? He looked down at Fong Chun from above like a god looking down on all life. He was an ancient powerhouse who had once participated in the Battle of Godfall known as the Battle of Armageddon. The devastation of that battle was unimaginable if one did not take part in it. Countless Saint Realm powerhouses died on the battlefield. As for him, he had managed to survive. Mount Jing was the place where he slept. Here, he used the authority of Scenic Demon Palace to constantly collect treasures that were lost in the world to restore his strength. It could be said that Scenic Demon Palace was his right-hand man. Now, not only had the person in front of him destroyed Scenic Demon Palace, but he had also dared to attack Scenic Mountain. That was an unforgivable sin. The robes on his body fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying energy rippled outwards. Oh! Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the white-robed powerhouse. That person gave him an oppressive feeling. He should be the surviving powerhouse with peak rank, 3 combat strength that Senior Hay mentioned. Kid, you should be proud to have 2 ancient powerhouses appear for you. Even if you die, you should be proud. The gray-robed powerhouse sneered. On Scenic Mountain, the surviving members of Scenic Demon Palace were shouting excitedly. In their opinion, the surviving powerhouses were supreme existences. They were invincible legends. With them around, Scenic Demon Palace would not be destroyed. This guy is dead for sure. It would be strange if he didn't die after alerting the 2 lords. Heaven and earth, no one can save him. Many people were whispering with a hint of schadenfreude in their words. As for Fong Chun, he shrugged and looked up at the white-robed powerhouse. An ancient powerhouse? Is he very powerful? No one dared to question the surviving powerhouses. Fong Chun was the first. Therefore, the people of Scenic Devil Palace were all stunned. Even the gray-clothed expert was stunned. However, he quickly came to his senses. His anger soared to the heavens, and he wished he could tear Fong Chun to shreds. Since I dared to climb Mount Jing, I'm not afraid of anything. Fong Chen's heroic spirit soared. Today, Scenic Fiend Palace had to be destroyed. You are courting death. The gray-robed expert finally couldn't help but make a move. His hands quickly circled, and a palm-sized silver ball appeared in front of his chest. The ball contained a terrifying amount of origin energy. Go to hell. This was an ancient technique that was extremely strange. Even Fong Chun was a little surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he was still very calm. You're too weak. The hidden star sword issued a resonant sword cry. The next moment, Fong Chun displayed the primeval chaos sword art. Whoosh! The terrifying sword radiance intertwined and blocked the attack of the expert in gray. Crack! The primordial chaos sword technique sliced through the silver ball in an unstoppable manner, forcibly slicing apart the origin source energy within. Get lost! The expert in gray was furious. He clenched his fists and punched out. Dong! Dong! The fist radiance collided with the sword radiance, causing the world to tremble. Come back. At that moment, the white-robed expert finally felt that something was wrong. He shouted and forcefully pulled the expert in gray back. He's a little strange. The white-robed expert's face was gloomy. He finally began to look at Fong Chun seriously. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in this era. How interesting. The white-robed expert sneered. No wonder you dare to set foot on Mount Jing alone. The expert in gray was forcefully pulled back. After calming down, his heart was filled with fear. He widened his eyes and stared at Fong Chun. He recalled the exchange just now and felt a lingering fear. If the white-robed expert hadn't stopped him, he would have acted on impulse and fought Fong Chun to the end. The latter's strength was clearly beyond his range. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Damn it! He was furious. If he hadn't been injured in the Battle of Gods, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. When I recover my peak cultivation, I'll wipe out your entire family. A cold aura enveloped the entire Mount Jing. The white-robed expert stared at Fang Chen with a smile. You have great potential. I don't even want to fight you. Fang Chen was silent. He stared at the white-robed expert warily. Mo Tao became the master of Scenic Demon Palace because of our support. He controlled the entire Scenic Demon territory and even entered the Saint Realm. For them, they had countless means. It was easy to help a Yin-Yang Origin Realm warrior enter the Saint Realm. After Mo Tao's death, he needed an assistant. The strength that Fang Chen had just displayed was far beyond his expectations. Therefore, he wanted Fang Chen to take over Mo Tao's position and become their new spokesperson. He would continue to help them search for treasures. You're only in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, but you have the combat power of a second-level Holy King. Even in the ancient times, you'd be considered a genius. However, the path to the Saint Realm is long and full of thorns. If you walk alone, you might die. He paused for a moment and continued. If you have someone to guide you, you'll get twice the result with half the effort in your cultivation. No one in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm could refuse the white-robed expert's offer. However, he was Fang Chen. He relied on himself to cultivate. He didn't need anyone's help. If I can't even enter the Saint Realm, what's the point of having potential? Fang Chen spoke in a tone. I'll walk my own path. There was no room for discussion. He directly rejected the white-robed expert's offer. Hearing this, the white-robed expert's face darkened. If he couldn't become friends with such a genius, he had to kill him. In the ancient times, I've seen many geniuses with arrogance like you. They all had one thing in common. They didn't live long. They either died tragically or went mad. The white-robed expert's voice suddenly became louder. My favorite thing to do was to hunt geniuses. You're barely one. You're worth my time. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed expert attacked. As soon as he attacked, the entire Mount Jing was sealed. Ripples flickered in the void. The gray-robed expert also shouted and surrounded Fang Chen. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a few figures broke into the sealed Mount Jing. You're here? Fang Chen saw Yang Kuan and the 3 oxen. Master, leave him to me. You just focus on that big guy. Yang Kuan said. He held a 5-pointed star holy object in his hand, which emitted a faint light. You're courting death. The gray-robed expert stepped forward and came to Yang Kuan. The 3 oxen quickly retreated and formed a triangle with Yang Kuan. At this moment, the holy object in Yang Kuan's hand suddenly trembled. 5 different lights intertwined and instantly enveloped the gray-robed expert. Chapter 3476. The 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation was the most powerful formation in the ancient times. It was also the most commonly used array formation by saints. The power of this array formation wasn't too strong. The key point was that it was very restrictive and could trap a saint for a short time. At that time, the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation was also known as the 5 Elements Saint Fall Formation, because in a battle between saints, every second counted. Once one was trapped by the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation, it was almost certain death. Of course, saints who had reached a certain level of strength could break through the formation with their bare hands. There were also some saints who had treasures that could tear the formation apart. But it was different now. In this era, the world was withering and resources were scarce. If the 3 remaining saints who were sleeping on Mount Jing joined forces in the ancient times, they might have a chance to break the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation. But now, their strength had not recovered to its peak, so there was nothing they could do. Don't panic. They can't do anything to you. The white-robed saint transmitted his voice and told him that after he killed Fang Chen, he would kill these idiots one by one. After a brief panic, the gray-robed saint calmed down. That old bastard from the Sacred Fire Continent is really haunting me. He actually gave you the 5 Elements Saint Lock Formation. The gray-robed saint gritted his teeth and hated Senior Hay. He stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me? Yang Kuan controlled the five elements Saint Lock formation to maintain it. Yellow Ox and his brothers assisted from the side. They had no desire to fight at all. Their purpose was to stop the gray-robed saint from attacking Fang Chun. Everything else was left to Fang Chun. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, attracting their attention. On another battlefield, the battle between Fang Chun and the white-robed saint had reached its climax. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides exchanged blows. Sword light and fist light collided, erupting with shocking power. Rip! Fang Chen's sword tore through the void and stabbed the white-robed saint. The latter could not dodge in time, and his robe was torn. Thump! Thump! The white-robed saint took a few steps back and steadied himself. Third level Saint King. He took a deep breath and said coldly. He did not expect that Fang Chen's true combat ability had reached the level of a third-level Holy King. This was the same level as him. His eyes were filled with shock. Holy flame, heaven scorching. Without any hesitation, he waved his sleeves, and the origin of fire in his body erupted, burning the sky. The scorching flames blotted out the sky and pressed down on Fang Chun. Fang Chun frowned. Was this the power of a third-level peak Holy King? He spread out his arms and felt the power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Time immemorial sword art. It was still the primordial chaos sword art, but this time when it was used, it gave people a very profound feeling. Origin. No, to be precise, it should be the crumpled form of the origin. Metal origin. Feeling the sharpness of the sword chi, the white-robed expert increased his strength and took a step forward, arriving in front of Fang Chun. Chaotic origin, sword body. Fang Chun raised his physical defense to the maximum, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin shone brightly. His primordial spirit, golden elixir, also released a terrifying aura, shrouding his entire body. At this moment, his defense was at its strongest. Come on, let me see how strong a third-level peak Holy King is. Fang Chun was full of pride. He held the hidden star sword in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, facing the incoming attack. Bang, bang, bang. The hidden star sword was the first to come into contact with the scorching flames. When it collided with the flames, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The origin of fire was very strong, and it seemed to be refining the hidden star sword. Not good. Fang Chun realized that the termination's spiritual liquid in the hidden star sword had evaporated. This was a terrifying phenomenon. From the side, it could be seen that the white-robed expert's comprehension of the origin had reached an incredible level. Boom! Fang Chun hurriedly punched out, blocking the attack of the scorching flames, and pulled out the hidden star sword. Not far away, in the five-element Saint Lock formation. Seeing this, the gray-robed expert sneered. I became a saint in the ancient times, and I have comprehended the purest energy in the world. My comprehension of the origin has reached the point of perfection. How can the people of this era compare to me? He mocked mercilessly. I admit that the guy's combat power is very strong. It is rare to see a third-level Holy King in the Yin-Yang origin realm. But so what? Won't he die in the end? Lao Bai was born with a flame physique, and his perception of fire is very strong. After he entered the saint realm, he was respectfully called the god of fire. His origin of fire can refine everything. It won't be long before you see that the master you respect so much will be refined alive by Lao Bai. After saying this, he laughed wildly. In the void, countless thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. He curled his lips, feeling helpless. The origin of fire, and it is the purest, is too strong. Fang Chun sighed. After all, he was not in the saint realm, but in the yin-yang origin realm. The biggest difference was in the origin. His origin of fire can suppress my swordsmanship, and it can also burn the termination's spiritual liquid in the hidden star sword. Fang Chun pondered. He had thought of using the saint flame. Don't be in a hurry to use it. I will use it when I am no match for him. After all, there were very few energy crystals, and they would be gone if he used them. So, Fang Chun did not want to use them unless he had no other choice. Saint Flame, sky-scorching. The white-robed expert roared and continued to urge the origin of fire to suppress Fang Chun. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrible power surged in Fang Chen's body. Endless aura broke out of his body and condensed into a majestic yin-yang origin in the void. The yin-yang origin appeared, releasing a biting cold yin and yang qi. It rushed into the origin of fire and began to destroy it. Seeing the yin-yang origin, the white-robed expert's pupils shrank and his body trembled. He swore that he had never seen a martial artist's yin-yang origin that could reach 3,000 feet. How is this possible? What is going on? He screamed in his heart. Even the gray-robed expert in the five elements Saint Lock formation was completely stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even in the ancient times, such yin-yang origin could not have appeared. He screamed hysterically. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin had overturned his understanding of the yin-yang origin realm. Yang Kuan trembled and was extremely excited. Yellow Ox and his brothers looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They had inadvertently witnessed a miracle. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were divided into the five elements. The basis of the five elements was yin and yang qi. People rarely knew about yin and yang qi because their yin-yang origin was too weak. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet, so it gave birth to yin and yang qi. Chapter 3477. In the sky, two completely different auras blended with each other, releasing a shocking power. The unprecedented 3,000 feet yin-yang primordial qi gave birth to the legendary yin and yang qi. This is yin and yang qi. The white-robed expert cried out. His eyes were filled with shock, and he almost shouted hysterically. Hiss! As soon as the yin and yang qi appeared, the white-robed expert's unstoppable origin energy was instantly restrained. In the sky, the scorching flames turned into a sea of fire, like thousands of horses galloping. Below the sea of fire, a layer of yin and yang qi formed a barrier, blocking it. Buzz! Suddenly, Fang Chun felt relaxed. His dark eyes looked at the white-robed expert and sneered. The reason why a Saint Realm expert was powerful was because of the powerful origin energy. Without the support of the origin energy, their strength would not be too strong. Take my sword. Fang Chun shook his wrist, waved the hidden star sword, and performed the chaos primordial sword technique again. Now he had completely grasped the three swords of the first level of the primordial chaos sword art. He brandished three swords in a row, and the power of each sword was superimposed. In the void, the sword chi light folded and turned into a sea of swords, sweeping through the world like a tornado, blasting toward the white-robed expert. Life is burning. The white-robed expert was an ancient expert, and he had participated in the Battle of Gods. He knew better than anyone what the 3,000 feet yin-yang primordial qi meant. How is this possible? He shook his head and exclaimed in disbelief. However, the attack did not stop, and he continued to perform his unique skill. Pucci. In just one exchange, his flaming palm print was penetrated by the chaos primordial sword light. Thud! Thud! The white-robed expert retreated quickly, and a small hole appeared on his white robe. As expected, Fang Chun looked over and grinned. Just now, he had only used 90% of the chaos primordial sword technique, and it posed a threat to the white-robed expert. Bang! 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 In the following battle, Fang Chun gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed the white-robed expert. However, the white-robed expert was an ancient expert after all, and his means were incredible. By relying on these strange methods, he managed to endure Fang Chen's powerful attacks. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and stared at the white-robed expert with narrowed eyes. I can completely suppress him by performing the chaos primordial sword technique, but it's still not enough to kill him. Fang Chen's eyes flashed, and he was ready to end the battle. Buzz! Under Fang Chen's guidance, the half-perfect bloodline in Zhang Xian's body began to stir, and under Fang Chen's guidance, It was infused into the hidden star sword. Fang Chun took a step forward, and the star-hidden sword pierced out like lightning. The primordial chaos sword art, which had fused with the half-perfect bloodline, had suddenly increased in power by at least 30%. You can't do anything to me. At this moment, the white-robed expert had already given up on killing Fang Chun. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He Fang is the white-robed expert. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, the white-robed expert sneered. He clenched his fists and charged forward. However, the moment his fists touched the star-hidden sword, his complexion changed greatly. No! The white-robed expert roared angrily and struggled desperately. But it was useless. The Chaos Primordial Sword technique with a half-perfect bloodline increased its power by 30% with the support of the Yin-Yang Primordial Sword technique. The power of this sword was enough to crush any third-level Holy King. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Primordial Sword technique pierced through the white-robed expert's defense and drilled into his body, destroying his organs. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He burned his essence and blood, trying to escape, but it was too late. Poochie! He spat out blood. His face was pale, and his organs were broken. His aura was weak, and he instantly lost his ability to fight. No, I can't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. It wasn't easy for him to survive the Battle of Gods. He slept on Mount Jing and slowly recovered. Who would have thought that he would be killed by a Yin-Yang primordial realm ant? Brother, save me. In a moment, he couldn't hold on any longer. He roared into the sky, and his voice spread to the forbidden ground of Mount Jing. Poochie! The sword flashed, and his head fell to the ground. Crack! After the white-robed expert died, the terrifying power of fire origin in the sky also dissipated. The Yin-Yang primordial sword technique quickly shrank and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Yang Kuan, who was controlling the 5 elemental sacred lock formation, was completely stunned. From the beginning to the end, they were in a state of shock. Someone as strong as a third-level peak Holy King had died at the hands of their master. They couldn't imagine it, and their hearts were in turmoil. No, the gray-robed expert who was trapped in the 5 elemental sacred lock formation felt fear. He screamed hysterically, trying to awaken his brother from his slumber. Die! With a slash of his sword, he died. At the peak of Mount Jing, a terrifying aura gradually spread. The surviving members of Scenic Fiend Palace were even more dumbfounded. The 2 remaining powerhouses had actually fallen. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Scenic Demon territory. Master, after a long while, Yang Kuan swallowed his saliva and came to his senses. Fang Chun put away the Sumeru rings of the 2 surviving experts, deep in thought. No matter what, they are still ancient experts. Scenic Demon Palace should have collected many good things for them over the years. However, now was not the time to check the Sumeru rings. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the forbidden ground of Mount Jing. In the forbidden ground, there was a tomb. On the tombstone, there were 4 words. Tomb of the Fallen Gods. Fang Chun walked to the tomb, deep in thought. This tomb was built by the sleeping expert for himself. Yang Kuan said. He had obtained a lot of information from Senior He. He was seriously injured back then and almost died. His primordial spirit was shattered. Over the years, his primordial spirit has been recovering, and it is very difficult to recover. Hearing that, Fang Chun nodded. Yang Kuan knew what his master meant. In fact, before he came, Senior He had also warned him. As long as we destroy this tomb, as well as the longevity pill in the tomb, the sleeping expert will die forever. Fang Chun was moved. He had also heard of the longevity pill. It was a legendary pill that even saints coveted. He did not expect that the surviving expert underground was actually relying on the longevity pill to prolong his life. Come to think of it, his injuries were really serious. Boom! Fang Chun punched out, and the tomb exploded, shattering the tombstone. Stop! Some fanatics tried their best to stop him. Poochie, Yang Kuan, Yellow Ox, and Yellow Ox attacked at lightning speed. A moment later, All the remaining experts on Mount Jing were killed. At this point, Fang Chun stepped into the tomb. The tomb was very simple. In the center, there was a coffin. Hiss, hiss. Around the coffin, there was a terrifying blue light. Be careful. This is the extreme blue divine light. Even saints are wary of it. No one below the 7th level saint can block it. In other words, a 6th level saint emperor would die instantly if they came into contact with the extreme blue divine light. Fangchen took a deep breath. He did not expect the blue light to be so powerful. This extreme blue divine light is extracted from the extreme blue divine stone. It's specifically used against the saint's primordial spirit. In ancient times, the extreme blue divine stone was very rare. Only the invincible saints had it. It's almost extinct in this era. Yang Kuan said, he should be using the extreme blue divine light to protect himself. But as time passed, the extreme blue divine light in the extreme blue divine stone has been exhausted. The problem now was how to penetrate the extreme blue divine light and destroy the longevity pill in the coffin. Let me try. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out. Just as it touched the coffin, it was blocked by the extreme blue divine light. Dong! His body retreated as his heart trembled. What a terrifying extreme blue divine light. At that moment, he felt that his primordial spirit was about to be torn apart by the extreme blue divine light. Fang Chun looked at the extreme blue divine light with some fear. If you can destroy the extreme blue divine stone, the extreme blue divine light will naturally dissipate. Yang Kuan curled his lips. This information came from Senior He. But Senior He didn't have anything on him that could suppress the extreme blue divine light. They could only rely on them. Master, if it doesn't work, let's retreat first. After all, saving their lives was more important. Fang Chun was a little unwilling. Since they were already here, if they didn't destroy the longevity pill, the consequences would be unimaginable once the sleeping expert woke up. Do we have to use the sacred fruit? Fang Chun was very reluctant, but there was no other way now. I have an idea. Fang Chun decided to use the sacred fruit. However, just as he was about to take out the sacred fruit, the copper bowl in a mortal cave mountain suddenly began to vibrate and then flew out uncontrollably. Huh? Fang Chun saw the copper bowl emitting a dazzling light as it floated toward the coffin. Buzz! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the copper bowl came into contact with the extreme blue divine light above the coffin. What? In the next moment, Fang Chen exclaimed, because the copper bowl actually suppressed the extreme blue divine light. Rumble. The extreme blue divine light flickered incessantly. The extreme blue divine stone in the coffin kept trembling as if it was resisting the suppression of the copper bowl. However, the sound was getting softer and softer. In the end, the extreme blue divine light was completely suppressed. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the copper bowl on the saint's altar to be so powerful. Master! Yang Kuan was dumbfounded. Yellow Ox and his brothers were dumbfounded. They looked at the copper bowl, their hearts trembling. So powerful. They couldn't help but step back. It's suppressed? Fang Chen poked his head and observed carefully. After confirming that the extreme blue divine light was suppressed by the copper bowl, he controlled the copper bowl with his mind and opened the coffin. Creak! The coffin lid was opened, and a figure lay quietly in the coffin. On his forehead, there was a dazzling pill. In his palm, there were 2 extreme blue divine stones. One of them was dim, and its extreme blue divine light had been consumed. The longevity pill! Fang Chun exclaimed in surprise. He had finally seen the legendary longevity pill. He quickly walked toward the coffin. Under the suppression of the copper bowl, the extreme blue divine stone couldn't move at all. The extreme blue divine light was almost extinguished, and it posed no threat to Fang Chun. He could easily take the longevity pill away. Buzz! For a moment, Fang Chun felt that he had entered an illusion. How about we make a deal? A voice that seemed to have existed for a long time sounded in his mind. This voice seemed to have crossed the river of time and was erratic. Chapter 3478. How about we make a deal? The voice was like the sound of the great Tao. It drilled into Fong Chen's ears and made him tremble. His heart raced and his blood boiled. Condense. He roared and forcefully circulated his half-perfect bloodline throughout his body. Only then did he calm down. Whoosh. He took a deep breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the coffin. He was extremely shocked. Just a voice was enough to make him fall into an illusion and almost lose his consciousness. How strong was the remaining expert in the coffin at his peak? Fong Chun sighed and involuntarily took a few steps back. Crack! The copper bowl seemed to have sensed the figure in the coffin. Its aura fluctuated, and the copper bowl released an even more terrifying power, completely suppressing the extreme blue divine light. Following a crisp sound, the blue extreme godly stone that had lost its luster long ago shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Immediately after, the blue extreme divine stone in his other hand also gradually dimmed, and the blue extreme divine light dissipated. The copper bowl suppressed the two blue extreme divine stones, making the remaining expert in the coffin unable to move. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to make a deal with you. At this moment, the voice sounded again. But this time, the voice no longer had that powerful power. It was no longer targeting Fong Chen's primordial spirit. It seemed that the remaining expert had given in. A deal. Fong Chun was indifferent. If not for his half-perfect bloodline and the copper bowl suppressing the blue extreme divine stone, he might have fallen into this guy's trap. He did not have a good impression of this person at all. You were bewitched by that old fart from the Sacred Fire continent to kill me. The remaining expert said calmly, as long as you don't destroy the longevity elixir, I can give you an ultimate technique. This ultimate technique is enough for you to establish a true orthodoxy in this era. Establishing an orthodoxy was a feat that only an invincible saint could accomplish. The ultimate technique passed down by the remaining expert in the coffin could actually allow Fong Chun to establish an orthodoxy in this era. Fong Chun was shocked. Your potential is hard to find since ancient times. You're very suitable for my ultimate technique. If you can establish an orthodoxy, you might even reach the chaotic supremacy level in the future. The remaining expert was tempting Fong Chun step by step. He believed that no one could resist this temptation. After all, it was an ultimate technique that could establish an orthodoxy. What do you think? The remaining expert asked Fong Chun. As far as I know, that old fart is heavily injured and has been in a deep sleep. If you bring these two pieces of blue extreme divine stones back, he will believe me. In this way, you'll be able to kill two birds with one stone. You'll be able to obtain both my ultimate technique and the benefits of that old bastard. Why not? Fong Chun stared coldly at the coffin and remained silent. Seeing this, layers of complicated ripples appeared on the surface of the remaining expert's skin. However, he could not move at all under the suppression of the copper bowl. Fong Chun raised his head and glanced at the copper bowl. He could feel that the remaining expert seemed to be afraid of the copper bowl. If I kill you, I can have everything you have. Fong Chen's voice was very calm, but it contained an extremely strong killing intent. Are you crazy? You don't even want the ultimate technique? The remaining expert roared. Let's not talk about whether you can kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't get the ultimate technique. Fong Chun waved his hand, and a vast power was injected into the copper bowl. Suddenly, the suppression of the copper bowl became stronger and closer to the longevity elixir. No, you can't do this. The remaining expert roared angrily. Once the longevity elixir shattered, he would be completely dead. He had survived the most tragic battle of the gods in the ancient times and had been in a deep sleep for countless years. He finally saw the hope of recovery. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing? At this moment, he hated Mo Tao to the core. The copper bowl was too strange. He could not resist it at all. The longevity elixir on his forehead kept pulsing, and its connection with him became weaker and weaker. At this moment, the remaining expert finally began to panic. He put down the airs of a sage and humbly begged Fong Chun. Young friend, we can work together. Young friend, if you help me, after I recover, I will recognize you as my master and be your servant." It was indeed very tempting to have a former sage as a servant. Unfortunately, Fang Chun had already made up his mind. "Umph, no matter what you say, it's useless." Fang Chun controlled the copper bowl and continued to press down. Crack! Slight cracks appeared on the longevity elixir. In just a short while, the elixir's effect was greatly reduced. The remaining expert was furious. Although he could not move his body, he could still control it with his mind. Buzz! Two beams of unimaginable light suddenly shot out from his eyes. These two rays of light condensed all his efforts over the years. He was determined to kill Fang Chun. Go to hell. Bang! 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 However, the two terrifying rays of light were crushed by the copper bowl before they could leave the coffin. Seeing this scene, the remaining expert's heart turned cold. How could this be? He murmured. Fang Chun ignored him and controlled the copper bowl to continue pressing down. Although the remaining experts were unwilling to give up and continued to struggle, it was to no avail. In the end, the copper bowl shattered the longevity elixir. Crack! The moment the longevity elixir shattered, the remaining expert's primordial spirit turned into ashes. "I can't accept this." An angry roar resounded in the tomb. Rip! In a moment, the body of the remaining expert had already turned into a pile of white bones. A breeze blew past and scattered them. "Master, although the longevity elixir has shattered, its fragments are invaluable to you at this stage," Yang Kuan reminded. Fang Chun picked up the fragments of the longevity elixir scattered in the coffin and put them into his bag. Then he picked up the fragments of the extreme blue divine stone. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the copper bowl and illuminated the entire coffin. Around the coffin, densely packed words appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he was a little excited. "Is this a legacy of Taoism?" Fang Chun said hurriedly. Under the effect of the copper bowl, it took a full hour for the words around the copper coffin to become completely clear. What are these words? Fang Chun found it unbelievable that he did not recognize these words. "Master, these should be words used in ancient times or even longer ago," Yang Kuan said. "Senior He should know." Fang Chun waved his hand and imprinted these words into his mind, forming a picture scroll. Boom! The moment he put away the copper bowl, the coffin shattered. After checking carefully and confirming that there was nothing else in the tomb, Fang Chun left. After the destruction of Scenic Demon Palace, the leader of the Sacred Fire Continent, Yang Kuan, announced the establishment of Sword Palace. He was the deputy palace lord of Sword Palace, and Fang Chun was the palace lord. After that, Sword Palace successfully replaced Scenic Demon Palace and controlled the entire Scenic Demon Dominion. The remaining members of the Scenic Fiend Palace who had been hiding in the dark were all dug up and found. When this news spread to the Blood Sea Dominion, even the Blood King was shocked. He had not expected the Sacred Fire mainland to have such a strong foundation. They had been able to destroy the Scenic Devil Palace completely without a sound. "My lord, it is said that a shocking battle took place on Scenic Mountain that day. Some suspect that the three remaining experts behind Scenic Demon Palace have already fallen," the deputy palace lord of Blood King Palace said. "The remaining experts have fallen." The Blood King's expression turned even gloomier. He thought of the primordial chaos and the terrifying Saint Altar. Could it be that some important figure knew about that place and killed them to completely control the spatial passageway? "Looks like I have to speed up," the Blood King muttered to himself. For more than 300 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. With that person's help, he successfully broke through to the second-level Holy King level. "That altar is too evil. With my current strength, I can't explore it all," the Blood King said. "Continue cultivating in seclusion and break through to the third level." Then he ordered seclusion. In just half a month, Sword Palace had reorganized the chaotic Scenic Demon Dominion. All the factions, big and small, had submitted. No one dared to disobey Sword Palace's orders. Sword Palace's deterrence had reached its peak. And Fang Chun, the palace lord of Sword Palace, was the talk of the world. Fong Chun did not care about the outside world. As soon as he returned from Scenic Mountain, he found the floating mansion's forbidden cave. Senior He. In the folded space, Fong Chun cupped his fists. At the same time, he sent 3 balls of light to Senior He. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the 3 balls of light touched Senior He's body, they were instantly absorbed. After absorbing the power of the balls of light, Senior He's aura was clearly stronger. Good. As expected of the person I chose. You did not disappoint me. Senior He was very happy. He did not expect Fong Chun to really kill those 3. That old fart thought that by using the longevity pill to prolong his life and the blue extreme divine stone to block the danger, he could successfully recover? What a joke. He was very happy when he thought of that old fart's death. He looked at Fong Chun. The longevity pill fragment is a holy medicine for healing. As long as you still have a breath left, you can quickly recover by consuming the longevity pill fragment. Senior He said, with Fong Chun's current realm, the longevity pill fragment was the most effective. As his strength increased, the effect of the longevity pill fragment would become weaker and weaker. Then, he mentioned the blue extreme divine stone. A complete blue extreme divine stone is rare in the world. After it shatters, its value will be greatly reduced. The fragments you obtain can be smelted into weapons. If you're lucky, you can make the weapon contain a trace of blue extreme divine light. Fong Chun nodded. He took out the copper bowl and asked Senior He. When Senior He saw the bowl, his expression changed and his body trembled. No, he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His face was full of horror. It was not until Fong Chun put away the copper bowl that he gradually calmed down. Where did you get this copper bowl? Senior He's breathing changed. Fong Chun did not mention the primordial chaos, but vaguely mentioned it. I really did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the world. It's too terrifying. He told Fong Chun. Although he did not know what the copper bowl was, he was sure that even an ordinary invincible saint would not be able to have it. Chapter 3479. Senior He played with the copper bowl for a long time, but could not recognize it in the end. However, he told Fong Chun with certainty that the copper bowl had a great origin. It should be a treasure owned by the invincible saints who stood at the top of the world. He was also very curious about how Fong Chun got it. Could it be a treasure of the invincible saints? Fong Chun frowned. He recalled the saint altar at the bottom of the primordial chaos sea. Could that saint be the legendary invincible saint? Were those sacrifices to worship him? At the same time, he also thought of the supreme expert hidden in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. He was very likely to be the mastermind of the battle of gods. His strength should not be weaker than the invincible saints. Could it be? A bold idea flashed through Fong Chun's mind. However, it only lasted for a fleeting moment. After all, looking at the long river of history, even the most ancient mythological era, Chaotic Supreme was very rare. Not to mention that 2 Chaotic Supreme appeared at the same time. Fong Chun shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. Senior He handed the copper bowl to Fong Chun and said, "This copper bowl should be sealed. If you can unlock its seal one day, you will be famous in the world." At the same time, he told Fong Chun not to expose it in front of others. There were many old monsters left in the battle of gods. If the invincible saints saw it, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Buzz! The 3 balls of light in Senior He's body had been completely refined. Dense words appeared in one of the balls of light. These words were extracted and reorganized by Senior He. In the end, he exclaimed, this was a Taoist supreme technique, and it was very terrifying. Whoosh! Senior He opened his palm, and a layer of light appeared. This is... Fong Chun was a little puzzled. That guy has a Taoist supreme technique. I can't get all of it. I can only extract part of it for you, Senior He said. Hearing this, Fong Chun was a little surprised. Part. His breathing became a little hurried because the words on the coffin had been imprinted in his mind the moment it shattered. He had once studied it seriously and always felt that the absolute arts of the Tao orthodoxy lacked a part of the core chapter. Who would have thought that Senior He would be able to refine it? Senior, Fong Chun told Senior Black about the Taoism supreme art that he had obtained, and the latter was happy for him. Impressive. Fong Chun of the Black Seniors gave him a thumbs up and praised him repeatedly. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to cultivate, but from the looks of it now, there shouldn't be any problem. Fong Chun slowly displayed the scrolls that he had condensed. After Senior He finished looking at them, he nodded in satisfaction. This Tao lineage lost art is known as the frightening dragon lost art. The supreme art of startling dragon was an orthodoxy level inheritance. Once successfully cultivated, he could establish his own orthodoxy. From this, it could be seen how powerful this ultimate skill was. Senior He had told him that even in the ancient times, the ultimate techniques of Tao orthodoxies were extremely astonishing. Even saints would personally make a move to snatch them. Of course, those invincible saints were already standing at the top of the world and would not make a move. The supreme art of startling dragon was an ultimate technique of the origin of metal. When cultivated to the extreme, one could cultivate 1,000 dragons, and their comprehension of the origin would also reach the extreme. However, you can't cultivate it now. Senior He said. Fong Chen's cultivation had not reached the saint realm, and he had not completely comprehended the origin, so he could not cultivate it. This ultimate technique needed to be cultivated with the origin of metal. When you reached the saint realm, you could try to cultivate it. After cultivating this ultimate technique, one could evolve into thousands of ordinary ultimate techniques. This was also why it was called the ultimate technique of Tao orthodoxy. Fong Chen was shocked. The ancient times were the last glory of this world. At that time, there were many saints. Those who had not reached the saint realm were not qualified to cultivate in the sacred lands. Those giants would occupy some of the sacred lands and occupy more cultivation resources. Once they occupied the sacred lands, they would establish their own sections. They would have to accept disciples, and the disciples would definitely learn the ultimate techniques. If one did not have enough ultimate techniques, how could one support a faction? The supreme art of startling dragon was known as the ultimate technique of Tao orthodoxy. It could evolve into thousands of ordinary ultimate techniques, and was definitely the first choice for establishing a Tao orthodoxy and sect. You are really lucky to have obtained this ultimate technique. However, even if you cultivate this ultimate technique in the future, don't easily establish a sect. Senior He chatted with Fong Chun for a long time. In the end, Fong Chun left the sacred fire continent. Master, Yang Kuan walked over. What's the situation in the Blood Sea Weave? Fong Chun asked. Only two people knew the secret of the primordial chaos, Mo Tao and the Blood King. Mo Tao and the scenic demon palace behind him had been destroyed, and only the Blood King was left. Therefore, Fong Chen's target was very clear, and that was the Blood King. Ever since the Blood King returned more than 300 years ago, he has been in seclusion. Yang Kuan told Fong Chun what he had heard. Fong Chun nodded. I will travel alone to the Blood Sea Weave this time. You will oversee the scenic demon weave and be in charge of the Sword Palace. I will get Yellow Ox and his brothers to assist you. Yes, Master. Yang Kuan firmly believed in Fong Chen's words. Fong Chun did not want to attract too much attention, so he chose to travel in a low-key manner. If he angered the Blood King and let him know that he was the one who had killed the 3 remaining powerhouses, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. It would be troublesome if he leaked the news. After leaving the Sacred Fire Continent, Fong Chun arrived at the Han Continent in the far north. As soon as he entered the Han Continent, he sensed an icy aura. Fong Chun took a step forward and arrived at the place where Yuan Venerate Han was living in seclusion. What's wrong? Brother Fong, are you preparing to participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's test? Yuan Venerate Han had sensed Fong Chen's arrival and personally welcomed him. Brother Han. Fong Chen cupped his fists and sensed the icy aura coming from Yuan Venerate Han. Congratulations, Brother Han. You have broken through to the Sage Realm. Yuan Venerate Han was a genius of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had been able to fight against a Sage Realm powerhouse when he had been at the Yin Yang Origin Realm. Now, He had broken through the bottleneck and become a second-level sacred king. My strength is nothing compared to Brother Fong's. Although he lived in seclusion, how could anything that happened in the scenic demon territory be hidden from him? When he learned that the 3 remaining powerhouses behind the scenic demon palace had been killed by Fong Chen alone, he had been very shocked. Now, after seeing Fong Chen, he was even more convinced. Fong Chen already possessed the combat strength of a peak 3rd-level sacred king. Yuan Venerate Han smiled bitterly at this thought. He was known as a genius of the heaven-defying alliance, but he was not worth mentioning in front of Fong Chen. Brother Fong, how about we have a spar? Yuan Venerate Han's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He was now a 2nd-level sacred king. If he went all out, dealing with a 3rd-level sacred king would be a piece of cake. He wanted to see how strong Fong Chen was. All right. Fong Chen nodded and took out the hidden star sword. Wang. Yuan Venerate Han made the first move. He took a step forward, and wherever his foot passed, the void froze. An icy aura engulfed the area and sealed Fong Chen's surroundings. Water origin source. Fong Chen sighed. He was indeed a genius of the heaven-defying alliance. A 2nd-level sacred king could comprehend the water origin source to such an extent. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them exchanged blows, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Whoosh! Yuan Venerate Han retracted his icy aura, and the area returned to normal. He looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. Although he had a slight upper hand in the battle with Fong Chen, they were merely exchanging blows. However, he knew very well that they were only sparring and not fighting to the death. Fong Chen also did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, he would have lost without a doubt. Whoosh! Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yuan Venerate Han said, "No one below the 4th-level Sacred Emperor is a match for Brother Fong." If the geniuses of the heaven-defying alliance knew that Yuan Venerate Han had given this evaluation to a yin-yang origin martialist, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Brother Han, you are mistaken. Fong Chen grinned. Yuan Venerate Han waved his hand and calmed down after a long time. The 2 of them sat on the stone bench, and Yuan Venerate Han asked, "Given Brother Fong's strength, you can easily join the heaven-defying alliance and be valued by the higher-ups. Are you ready, Brother Fong?" Fong Chen shook his head. "Brother Han, I came to find you because of this. I might not be able to participate in the heaven-defying alliance's test for the time being." "Why?" Yuan Venerate Han was puzzled. "The Blood Monarch of the Blood Sea Weave has an irreconcilable feud with me. After I bid you farewell, I will head to the Blood Sea Weave for revenge," Fong Chen said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Venerate Han grinned and shrugged. "I thought it was something big, but it turns out to be a small matter." Indeed, this was a small matter for the geniuses of the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han waved his hand. "Brother Fong, if you don't mind, I will accompany you. If the 2 of us join forces, we will have nothing to fear, even if there are remnants of powerhouses behind the Blood Sea Weave." After witnessing Fong Chen's heaven-defying growth with his own eyes, Yuan Venerate Han wanted to make friends with Fong Chen. Therefore, he wanted to lend a hand. Fong Chen pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. "In that case, thank you, Brother Han." The Blood Sea Weave was adjacent to the Scenic Demon Weave. Its geographical area was much larger than the Scenic Demon Weave, and its overall strength was much stronger. In particular, the Blood Monarch Palace dominated the Blood Sea Weave, and no one dared to resist. In the Blood Monarch Palace, there were 3 saints. One of them was the Blood Monarch, while the other 2 were Grand Elders. There were many legends about the Blood Monarch Palace in the outside world. Some people said that there were 5 remnants of powerhouses behind the Blood Monarch Palace. Some people also said that the Blood Monarch Palace had the backing of an unrivaled saint. In short, the Blood Monarch Palace made people shudder. There were a total of 108 cities under the Blood Monarch Palace. Every dilapidated city was considered a small relic that was firmly controlled by the Blood Monarch Palace. Whoosh! At the edge of the Blood Sea Weave, near a relic called Black Blood City, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Phew! We have finally arrived at the Bloodsea Weave. The bloody aura in the sky was very oppressive. I have been to the Bloodsea Weave before and know a little about this place. The relic of Black Blood City should be in front of us. Yuan Venerate Han introduced the situation of the Bloodsea Weave to Fong Chun as they hurried along. Brother Fong, are we going to attack the Blood Monarch Palace directly? Yuan Venerate Han asked. Fong Chun shook his head. If they really attacked, the Blood Monarch would definitely hear the news in advance and be scared away. To deal with the Blood Monarch, they had to kill him in one blow and not give him any chance to speak or even send a message. Chapter 3480. Bloodsea Territory. The Black Blood City ruins were the remains of an Yin-Yang origin realm elite that had perished during the ancient battle of the fallen gods. Logically speaking, the ruins of an Yin-Yang origin realm elite should not be so popular. However, these ruins were not ordinary. It was said that the fallen Yin-Yang origin realm elite had been a super genius. He had once killed a sage while still at the Yin-Yang origin realm. Of course, this achievement alone was not enough to attract so many martialists to explore the ruins. Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han stopped in front of the Black Blood City ruins. Brother Fong, do you know the origin of the Black Blood City ruins? Yuan Venerate Han asked with a smile. Fong Chun shook his head, and the latter explained. The owner of the Black Blood City ruins was one of the top 100 elites in the Yin-Yang origin realm during the ancient era. He was known as the Black Blood Sacred King. Saint King was a title only given to powerhouses of the first to third level of the Saint realm. The Black Blood Sacred King was only at the Yin-Yang origin realm, yet he was known as the Black Blood Sacred King. One could only imagine what kind of level his strength had reached. Fong Chun was slightly tempted when he heard this. Black Blood Sacred King? Yuan Venerate Han nodded. The Black Blood Sacred King once killed a level 3 Sacred King by himself when he was at his peak. Fong Chun was even more curious about the Black Blood Sacred King after hearing Yuan Venerate Han's introduction. Bloodline. Fong Chun frowned. The Black Blood Sacred King had been able to kill a level 3 Sacred King just by relying on his powerful bloodline. He was really curious about what kind of bloodline it was. Look at those people. They're all hoping to get lucky and obtain the bloodline inheritance of the Black Blood Sacred King. Yuan Venerate Han pointed ahead at the figures walking back and forth in the Black Blood City ruins. From time to time, martialists could be seen entering the dilapidated Black Blood City. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Han pointed ahead as though he could sense Fong Chen's interest. Shall we go in and take a look? Then, the two of them entered the Black Blood City one after another. Although it was called a ruin, it was actually a dilapidated city. It was rumored that the Black Bloodline was hiding in a corner of the broken city. Therefore, everyone named this place the Black Blood Ruins. The streets were extremely dilapidated and the ground was covered in dust. Even from afar, one could see that the half-missing plaza was packed with people. Have you heard? The Blood King Palace's young palace master is here. Oh my God, what is he doing here? Could it be that he has already grasped the secrets of the Black Blood City ruins? Let's go and take a look. Xiao Chun could vaguely hear the cultivators hurrying by mention the Blood Sovereign Palace's young master. The young master of the Blood King Palace? Fong Chun raised his eyebrows and slowly walked to the front of the dilapidated square. On the dilapidated square, there were 3 stone pillars. Each pillar was covered in dust. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. It was only after carefully studying them that he realized that the 3 stone pillars most likely contained the inheritance of the Black Blood. Wang. At this moment, in front of the first stone pillar, a man in golden armor approached the stone pillar with great difficulty. With a bang, a terrifying ripple appeared around his body, resisting the rejection of the stone pillar. He sat down cross-legged under the stone pillar. He did it! Exclamations came from the crowd. This man was called Jin Zhong, and he was an expert at the peak of the Yang Essence realm. He was one of the strongest among the younger generation of the Blood King Palace, second only to the Blood King Palace's young master. No wonder he is as famous as the Blood King Palace's young master. He is really powerful. He is comprehending the secrets of the stone pillars. Many people were jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Before Jin Zhong, more than one person had tried to break through, but they had all failed. The stone pillars contained monstrous power. Once someone got close, they would be rejected. The stronger one was, the stronger the rejection. Ada, the Blood King Palace's young master, looked at Jin Zhong, nodded with satisfaction, and then called out. Behind him, a rough man walked out, emitting a fierce aura. He walked step by step to the second stone pillar. Dong! Every step he took caused the ground to crack. What a strong power! Everyone exclaimed. This man's power was comparable to the Saint Realm. Huh! When he got close to the second stone pillar, he roared and resisted the rejection of the stone pillar. He sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, everyone was tongue-tied. The 3 stone pillars contained Black Blood's inheritance. No one below the Saint Realm could get close. They did not expect Blood King Palace to take all of them. Ding! 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 As everyone was talking, the Blood King Palace's young master leaped and sat down in front of the 3rd stone pillar. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. He seemed to be telling the world that Blood King Palace had taken the Black Blood City ruins. Oh, what a pity. Blood King Palace is too strong. They did not give us any chance. There was a helpless atmosphere in the crowd. Idiot. Suddenly, an extremely harsh voice was heard. The 3 stone pillars only contain a trace of the quintessence that Saint King Black Blood had comprehended when he was alive, yet they are treated as treasures. How laughable! Fongchen stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. He saw through the essence of the 3 stone pillars at a glance, so he spoke. Huh? Everyone's eyes fell on Fongchen. Kid, who are you? What do you know? Obviously, Fongchen's words had angered everyone. Even the Blood King Palace's young master, who was about to comprehend, raised his eyes and looked at Fongchen. Trash as small as an ant is qualified to point at our young master? Jin Zhong said coldly, full of murderous intent. Ada, who was in front of the 2nd stone pillar, roared angrily. He was furious. Fongchen ignored them, turned around, left the square, and came to a broken building near the corner. Interesting. He stared at the broken building, and a half-perfect bloodline in his body began to stir. To be able to cause the half-perfect bloodline to stir, it is enough to show that this black blood bloodline is indeed capable. Fongchen took a step forward and entered the dilapidated building. Pretentious. Does he really think he is so great? How dare he disrespect the Blood King Palace's young master in the Blood Sea Weave? I think he wants to die. He dares to refute the young master. I want to see how capable he is. Many people mocked Fongchen, thinking that he was playing to the gallery. How can you short-sighted fellows understand how powerful my brother Fong is? Yuan Venerate Han was a little angry. The true black blood inheritance is not worth mentioning in the eyes of my brother, yet you all treat it as a treasure. Besides, the 3 stone pillars you all treat as treasures are just 3 ordinary pillars. My brother will soon obtain the true black blood inheritance. Yuan Venerate Han's words completely angered the crowd. Everyone started to mock Yuan Venerate Han. Some people even wanted to attack him. Young master. Jin Zhong and Ada looked at the Blood King Palace's young master. They could not sit idly by and watch such a great humiliation happen. The Blood King Palace's young master looked calm, as though he did not care about Fongchen at all. It doesn't matter. He is just a clown. Since the Blood King Palace's young master had spoken, the others naturally agreed. Rumble. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound was heard from the broken building. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the atmosphere was stifling. In a short while, Fongchen walked out of the broken building. His body was surrounded by a layer of black halo that gave off a very mysterious feeling. Huh? What's going on? Why do I feel that he is fused with the Black Blood City ruins? Could he really have obtained the Black Blood inheritance? Someone exclaimed. He was clearly right in front of them, yet they could not sense Fongchen's presence. They shuddered as they thought of a possibility. Whoosh! Everyone turned to look at the Blood King Palace's young master. After absorbing the Black Blood bloodline, his half-perfect bloodline has become even more perfect. Fong, Chun murmured. Congratulations, Brother Fong. You have obtained the Black Blood inheritance. Yuan Venerate Han cupped his fists and congratulated him. He knew that the Black Blood inheritance was of no use to Fong Chun. What was really useful was the legendary Black Blood bloodline. This Black Blood bloodline is indeed magical. Fong Chun sighed. You have obtained the Black Blood bloodline? The Blood King Palace's young master got up, left the third stone pillar, and walked towards Fong Chun. Jin Zhong and Ada also got up and approached Fong Chun. The others also walked over with unfriendly eyes. They were still mocking him earlier, but now they all looked solemn. It was about the Black Blood inheritance and the most important Black Blood bloodline. Everyone put down their pride and was ready to work together. Yes, I got it. Fong Chun shrugged and admitted it directly. I have already said that the 3 stone pillars have no inheritance at all. What can I do if you insist on taking it as a treasure? Fong Chun shook his head. His expression seemed to be saying that they were too stupid. The Blood King Palace's young master smiled. My name is Xue Qinjia. My father is the Blood King. He announced his identity, and it sounded like a threat. I want to be friends with you. How about that? He reached out his hand, but Fong Chun ignored him. I hate your aura, so I won't be friends with you, Fong Chun said. If you want to take the Black Blood inheritance from me, you can try. You're courting death. Ada could not help but make a move. A violent aura rushed over, and a monstrous force turned into a fist radiance that blasted toward Fong Chun. Boom! However, before it could get close to Fong Chun, it was blasted away by an even stronger force. Bang! Ada's burly body crashed to the ground, and he died on the spot. Ada, the Blood King Palace's young master exclaimed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his anger had reached its peak. You killed Ada? I want to avenge Ada. Jin Zhong also made a move. With a bang, he was killed in an instant, just like Ada. 2 consecutive punches had killed 2 peak Yang essence martialists. Everyone looked solemn. All of you have to die, the Blood King Palace's young master said angrily. Noisy, Yuan Venerate Han sent the Blood King Palace's young master flying with a slap. My name is Yuan Venerate Han. Come and take revenge on me if you have the ability. However, I think you won't be able to leave this place alive. Yuan Venerate Han. The crowd instantly became restless. A man's shadow was like a tree's name. Yuan Venerate Han had a prominent reputation in the surrounding territories. This was because he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Oh my God, he is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. No wonder he could kill Ada and Jin Zhong so easily. The Blood King Palace's young master has kicked an iron plate this time. The Heaven-Defying Alliance is not afraid of the Blood King Palace. Based on his tone, it seems like he's going to kill the Blood King Palace's young master as well. The Blood King Palace's young master, who had fallen to the ground, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. You are from the Heaven-Defying Alliance? He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 34:81. At first, Fong Chun had only wanted to see how strong the legendary Black Bloodline was. However, he changed his mind when he saw the young master of the Blood King Palace. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the young master of the Blood King Palace to lure the Blood King over. Have you finished sending the message? Fong Chun smiled and walked over to Yuan Venerate Han. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Venerate Han was already strong enough. Could someone who could be on par with him also be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Everyone was dumbfounded at the thought of this. Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Fong Chun and gestured for him to deal with the young master of the Blood King Palace. Kill him, Fong Chun said nonchalantly. Since the message had been sent, the young master of the Blood King Palace no longer had any value. No, you can't kill me. My father will be here soon. If you let me go, you will become an honored guest of the Blood King Palace. The young master of the Blood King Palace had not given up and wanted to use the Blood King Palace to intimidate the two of them. Blood King Palace. Yuan Venerate Han smirked and killed him with a punch. Drip! There was dead silence in the ruins of Black Blood City. Everyone held their breaths. That was the young master of the Blood King Palace. Who in the entire Blood Sea territory would dare to go against the Blood King Palace? With these two guys crazy, it's over. Even if he is a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, the Blood King will definitely not let him off for killing the young master of the Blood King Palace. That's right. The Blood King only has one son. He will definitely go crazy if he dies here. Many people were discussing this while retreating to a safe area to avoid being affected by the battle. Brother Fong? Yuan Venerate Han seemed to know Fong Chen's intentions. Are we just going to wait here? Fong Chen nodded. He could tell from what others were saying that the Blood King valued his son very much. He would definitely rush over personally once he knew that his son was in danger. Blood King, it's time for you to die. He was furious when he recalled that the Blood King and Mo Tao had joined forces to invade the Primordial Chaos. The Primordial Chaos was his hometown. All the family and friends he cared about were there. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch the Primordial Chaos. And now, in the Godsfall battlefield, there were many ancient powerhouses remaining. Once they learned of this, the Primordial Chaos would definitely be destroyed. At that time, even he would be powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, no matter what, they had to silence him. I hope he didn't leak the news. Otherwise, Fong Chen's eyes flickered coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Somewhere in the void outside the Black Blood City ruins, a violent tornado suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and their hearts trembled. The Blood King had come. Blood chi filled the air as a group of people walked out of the void crack. The leader of the group was dressed in a brocade robe and emanated a murderous aura. Where's young master? He walked out of the void crack and stepped into the Black Blood City ruins with a boundless aura. He looked around and finally saw a head in the dilapidated square. Young master! His expression instantly darkened as his heart burned with rage. The others did the same. They took out their weapons and surrounded Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han. You killed the young master? The man in the brocade robe said angrily. Outside the Black Blood City ruins, someone recognized the man in the brocade robe. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace and also the right-hand man of the Blood King. He was a bona fide saint powerhouse. Fong Chun pursed his lips and felt a little regretful. He had thought that the Blood King would come, but he had not expected that he would not come in the end. Could it be that he doesn't even care about the life and death of his son? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Yuan Venerate Han directly admitted to it in the face of the Vice Palace Master's interrogation. How dare you kill the young master of the Blood King Palace? All of you must die. As soon as the man in the brocade robe said that, the people of the Blood King Palace attacked. You are all too weak. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head and took Fong Chen's place to fight with the people of the Blood King Palace. Rumble. The man in the brocade robe was shocked as soon as they exchanged blows. How could this be? They were all saints, but why was the gap so huge? Boom. The Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace was blasted away by Yuan Venerate Han. He recognized Yuan Venerate Han's ultimate move and kept retreating. Dang, dang, dang. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Yuan Venerate Han with wide eyes. You are Yuan Venerate Han of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. They were dumbfounded. Heaven-Defying Alliance? The battle came to an abrupt end. The Heaven-Defying Alliance's name carried too much weight. In a huge Godsfall battlefield, the Heaven-Defying Alliance dominated the entire battlefield and controlled the vast majority of resources. There were also countless geniuses under the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Countless martialists felt proud to have joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Any disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was invincible within the same cultivation level and could even easily fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Not bad. Yuan Venerate Han smiled at the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace. The Blood King is really calm. He doesn't even care about the life and death of his son. The people of the Blood King Palace looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The other party was the Heaven-Defying Alliance, so they did not dare attack them. Outside Black Blood City, everyone sighed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was indeed worthy of its name. Even the Blood King Palace had to bow their heads before it. A mere disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance could force a powerhouse of the Blood Sea Weave to retreat. What about the entire heaven-defying alliance? It was unimaginable. Even Fong Chun was slightly moved. It seemed like the heaven-defying alliance was much stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, he even suspected that the heaven-defying alliance had most likely participated in the Battle of the Gods during the ancient era and had grasped the secrets of the Battle of the Gods. Phew! Fong Chun took a deep breath, regained his composure, and looked at the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace. So, it's a genius of the heaven-defying alliance. Sorry for the disrespect. The Blood King Palace Master's expression changed. Eventually, he restrained his aura and cupped his fists at Yuan Venerate Han. The young master only has himself to blame. Yuan Venerate Han has helped the Blood King Palace clean up. The Blood King Palace had compromised. They were powerless against the heaven-defying alliance. Why? Are you not going to avenge the young master? The Vice Palace Master shook his head awkwardly in the face of Yuan Venerate Han's questioning. Where's the Blood King? Why didn't he come? The Palace Master is cultivating in seclusion. After a long while, two figures walked out of the ruins of Black Blood City. Many martialists who were hiding in the dark did not even dare to breathe. It was only when their figures disappeared that everyone revealed themselves. How terrifying! Even the Vice Palace Master of the Blood King Palace was killed. The situation in the Blood Sea Weave is about to change. Let's go and spread the news back to the sect. Soon, a piece of news spread rapidly with the ruins of Black Blood City as the core. The Blood King Palace had offended the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and it wouldn't be long before they were destroyed by the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The situation in the Blood Sea Weave was about to change. For a time, many factions were ready to make a move. The Blood King Palace dominated the Blood Sea Weave and occupied 90% of the resources. The remaining 10% was divided among thousands of factions. They had long been dissatisfied with the Blood King Palace, but they were not strong enough and did not dare to go against them openly. Now the opportunity had come. A major faction like the Heaven-Defying Alliance would definitely look down on the Blood Sea Weave and destroy the Blood King Palace entirely, because they had offended the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After the Heaven-Defying Alliance was destroyed, the Blood Sea Weave would become an ownerless weave, and chaos would ensue. Many factions had already begun to make preparations. Along the way, Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han were speechless when they heard the news. Brother Fong, you are really cunning. Yuan Venerate Han had taken the initiative to kill the young master and deputy palace master of the Blood King Palace in order to attract everyone's attention and draw the hatred of the Blood King Palace. He had hidden Fong Chun in the dark so that the Blood King would not know. It can't be helped. The Blood King is too treacherous. He clearly remembered that the Blood King had hurriedly fled back to the Godsfall battlefield after discovering that something was wrong with the saint's altar in the primordial chaos. Such a vigilant person would definitely have a backup plan. Therefore, Fong Chun would either not make a move or kill the Blood King with a thunderous blow. He would not give the Blood King any breathing room. He did not even come when his son was in danger. It seems that the Blood King must have reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. Fong Chun guessed that the Blood King should be related to the remaining powerhouses behind the Blood Sea Weave. I wonder if the Blood King leaked the news about the saint's altar. This was what Fong Chun was most worried about. By the way, did you really obtain the Black Bloodline? Yuan Venerate Han asked curiously. Buzz. With a thought, a layer of black blood appeared on the surface of Fong Chen's skin and shrouded him. This layer of black blood rippled and exuded a terrifying aura. Yuan Venerate Han was astonished when he saw this. What an amazing bloodline. Yuan Venerate Han was even more curious about Fong Chun. Could this fellow be the reincarnation of a saint? Otherwise, how could he have achieved this in such a short time of cultivation? They traveled all the way north and finally arrived near the Blood King Palace's lair half a month later. The Blood King Palace was heavily guarded. Deputy Palace Master, the appearance of a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance in the Blood Sea Weave is somewhat unusual. Do we really not need to inform the Palace Master? Someone asked. Yes, Yuan venerate Han's killing of the young princess is fake. I'm afraid his real intention is the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace cannot afford to offend a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. The deputy palace master stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the distant horizon. That fellow is indeed very strong. He is at least comparable to a third-level sacred king. The current strength of the Blood King Palace is not enough to deal with him, but the Blood King Palace is not a pushover. Once the palace master breaks through and masters that secret technique, his strength will definitely soar. When that time comes, a mere disciple of the heaven-defying alliance will be nothing. The deputy palace master was already filled with murderous intent. But everyone was still a little worried. The deputy palace master waved his hand. Although the heaven-defying alliance protects its disciples, there are also rules. If a disciple is killed in a one-on-one battle, the heaven-defying alliance will not say anything. They will only blame their own disciples for not being skilled enough. This was a rule that had been passed down by the heaven-defying alliance a long time ago. It was fine to kill their disciples in a one-on-one battle, but if it was a conspiracy or a group attack, no matter who it was, the heaven-defying alliance would investigate to the end. Recently, increase the number of troops in various places and note down the names of those restless forces. We will settle the score with them after we have dealt with Yuan venerate Han, the deputy palace master said. Chapter 34:82. There are 3 top forces in the Blood Sea territory. Among them, the Blood King Palace was the leader. The other 2 forces combined were no match for the Blood King Palace. Therefore, most of the cultivation resources in the Blood Sea territory were occupied by the Blood King Palace. So far, there were a total of 3 saints in the Blood King Palace. However, one of the deputy palace masters had been killed not long ago, leaving only the other deputy palace master to oversee the Blood King Palace. The Blood King had been in seclusion for a long time and was said to have reached the most critical juncture. Therefore, he had not come out even though his son had asked for help. Buzz. Just as Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui finished making arrangements, he suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching. He frowned slightly and looked up. At that moment, there were 2 figures in the sky. They were approaching from afar, arriving above the Blood King Palace. Who dares to break into the Blood King Palace? Before Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui could speak, a loud shout was heard. Several elders leaped into the sky and surrounded Fang Chun and Yuan venerate Han. Who are you? The leader of the elders sensed the terrifying aura coming from Yuan venerate Han and Fang Chun. This was especially true for Yuan venerate Han, who was a bona fide sage. Yuan venerate Han. Yuan venerate Han announced his name and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Buzz. Below, Deputy Palace Master Jean Shui waved his hand and activated the protective array without hesitation. Damn it, why are they here? Yuan venerate Han was very strong. Even he was not a match for him. Right now, the Blood King Palace simply did not have the power to fight back. Terrifying array formation aura intertwined in the sky and formed an incomparably powerful invisible barrier that trapped Fang Chun and Yuan venerate Han. Is this how the Blood King Palace treats its guests? Fang Chun remained silent. Yuan venerate Han said coldly. Yuan venerate Han, the Blood King Palace has never offended you. I also heard that you were cultivating in seclusion in the Han continent of the scenic demon territory and did not care about worldly affairs. Why are you colluding with others to kill the people of the Blood King Palace? Vice Palace Master Golden Blood asked in a low voice. This protective mountain array was personally passed down by a surviving expert. It was extremely powerful, and according to that expert, no one below the 4th level Saint Emperor realm could break it. Therefore, Vice Palace Master Golden Blood had some confidence in being in the array formation and was not very afraid of Yuan venerate Han. The Blood King Palace has nothing to say about the fact that the Vice Palace Lord was killed by you in the Black Blood City ruins. Vice Palace Lord Zhang went to investigate the situation and was killed by you. Our Blood King Palace knew that you were a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, so we tolerated it. But now, you actually came knocking on my door. Do you really think that my Blood King Palace is afraid of you? If they were really pushed to the edge, the Blood King Palace would not mind fighting to the death. Hee hee, Fong Chun sneered. The Blood King Palace had suffered a crushing defeat. Under their rule, the people of the Blood Sea territory had no way of making a living. Now, Vice Palace Master Golden Blood had actually said such laughable words. "Where's the Blood King?" Fong Chun said indifferently with his hands behind his back. "And who are you?" Obviously, Vice Palace Master Fong Chun snorted disdainfully. In his opinion, how strong could an Enyang origin realm martialist be? Since he dared to look down on the Blood King Palace, he was most likely a fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. "I am here today to destroy your Blood King Palace," Fong Chun said boldly. "Let the Blood King come out. You're too weak." Fong Chen's words completely infuriated Vice Palace Master Golden Blood. He was so angry that he directly pushed the Great Protective Mountain Array to the extreme. Buzz. Intricate runes flickered within the array formation. Each rune contained an extremely strong power. An ordinary saint would have been scared out of his wits. However, Vice Palace Master Golden Blood was facing two monstrous geniuses. One was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, while the other was an even more monstrous genius. This array formation should have been created by a surviving elite, right? Fong Chen said. It seems that the surviving elite behind the Blood Sea Weave is much stronger than the one behind the Demon Spectacle Palace. He should have been an unrivaled saint when he was alive. Another unrivaled saint. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the means of an unrivaled saint were. However, Brother Fong, don't worry. The surviving elite must have been seriously injured and is in a state of deep sleep, Venerable Han Haonan said. Yuan Venerate Han said. Fong Chen nodded and exchanged a glance with Yuan Venerate Han before taking a step forward and trying to tear apart the array formation with his bare hands. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood sneered even more disdainfully when he saw Fong Chen make a move. Yuan Venerate Han couldn't be killed. After all, he had the Heaven-Defying Alliance behind him. However, who was Fong Chen? If you hadn't made a move, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now that you have made a move, you're simply courting death. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood controlled the rune power within the array formation to besiege Fong Chen. Bang! 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 Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fong Chen's skin and formed a suit of armor in an instant, blocking the rune power. The instantaneous power of this rune already has the power of a third-level sacred king. Fong Chen said. Unfortunately, his strength was far above that of a third-level sacred king. The rune power was ineffective against Fong Chen, which shocked Vice Palace Master Golden Blood. Go to hell. He urged his origin source power and blasted a punch at Fong Chen. However, before he could get close to Fong Chen, he felt his chest being torn apart and blood spurting out. Bang! His body swayed and crashed to the ground. He looked down and was filled with fear. No! He screamed miserably and looked at Fong Chen in horror, as if he were looking at a demon. One move. Just one move was enough to destroy the heart of a Saint Realm expert. How terrifying was that? Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past as Fong Chen stood in the air and looked down. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood knelt on one knee as blood flowed out. He lowered his head as his vitality faded away. What is the Vice Palace Master doing? The Vice Palace Master is injured. No, the Vice Palace Master should be accumulating power. Many disciples, who did not know what was going on, were discussing. Boom! However, they were completely dumbfounded after a few seconds. Vice Palace Master Golden Blood's body stiffened and fell to the ground. He had already lost his vitality. The second saint of the Blood King Palace was dead. In an instant, the Blood King Palace was in an uproar. Countless martialists flocked and fled. Their hearts were filled with horror. Demons, they're demons. Countless screams were heard. Fong Chen and Yuan Venerate Han had no intention of making a move. These ordinary martialists were innocent, so there was no need to kill the innocent. There, Yuan Venerate Han sensed where the Blood King was in seclusion. At that moment, the Blood King, who was in seclusion in the forbidden area, saw everything clearly through the water screen. He bared his teeth, especially after seeing Fong Chun. He was incomparably shocked. How is this possible? How could he become so strong in just over 300 years? The Blood King shook his head. No, give me a little more time. I will definitely be able to break through. When the time comes, they will all die. The Blood King gritted his teeth and continued to refine his terrifying power. At the same time, at the edge of the distant Blood Sea territory, an old man stepped out of a spatial rift. Chapter 3483. The place where the Blood King cultivated in seclusion was the forbidden area of the Blood King Palace, where the Blood Ancestor had died. Under the protection of the sacred blood, it was very difficult for ordinary people to get close. Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han looked at each other and pondered for a moment. The sacred blood is here, and the will of the Great Path shrouds it. One would need at least a peak rank 3 or even rank 4 combat power to break through the restriction. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. At the very least, he was powerless. Let me give it a try, Fong Chun said softly. Wong. The chaotic sword body was activated and sword chi revolved around him. In his body, the yin-yang source energy revolved frantically and a terrifying power swept across the land. A moment later, he took out the hidden star sword and executed the chaos origin sword technique. Swoosh! On the hidden star sword, the metal origin was faintly discernible. It was perfectly integrated with the immemorial sword chi, greatly enhancing the power of the immemorial sword technique. After he finished accumulating power, he roared, and the hidden star sword cut through the sky. Sword chi dissipated and condensed into a dazzling sword light that followed closely behind the hidden star sword. Boom! The Chaos Origin sword light struck the restriction, and the sacred blood was activated, releasing a terrifying fury. What a strong resentment, Fong Chun said, and slashed with his sword again, severing the resentment that approached him. Since you're already dead, let ashes return to ashes and dust return to dust. Fong Chun leaped up and raised his sword. The power of the Chaos Origin sword technique was getting stronger and stronger. His combat power soared and reached the peak of rank 3. This, Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed. He had always been proud of being a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. He even believed that martialists from the outside world simply couldn't be compared to them. However, he was completely shocked when he saw Fong Chun's current strength. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the world who could actually unleash peak rank 3 combat power in the yin-yang origin realm. It was too terrifying. Gulp. Yuan Venerate Han gulped. Fong Chun's strength had overturned his understanding of the yin-yang origin realm. Such potential is enough for him to enter the Origin Palace to cultivate. The Heaven-Defying Alliance was the strongest faction on the God's Fall battlefield. It was said that there were super powerhouses who had survived the ancient times behind it. For countless years, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had always been a network of geniuses on the Godfall battlefield. Even among genius disciples, there were differences in strength. The Tao Palace was the strongest branch of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Anyone who could enter the Tao Palace was a monstrous genius that had never been seen before. Such a person would definitely become an invincible saint in the future. He might even have a chance to become a primal chaos supreme. It's too scary. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Boom! While he was still in shock, Fong Chun had already blasted open the restriction. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sacred blood let out an angry roar, trying to stop Fong Chun. However, when he released the aura of his half-perfect bloodline, the sacred blood instantly quieted down. Crack! The restriction was broken, and the Blood King's seal appeared in front of him. Blood King. Upon seeing the cultivating Blood King, Fong Chun's killing intent surged. Boom! The Blood King suddenly opened his eyes as the terrifying energy ball in front of him started to burn. All of you must die. He fell into a frenzied state, refining the balls of light like a madman. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The balls of light were being refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop him. Feng also realized that something was wrong and joined forces with Yuan Venerate Han to stop the Blood King from refining the balls of light. A power from the ancient era? Yuan Venerate Han sensed a terrifying ancient power after just one exchange. Attack the balls of light together. Feng Chun executed the primordial chaos sword technique without hesitation. Sword light after sword light pierced toward the balls of light. Yuan Venerate Han also pushed his origin source to its limits and joined forces with Feng Chun to suppress the balls of light. This is a power from the ancient era. The consequences will be unimaginable once it is refined. The Blood King was already a second-level sacred king. Once he refined the ancient power, he would definitely reach the third level or even the fourth level. Rip! The Blood King roared and tried his best to block. One of his arms was severed by Feng Chen's sword. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. The ancient balls of light collided with Yuan Venerate Han's origin source power. SSSS. The origin source power drilled into the balls of light and caused the balls of light to mutate instantly. No! The Blood King roared angrily, unwilling to accept this. However, in just a few seconds, the balls of light completed their transformation and broke free from the Blood King's control. Damn it! The Blood King got up abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot as he wanted to kill Feng Chun and Yuan Venerate Han. However, without the ancient balls of light, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was no match for Feng Chun. He stabbed the Blood King's leg tendons twice in a row. Plop! The Blood King fell to his knees, his body covered in blood. Feng Chen's palm sucked the mutated balls of light into his hand. Suddenly, a strange aura drilled into his palm. Feng Chen hurriedly used his half-perfect bloodline to expel it. The Blood King stared coldly at Feng Chen. He hated that he had not destroyed that realm and killed Feng Chen back then. Now, he had ended up like this. What do we do? Yuan Venerate Han asked. Kill him. His purpose for coming here was to kill the Blood King. The secret of the primordial chaos could only be preserved if the Blood King died. Rip! Just as Feng Chen was about to make a move, a voice was suddenly heard. Why are you two children so murderous? A black-haired, white-browed old man stood in the void and said with a smile. Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed in surprise. They had not sensed the appearance of the black-haired, white-browed old man. What did this mean? Feng Chen's primordial spirit had already formed a golden core. He could even sense the presence of Saint Emperors. However, he could not sense the black-haired, white-browed old man at all. This meant that this person was at least a 7th-level sacred emperor. Who? Feng Chen took a deep breath and stared at the black-haired, white-browed old man. Senior, may I know your name? I am a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I am here to eliminate evil and promote good. Yuan Venerate Han mentioned the Heaven-Defying Alliance to see the old man's expression. The Heaven-Defying Alliance? The black-haired, white-browed old man said, Since you are a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, I will not make things difficult for you. Leave that ball of power behind, and you may leave. Senior, Yuan Venerate Han still wanted to speak, but was stopped by the old man. Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han exchanged glances and chose to compromise. They handed over the ball of power and quickly left the Blood King Palace. However, before they left, Feng Chen shot out a sharp aura that penetrated the Blood King's head. Old Shui, why'd you have to do this? The black-haired, white-browed old man said helplessly as he looked at the ball of power after Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han left. You were injured by the ultimate Venerate's fiendish aura during the Battle of the Gods. It was a miracle that you survived, the old man muttered to himself. Chapter 3484. The Blood King had fallen, and the Blood King Palace had been destroyed. The remaining powerhouse hidden in the Blood Sea territory had wanted to use the body of the Blood King to revive, but had failed in the end. The Blood King did not even have a chance to fight back when Feng Chen and Yuan Venerate Han joined forces. If the black-haired, white-browed old man had not appeared at the last moment, the ball of power would have been completely destroyed. The news of the Blood King Palace's destruction spread like wildfire throughout the entire Bloodsea territory. Countless martialists were shocked. The top factions that had been prepared for a long time began to harvest and occupy the Blood King Palace. For a moment, the Bloodsea territory was in chaos. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Fang Chun. Although he had established the Sword Palace and controlled the entire scenic demon territory, he had no intention of expanding. The current Sword Palace was not strong enough to control two large territories. Once it entered the Bloodsea territory, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the major factions. Brother Fang, doesn't your Sword Palace intend to control the Bloodsea territory? Yuan Venerehan asked. Fang Chun shook his head. The Sword Palace has just been established and has already controlled the scenic demon territory. It's not good to be in the limelight. I need to lay low for a while. With Fang Chun around, controlling the Bloodsea territory would naturally be a cinch. However, the problem was that Fang Chun could not be at the Sword Palace all the time. After all, this was a small stage, and he would have to leave one day. After returning to the Sword Palace, Fang Chun arranged everything properly, especially sending a large number of troops to guard the Corpse Head continent to prevent the spatial tear from being discovered. Then, he followed Yuan Venerate Han to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Brother Fang, you probably don't know much about the Heaven-Defying Alliance, right? Yuan Venerate Han introduced Fang Chun along the way. The Heaven-Defying Alliance is the oldest and most powerful faction on the Godsfall battlefield. It occupies more than 90% of the cultivation resources in the entire Godsfall battlefield. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance were all talented people. Therefore, everyone was shocked when they heard about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I'm not too sure where the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are, because I'm not qualified to enter the headquarters. However, I know that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 108 divisions. There were 108 divisions on a massive Godsfall battlefield. There were countless monstrous geniuses in every branch. Fang Chun sighed. As expected of a force that recruited all the monstrous geniuses in the world. The Bloodsea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave are considered relatively remote weaves. They don't have any Heaven-Defying Alliance branches. The closest branch to here is called the Nine Regions Branch. The Nine Territories Division, according to its literal meaning, was a division made up of 9 territories. The Nine Domains Division is located within the Nine Saints Weave and is responsible for the selection of disciples from the surrounding 9 domains. Obviously, the Bloodsea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave both belong to the Nine Saints Weave. This place is too desolate, and there are no teleportation portals here. We can only walk to Frostbite Weave and then take a teleportation portal to the 9 regions. With the Heaven-Defying token, Fang Chun could participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple assessment. The place where he would be tested was the 9 Regions branch. Time passed in a hurry. With their speed, it took them half a year to arrive at the victorious Frost territory. Who? Yuan Venerate Han exhaled and said, Up ahead is the victorious Frost territory. There is a teleportation portal here. As long as you pay a sufficient price, you can head to the 9 Regions branch. After saying that, he led Fang Chun into the victorious Frost territory. It's said that a powerhouse called the Wintry Saint once appeared in the victorious Cold Weave. He was very famous among the saints. At that time, the victorious Cold Weave was named after him. It's a pity that he died in a vendetta. Yuan Venerate Han added, By the way, the victorious Frost Saint was also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Oh, Fang Chun was slightly moved. After listening to Yuan Venerate Han's introduction, he was still a little curious about the victorious Frost Saint. Boom! Suddenly, a turbulent aura came from the distant horizon. Then, a group of martialists rushed over. The leader of the group carried a long sword on his back and had a stern expression on his face. He was a pseudo-saint powerhouse. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun and Yuan Venerate Han. Did you see someone escape from here just now? He asked coldly. Yuan Venerate Han restrained his aura and looked like an ordinary person on the outside. Fang Chen's cultivation base was only at the Yin Yang origin grade. Therefore, this pseudo-saint was very domineering. I didn't see anything. Fong Chen shrugged. This is a serious matter. Come back with us for investigation. After the investigation is done, we will let you go if you have nothing to do with this. The pseudo-saint said coldly. As he spoke, some of the Yin-Yang origin grade martialists behind him had already made their move, wanting to suppress Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han. You must have a death wish. Fong Chun threw a punch, and the martialist closest to him was instantly sent flying. Huh. This sudden turn of events stunned the pseudo-sanctuary saint. You are clearly at the Yin-Yang origin grade, yet you are so strong. You must be related to the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Capture them. The pseudo-saint gave the order, and the others swarmed over. Rumble. Fong Chun threw a few punches in succession and sent the people swarming over flying. I said that we were just passing by and wanted to borrow the teleportation array. Why do you have to do this? Fong Chun was a little annoyed. Anyone would be resentful if they had been misunderstood for no reason and besieged. Don't try to quibble. The pseudo-saint unsheathed the sword on his back and got ready to attack. What did you just say? Yuan Venerate Han, who had been silent all this while, asked. You said that you were chasing after the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint? You really know? The pseudo-saint's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Do you know how much the victorious Frost Saint contributed to this territory? How many cultivation resources did he bring to the victorious Frost territory? Now that he has fallen, you won't even let his descendants off? The victorious Frost territory belongs to my master. My master doesn't want any mistakes, so all the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint must die. Swish! As he spoke, a dazzling sword light burst out. Holding a long sword in his hand, the fake saint took a step forward and displayed an exquisite swordsmanship. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, his swordsmanship was full of loopholes. Stupid. Yuan Venerate Han released a sage aura that swept across the land and suppressed the pseudo-saint on the spot. How is this possible? The pseudo-saint was shocked and in disbelief. The victorious Frost Saint used to be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and could be considered my senior brother. Although I have never met him, I can't sit back and do nothing since I have encountered him. Yuan Venerate Han couldn't remain indifferent when the descendants of his senior brother were being hunted down. Swish! Yuan Venerate Han flicked his finger and a dazzling light burst out. The pseudo-saint was killed on the spot. Buzz! Ripples flickered in the void, and a figure appeared out of thin air. I was wondering who dared to ruin my plans. It turns out that it's a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The person who had come was wearing a black robe and was surrounded by a terrifying demonic aura. Obviously, he was a demonic cultivator. Saint Yunma? Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed. He hadn't expected the person to be Saint Yunma. Soon, Yuan Venerate Han came back to his senses and glared at Saint Yunma. You are also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Why are you so aggressive when you know the past of the victorious Frost Saint? He didn't understand why Saint Yunma was doing this. Humph! Yuan Venerate Han, who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do? Saint Yunma sneered. He was a second-level sacred king, and his combat strength was infinitely close to that of a fourth-level sacred emperor. He didn't fear anything in the 9 zones. The victorious Frost Saint obtained a demonic technique back then. My cultivation is stuck at a bottleneck. I must obtain that mystic technique. Saint Yunma said. This was also why he, a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, had come to such a remote place. If you stop me, you will be my enemy. Saint Yunma's voice was filled with killing intent. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed before he finally made up his mind. I won't stop you from cultivating the demonic path and searching for a demonic mystic technique. However, you can't touch the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Boom! Monstrous demonic aura emanated from Saint Yunma's body. He took a step forward and the earth shook. Then you can go to hell. Boom! 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 Saint Yunma waved his scepter and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Oh no! Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed when he sensed the terrifying power. However, just as he was about to resist, a large hand suddenly pulled him away. Bang! The demonic aura that burst out from the scepter struck Fang Chen's body and dissipated. On the other hand, sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fang Chen's skin and formed a powerful sword armor. Saint Yunma was a little surprised when he saw this. Yin-Yang Origin Stage? Saint Yunma was surprised that an Yin-Yang Origin Stage cultivator could actually withstand his all-out attack without suffering any injuries. You must be tired of living. After stabilizing himself, Saint Yunma waved his scepter continuously and streams of demonic aura swarmed over. Primordial Chaos Sword Technique. Fang Chun executed the Primordial Chaos Sword Technique and easily withstood Saint Yunma's attack. How is this possible? After a fierce battle, Saint Yunma couldn't do anything to Fang Chun and even faintly felt that he was being suppressed. Could he also be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? At the thought of this, he took a few steps back and stopped attacking. Since we are all disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, why make such a big fuss and hurt our friendship? Yuan Venerate Han remained silent. How about we both take a step back? Saint Yunma continued. I promise you that I will let go of the descendant of Saint Sheng Han and let him leave this place. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Fang Chun. The latter didn't say anything and just slashed out with his sword. Rumble. This sword contained Fang Chen's strongest attack. No! Saint Yunma waved his scepter to resist, but it was useless. The scepter was cut in half in just one move. Pucci. The hidden star sword landed on his body and seriously injured him. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and walked towards Saint Yunma step by step. You are an evil person. Your sins are unforgivable. Pucci. Fang Chun slashed out with his sword, and Saint Yunma's head fell off. You will regret killing a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Saint Yunma's angry roar reverberated in the air. At this moment, Yuan Venerate Han also saw a drop of venom in Saint Yunma's palm. This was demon god venom. Anyone below the 4th level Sacred Emperor realm would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Phew! He took a deep breath and felt a little scared. Chapter 3485. The demon god venom was very precious. It was very difficult for an ordinary sage to obtain such a thing. According to the current market price, it would cost at least 1 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a drop. The total net worth of Sacred Ruler was only about 1 billion yin-yang pills. It was obviously impossible for them to exchange all their net worth for a drop of demon god venom. This fellow is really willing to spend a lot of money. The demon god venom in Sage Yunma's palm spread rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demon god venom was very special. It had to be stored in a special storage space. Once it was taken out, it had to be used in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would evaporate. Fang Chun had also discovered Sage Yunma's movements in advance. Therefore, he had immediately taken action and killed him. Thank you, Brother Fang. Yuan Venerate Han took a deep breath and felt a little scared. If Fang Chun had not acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable if he had been contaminated by Sage Yunma's demon god venom. Even though he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and had extraordinary means to preserve his life, he would have shed a layer of skin if he had been contaminated by the demon god venom. This was a price he could not bear. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are really rich. A sacred ruler can actually take out the demon god venom. Fang Chun sighed. Generally speaking, even some major factions would not waste the demon god venom casually. A faction like the Blood King Palace would not even be able to take out the demon god venom. Sage Yunma has great potential. He specializes in the demonic path. In the Heaven-Defying Alliance, there are a few senior brothers who cultivate the demonic path who pay special attention to him. They usually give him some resources and help him complete some tasks. Yuan Venerate Han pursed his lips. He was also a sacred ruler, but his status in the Heaven-Defying Alliance could not be compared to Sage Yunma's. It was even more impossible for him to take out 1 billion yin-yang pills. 1 billion yin-yang pills is a huge sum. Yuan Venerate Han sighed. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. In fact, there were tens of billions of yin-yang pills stored in Dark Cave Mountain. Wouldn't the outside world go crazy if they found out? Tens of billions of yin-yang pills was comparable to the entire net worth of a sacred ruler. Yin-yang pills were the currency circulating on the market. With yin-yang pills, one could buy whatever one wanted. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. The next time he entered the abyss of god corpses, he would definitely obtain all the yin and yang pills. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, the topic returned to Saint Shenghan. Saint Shenghan is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I can't ignore his descendants, Yuan Venerate Han said. His master had once interacted with Saint Shenghan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they should help. Moreover, Sage Yunma's death had something to do with him. Since their relationship had already deteriorated, he didn't mind helping out a little more. After discussing with Fang Chun, Yuan Venerate Han found the descendants of the Shenhan Saint and wiped out all the loyal followers of the Demon Saint in the Shenhan territory. Once he had made all the necessary arrangements, he took Fang Chen with him and left Victoria's Frost Weave through the teleportation formation. Originally, it would cost a lot to set up a teleportation array across territories. It would cost at least 100 million yin and yang pills. However, the descendants of a Shenghan saint were grateful for Yuan Venerate Han's help and immediately used the yin-yang pills stored in the Shenghan territory to activate the teleportation array for them. Although the 9 sacred weave wasn't large, it was the core of the 9 surrounding territories and the most prosperous one. This was because there was a branch of the Heaven-Defying Alliance in the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions branch. The Heaven-Defying Alliance's branches were spread all over the God's Fall battlefield to help the Heaven-Defying Alliance discover outstanding disciples with potential. The cultivators in the God's Fall battlefield were almost all the descendants of the surviving elites. For countless years, they only had one goal, and that was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to survive the next battle of gods. Therefore, they were very eager to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The 9 sacred continent, the core of the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions branch of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was located on the 9 sacred continent. Whoosh! On a certain sea, a boat was drifting alone. 2 figures were on the boat. They were Fang Chun and Yuan Venerate Han. The 2 of them had taken the teleportation formation and arrived at the 9 sacred weave. They were now on their way to the 9 sacred continent. After crossing this sea, they would arrive at the 9 sacred continent. Brother Fang, good news. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han, who was sitting at the stern of the boat, opened his eyes and smiled. In half a month, the 9 sacred regions branch will publicly recruit a batch of disciples. The Heaven-Defying Alliance would publicly recruit disciples every once in a while. To participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's assessment, one had to possess a Heaven-Defying token and pass the registration threshold to wait for the public recruitment. The public recruitment in half a month also meant that Fang Chun wouldn't have to wait too long before he could participate. Brother Han, why don't you tell me about the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple recruitment test? In fact, Fang Chun was more interested in this. He was also very curious about how the powerhouses of the God's Fall battlefield would recruit disciples. The disciple recruitment test is different for every cultivation realm. I participated in the assessment as an Yin Yuan martialist, so the test standards were relatively low. I just had to worship a martialist at the peak of the Yang Yuan realm. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. You can also defeat a Heaven-Defying Alliance disciple at the same cultivation realm as you. At the end of the day, it was still a test of talent. The level of one's cultivation wasn't important. As long as your talent was heaven-defying, you would be recruited even if your cultivation was low. Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. However, Brother Fang, you are at the perfected Yin-Yang Yuan realm, so the assessment is also based on your true cultivation. Therefore, Brother Fang, the assessment is a piece of cake for you. Yuan Venerate Han had been very shocked by his interactions with Fang Chen during this period of time. Fang Chen's potential was really strong. He even suspected that Fang Chen's potential wasn't any weaker than a Dao Palace disciple's. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Ships could often be seen speeding past on the surface of the sea. The heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment is quite attractive. Along the way, Fong Chun encountered many ships that were basically going to participate in the assessment. Among them, there were dozens of saints. One had to know that there were only 9 saints in the entire 9 saints territory. There were also quite a few saint realm experts from other domains who had rushed over after hearing the news. As for the Yin Yang Yuan realm, there were even more. Boom! While Fong Chun was deep in thought, a luxurious ship suddenly appeared in the distance. The ship moved quickly, creating countless splashes. It ignored Fong Chun's boat and rushed straight past it. As it passed by Fong Chun, a man in luxurious robes shot a disdainful look at Fong Chun from the bow of the luxurious ship and casually struck out with his palm. Bang! Yuan Venerate Han's eyes lit up as he blocked the other party's attack with a punch. By then, the luxurious ship had already disappeared and a disdainful voice was heard. Those 2 fellows really deserve to die. They actually didn't avoid young Master's ship. Young Master just doesn't want to kill people, so he struck out with his palm as a warning. Otherwise, how could they have survived? Yuan Venerate Han heard such an arrogant voice. Chapter 3486. The luxurious ship had already left and disappeared into the sea. However, those 2 arrogant voices still reverberated in Fong Chun's ears. Fong Chun smirked and shook his head after a long while. Were people so arrogant these days? In his opinion, that young man was at most a second-level sacred king. How could he be so arrogant? Yuan Venerate Han's face darkened. He was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, yet he had been ridiculed. The 2 of them exchanged glances and saw the displeasure in each other's eyes. However, it didn't say anything. It seemed like that young man was going to participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment. As long as he participated, he would eventually meet them. More than 10 days later, the boat swayed and finally sailed out of the vast sea and entered the 9 Saints continent. There are so many people. The primordial spirit of a sage could instantly cover an entire continent. Thus, Yuan Venerate Han easily saw the scene in the 9 Saints continent. Everyone is already gathered in 9 Saints City. Let's go over. A distance of 10,000 miles was nothing to them. A moment later, the 2 of them arrived in 9 Saints City. Brother Fong, this is the 9 Saints Weaves branch of the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han pointed to a towering tower in front of them and introduced it. Look at the people lining up on the streets. They don't have a heaven-defying token and have to register in person. These people have to participate in all the assessments. Fong Chun looked over and saw that there was indeed a long line of people lining up on the streets of 9 Saint City. Basically, they are all at the Yin Yang origin grade. Fong Chun scanned the crowd and saw a man in luxurious robes at the front of the line. There were a few guards around the man, who had a very strong aura. The surrounding people seemed to be very wary of this man and didn't dare approach him. Humph! Fong Chun snorted when he saw the man's disdainful gaze and turned to follow Yuan Venerate Han to the tower. Brother Fong, you have a heaven-defying token. You don't have to register like them. I will take you directly to the elder in charge of the public recruitment. With that, the 2 of them stepped into the tower. The man in luxurious robes frowned when he saw this. Those 2 fellows went in directly. Could it be that they have heaven-defying tokens? The guards beside him were discussing animatedly. Someone in the crowd recognized Yuan Venerate Han. Isn't that Yuan Venerate Han of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? I heard that he was living in seclusion in the scenic Devil Dominion. Why would he come here? Did you see that? There's a Yin Yang Essence Realm cultivator following him. He must be the one who recommended you. Everyone came to a sudden realization. At the same time, they were somewhat envious of Fong Chun. If he could gain the recognition and recommendation of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples, his chances of clearing the trial would be greatly increased. Young Master. A few guards whispered when they saw that the man in the brocade robe had an ugly expression. That guy should have a heaven-defying order on him. So what if you have a heaven-defying order? Can he compete with Young Master? One had to know that there were over 10,000 martial artists participating in the open recruitment this time. However, those who possessed a heaven-defying token were less than a handful of them. From this, it could be seen how rare the heaven-defying writ was. After entering the tower, Yuan Venerate Han introduced himself. "So it's Senior Brother Han." A staff member smiled and said, "The person in charge of this assessment is Senior Brother Wong, who once walked out of the Nine Zones branch." "Oh, Senior Brother Wong is here?" Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that Senior Brother Wong would be personally in charge of this assessment. Senior Brother Wong will only arrive in 3 days. The assessment will begin immediately when he arrives. Yuan Venerate Han nodded and explained Fong Chen's situation. After checking Fong Chen's heaven-defying order, the staff member brought Yuan Venerate Han and Fong Chen to an independent courtyard. "Senior Brother Han, you can rest here. I will inform you immediately when Senior Brother Wong arrives." Yuan Venerate Han was very polite. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. After the staff member left, Yuan Venerate Han turned to look at Fong Chen. "I didn't expect that Senior Brother Wong would be personally in charge this time. Brother Fong, you have to seize this opportunity. Senior Brother Wong is a disciple of the Tao Palace and has unparalleled potential. If you display heaven-defying potential during the assessment, Senior Brother Wong will definitely notice you. As long as Senior Brother Wong puts in a few good words for you, it won't be impossible for you to enter the Tao Palace and even become an unrivaled saint's disciple." Yuan Venerate Han felt excited just thinking about it. "Brother Han, who is this Senior Brother Wong you're talking about?" Fong Chen was rather curious. According to the staff member, Senior Brother Wong had once walked out of the Nine Regions branch. In other words, he had once passed the assessment of the Nine Regions branch and entered the heaven-defying alliance. Senior Brother Wong's full name is Wang Daoyan, and he is known as Sacred Emperor Daoyan. He has an 8th-level saint as his master. He has heaven-defying potential and is well known in the Tao Palace. Fong Chen sighed after hearing Yuan Venerate Han's introduction. There were too many evildoers in the heaven-defying alliance. In a certain inn in Nine Saint City. "Young master, I've asked around. The person Yuan Venerate Han brought in is called Fong Chen. He came from the Wasteland Weave, and his cultivation base is at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm. He shouldn't be too strong," a guard whispered as he walked into the inn quickly. The man in the brocade robes nodded. Doesn't nobody think he can join the heaven-defying alliance just because he obtained a heaven-defying order by luck? The first time they had encountered Fong Chen's boat, the man in the brocade robes had attacked because Fong Chen hadn't dodged and hadn't bothered to kill him. He had only casually waved his hand. The second time they had met, he was still high and mighty, thinking that Fong Chen was a nobody and that he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Now that he knew that Fong Chen had a heaven-defying order, he wanted to kill him. He had such a powerful background, yet he still hadn't been able to obtain a heaven-defying order. How could a nobody obtain a heaven-defying order so easily? He couldn't accept it. "Humph. If we meet in the assessment, I'll let you know that an ant will always be an ant," the man in the brocade robes said gloomily. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. "By the way, is there anything worth paying attention to among the martialists participating in the assessment this time?" "Young master, I heard that Mad Bladely is here. That person from the Duanma family is also here. It said that the princess of the Tianqin family obtained a heaven-defying order." After hearing the guard's introduction, the man in the brocade robes stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding great confidence. "In this assessment, not only will I join the heaven-defying alliance, but my name will also shake the 9 domains." His voice was brimming with confidence. "No matter who it is, they will all become my stepping stone." "Young master, the one in charge of the assessment this time is Wang Daoyan." Hearing the name Wang Daoyan, the man in the brocade robe's expression changed. "Wang Daoyan?" He was surprised. The Wang Daoyan, who was once known as the number one of the younger generation of the 9 domains? The guard nodded. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 3487. Wang Daoyan was once a genius warrior in the Nine Saints territory. He rose quickly and joined the heaven-defying alliance, becoming a disciple of the Tao Palace. It was said that there were several invincible saints behind Wang Daoyan. Many elders in the heaven-defying alliance expressed their fondness for Wang Daoyan and wanted to take him as a disciple, but they couldn't compete with others. This time, Wang Daoyan was personally in charge of the recruitment test of the 9 domains. When the news spread, it instantly caused a huge commotion in Nine Saints City and even the entire Nine Saints territory. Countless martial artists who had come to participate in the test wanted to see just how strong the super genius who had once shaken the 9 regions was. For a time, there were many legends about Wang Daoyan in the streets. A few days later, Fang Chun was cultivating. He was comprehending the origin of metal that the Blood Cavalry Saint had left behind. This book recorded the Blood Cavalry Saint's life's work. Metal was extremely sharp, and the origin of metal also contained an extremely sharp aura. Fang Chun had condensed the origin of metal long ago, but it was still difficult to comprehend it. Whoosh! After cultivating for a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. A helpless look appeared on his face. Is it so difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage? Fang Chun shook his head. The origin could only be comprehended in the saint realm. It was extremely difficult to comprehend it in the yin-yang origin stage. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were born, and then the origin of the 5 elements. Fang Chun murmured. He opened the book again, and his gaze fell on a small line of words on the first page. This line of words indicated that the reason why it was difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage was that the condensed yin and yang contained a thin amount of yin and yang origin stage. This was the biggest obstacle for warriors to comprehend the origin. Looks like it's true. At first, Fang Chun didn't believe it, but now he did. His yin and yang origin stage had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet, and it had even evolved into yin and yang origin stage. He had once used the yin and yang origin stage to block the attack of the origin. Ordinary warriors only had a thin amount of the origin in their yin and yang origin stage. His yin and yang origin stage contained the yin and yang origin stage at the beginning of the world. Therefore, it was even more difficult for him to comprehend the origin compared to ordinary martial artists. Forget it, there's no rush. Although he was still unable to step into the saint realm, his true combat power could already defeat a 3rd-level Holy King. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han walked in with a delighted look on his face. Senior Brother Wang is already here. I've already introduced you to him. He's quite curious about you and wants to meet you. Oh, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Wang Daoyan wanted to see him. A moment later, Yuan Venerate Han brought Fang Chun to the highest floor of the 9-zone branch tower. The fragrance of sandalwood filled the air, and the interior of the pavilion was very simple. There was a praying mat in the middle, and a middle-aged man was sitting on it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Wang Daoyan. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power coming at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath, and his heart was in turmoil. Senior Brother Wang, Yuan Venerate Han said softly. At that moment, Wang Daoyan slowly opened his eyes. He stared straight at Fang Chun, who felt uneasy all over, as if all his secrets had been thoroughly explored. After a long time, Wang Daoyan looked away. Not bad. He was a man of few words and only said the word, not bad. If the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance knew that Wang Daoyan had such an evaluation of Fang Chun, they would definitely be shocked. Junior Fang Chun pays his respects to Senior Brother Wang. Fang Chun cupped his fists in greeting. After me, no other genius has appeared in the 9-zone branch tower. I hope you won't disappoint me. After all, Wang Daoyan had also come from the 9-zone branch tower. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the geniuses of the 9-zone branch tower. All right, you may leave first. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Go back and prepare. Fang Chun nodded and turned to leave. Senior Brother Wang. Yuan Venerate Han hesitated. Wang Daoyan got up. His potential is very strong. At least in my opinion, he is considered rare in the heaven-defying alliance. However, What makes me curious is his bloodline. When I probed his bloodline, I actually felt a slight throb. Wang Daoyun was already a peak 6th level sacred emperor. As long as the saints didn't appear, he could dominate the world. His bloodline was also one of the strongest bloodlines in the current era. However, when he probed Fang Qin's bloodline, he clearly felt his own bloodline tremble. Wang Daoyun naturally knew what this meant. Tell me more about him. Yes, senior brother Wang. On the way back to the courtyard, Fang Qin was also pondering why Wang Daoyun had summoned him. Could it be just curiosity? Fang Qin muttered to himself. He could sense that Wang Daoyun didn't have any enmity toward him. Forget it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A few hours later, Yuan Venerate Han returned. There was a hint of joy on his face, as if he had a very happy conversation with Wang Daoyun. Brother Fang, the assessment will officially begin tomorrow. Don't cultivate today. I'll take you out to relax. Yuan Venerate Han added, Nine Saint City is very prosperous and there are many good places. Furthermore, the number of disciples recruited this time is limited. You can also get to know your opponents in advance. Fang Qin thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. It had to be said that as the core of the Nine Saint territory, it was also the most prosperous city. The prosperity of Nine Saint City exceeded Fang Qin's imagination. Perfected Yin-Yang origin grade martialists were everywhere, and even some pseudo-saints could be seen on the streets. Fang Qin was speechless. After all, Mo Tao of the scenic demon territory was only a pseudo-saint. The path of cultivation is a long one. The higher one's cultivation base, the further one can see. Therefore, they don't care too much about worldly power. They can rely on their own strength to obtain more, Yuan Venerate Han said. Yuan Venerate Han said, only Mo Tao would go to a barbaric weave like the scenic demon weave. No one else would waste their time there. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The world of cultivation was too cruel. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived in front of a drum tower. The drum tower was thousands of feet tall, and there were 9 bells and drums placed at the top. Every bell and drum was bronze in color, and the faint sound of bells and drums could be heard. Brother Fang, this is the sacred drum tower. No matter what it was, as long as it was tainted with the word saint, it was very unusual. Fang Qin lifted his head and looked at the top of the sacred drum tower. At the moment, there was a dense crowd of martialists below the sacred drum tower. Many of them had come to participate in the disciple recruitment test of the heaven-defying alliance. Legend has it that the sacred drum tower was left behind by a saint. Its purpose is to test the talent of the many martialists in the Nine Saint territory. The more bells and drums are rung, the higher the talent of the martialists. Yuan Venerate Han explained. Oh, Fang Qin was surprised. He had not expected that these 9 ordinary-looking bells and drums would actually be left behind by a saint. Actually, what Fang Qin did not know was that the bells and drums on the sacred drum tower had once contained the inheritance and comprehension of the origin source left behind by the saint. Unfortunately, it had already been taken away by the major factions over the years. Now, these 9 bells and drums could only be used to test one's talent. Whoosh! While Yuan Venerate Han was speaking, a figure leaped up and stepped onto the top of the sacred drum tower. Dong! 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 Then, he could be seen channeling his power into the first drum. Dong! The first bell let out a long and drawn-out sound. Dong! The second drum was rung as well. The person continued to move to the third drum. Ah! He roared and unleashed his full power. However, he failed at the last step. The third drum was indifferent. Bang! He suffered a backlash and retreated. 2 drums. That's not bad. Yuan Venerate Han nodded as the crowd began to discuss. How can one's talent be determined by the sound of these drums? Fang Qin asked, how many drums did senior brother Wang Daoyun sound? 2 drums is normal. Generally speaking, 3 drums is considered not bad. For drums is already considered an outstanding genius qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance. 5 drums is considered one of the top disciples in the heaven-defying alliance. 6 drums is enough to enter the Tao Palace. Yuan Venerate Han paused for a moment. Then, he enunciated each word clearly. Senior brother Wang once sounded 7 drums in one go, and his name shook the 9 regions. Fang Chen was shocked. He had not expected Wang Daoyun to sound 7 drums. It seemed like his potential was really impressive. At the time, the 9 regions branch contacted senior brother Wang and recommended him to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After some training, he successfully entered the Dao Palace. Now, senior brother Wang is also very famous in the Dao Palace. Has no one in the 9 regions been able to sound 7 drums? Fang Chen was curious. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Anyone who can sound 7 drums is considered to be at the top of the Dao Palace. After all, the 9 regions branch is located in the most remote areas of the Godsfall battlefield. Cultivation resources are scarce, so it is very difficult for such geniuses to appear. According to my speculations, the top person in the Dao Palace should be able to sound 8 drums. As for 9 drums, that person should be chosen by the heavens, right? Yuan Venerate Han muttered to himself. From time to time, martialists would ascend the sacred drum tower and sound the drums. The sound of the drums echoed for a long time. However, most of them only sounded 2 drums. During this period, there were also people who sounded 3 drums. As for those who sounded 4 drums, they did not appear for the time being. The real top geniuses did not make a move. Yuan Venerate Han said. He told them that Crazy Blade Li, Duan Jing of the Duanma family, and the princess of the Tianqin family could sound at least 4 drums. It was even possible that they could sound 5 drums. However, they did not appear. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Immediately after, the crowd opened up a path for him. Huh, it's him? Fang Chen recognized the person. It was the man in the brocade robes. The man in the brocade robe strode toward the sacred drum tower with his head held high. Everyone made way for him. Oh my God, why is this guy here too? This guy is overbearing. We should stay away from him. Chapter 3488. The Duan family was an overlord force in the new expedition territory. Although there were only 3 saints in the family, no forces in the surrounding territories dared to provoke them. This was because one of the saints had reached the peak of the 3rd level Holy King level. Moreover, Duan Dongyu had great potential among the younger generation and had attracted the attention of many saint emperors and saints. If he could join the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the Duan family's position would be even more secure. Therefore, Duan Dongyu was arrogant and domineering. Duan Dongyu? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell from the aura that Duan Dongyu exuded that his cultivation should be at the 1st level Holy King level. Duan Dongyu only recently stepped into the Saint realm, but he already has the combat power of a 2nd level Holy King. Yuan Venerate Han said. Fang Chen shook his head and did not think much about it. No matter how powerful the forces behind Duan Dongyu were, as long as he did not provoke him, everything would be fine. Once you provoke me, then no one in the world will be able to stop you. Duan Dongyu's arrival caused an uproar below the sacred drum tower. Countless martialists avoided Duan Dongyu with some fear. Duan Dongyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked up at the top of the sacred drum tower with a contemptuous smile. I remember that Wang Daoyun sounded 7 drums in one go back then. After joining the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he was valued by all the old monsters and was given endless cultivation resources. This was also the reason for his rapid progress. I, Duan Dongyu, want to see how mysterious this legendary technique left behind by a saint is, Duan Dongyu said confidently. After saying that, he leaped up and arrived at the top of the sacred drum tower. Dong! Duan Dongyu urged the power in his body and poured it into the drums. In an instant, the first drum vibrated and emitted a ringing sound. Then, Duan Dongyu came to the second drum in a domineering manner. Dong! Dong! For the first 3 drums, Duan Dongyu didn't use any strength to strike them easily. He is indeed a genius of the Duan family in the new expedition territory. He is really powerful. He struck the first 3 drums so easily. Although Duan Dongyu is a good-for-nothing, he still has the ability. Many people sighed and thought that Duan Dongyu's potential was too great. Dong! He stopped in front of the 4th drum and placed his hands on the drum. A minute later, the fourth drum began to vibrate. Warm applause could be heard from the crowd below. Sounds of discussion could be heard incessantly. Being able to sound 4 bells in a row meant that Duan Dongyu had the qualifications to join the heaven-defying alliance. The next test wouldn't be too difficult for him. I wonder how many bells this Dongyu will be able to sound? Many people saw that Duan Dongyu did not stop and continued to walk to the 5th drum. Discussions broke out. Brother Fong, what do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Duan Dongyu before asking. He had to admit that this fellow's potential was not bad. He can't sound the 5th bell, Fong Chen said calmly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking at the top of the Holy Drum Tower, in front of the 5th drum, Duan Dongyu tried his best to make the drum shake slightly, but no sound came out. I don't believe you. Wang Daoyan had been able to sound 7 bells in the past. Now, he was encountering difficulties in front of the 5th drum. He was unwilling to accept this. Duan Dongyu roared and displayed the unique skill of the Duan clan. His hands kept waving, and thousands of palm prints appeared in the void, bombarding the 5th drum in unison. Wang, a soft voice could be heard coming from it. However, it only lasted for a second before it came to an abrupt end. Duan Dongyu's body retreated as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! 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 After stabilizing his body, Duan Dongyu stared at the 5th drum with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. He was unwilling to accept this. Almost. Just a little bit more, and I would have been able to sound the 5th drum. Crash! He landed on the ground with a dispirited look on his face. He had originally thought that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Daoyan. Who would have thought that he would be stopped at the 5th drum? Many people in the crowd shook their heads. Wang Daoyan had been recognized as the #1 genius of the 9 great territories back then. Duan Dongyu's achievements had been entirely due to the cultivation resources of the Duan family. How could he compare to Wang Daoyan? Duan Dongyu was a little annoyed when he heard the discussion in the crowd and got ready to leave. At that moment, he saw Fong Chun and Yuan Venerate Han not far away. He snorted coldly and strolled over before stopping in front of Fong Chun. Kid, Duan Dongyu provoked. What? Is there a problem? Fong Chun shrugged, not afraid of Duan Dongyu in the slightest. Are you mocking me? Duan Dongyu said coldly. Although Duan Dongyu, have stopped at the 5th drum, there aren't many in the younger generation of the 9 territories who have greater potential than me. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to mock me? Duan Dongyu directly attacked Fong Chun. Some people in the know knew that Duan Dongyu was jealous that Fong Chun had obtained the heaven-defying alliance and was looking for an excuse to attack him. Mock me? Fong Chun was stunned. He originally wanted to ignore Duan Dongyu, but the latter's behavior was a little too much. Duan Dongyu, Yuan Venerate Han spoke. I remember that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a rule that disciples cannot interfere with the assessment of other disciples. Duan Dongyu said, could it be that you are so powerful that you can ignore the rules of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Yuan Venerate Han was furious. A mere 2nd-level Sacred King who had not even joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance dared to challenge him. The aura around him rippled as he prepared to teach Duan Dongyu a lesson. The surrounding people also looked over with interest, ready to watch a good show. Others might be afraid of you, Yuan Venerate Han, but Duan Dongyu, am not. Duan Dongyu sneered. Buzz. The void suddenly became oppressive as endless pressure came from the sky. A drawn-out voice sounded in everyone's ears. Junior Brother Han, you don't have to interfere in this matter. Everyone was stunned. Even Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. The person who had spoken was Wang Daoyan. Given his status in the Dao Palace, no one in the 9 great territories dared to provoke him. Even the 9 saints of the 9-saint territory had to treat him with respect. Brother Fong, let's go back. Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed as he spoke. Fong Chun shook his head and looked up at the void before turning to look at Yuan Venerate Han. How dare a young master of a mere territory scold a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fong Chun said, Brother Han, you have a special status. You don't have to interfere in this matter. Leave everything to me. After saying that, he gently patted Yuan Venerate Han on the shoulder. What did you just say? Fang Chen walked over to Duan Dongyu. I said, what right do you have to mock me, Duan Dongyu, when you were just an yin-yang origin realm ant? Who gave you the guts? Duan Dongyu repeated word by word. Fang Chen nodded and ignored the astonishment of the crowd as he ascended the holy drum tower. He looked down at Duan Dongyu from above. Mock you? You're not qualified for me to mock you. After saying that, Fang Chen circulated the power in his body and poured it into the bell and drum. What is he doing? Has he been provoked by Duan Dongyu and wants to compete with Duan Dongyu in terms of potential? This fellow is a little stupid. He is just a yin-yang origin realm. Does he think that he can challenge Duan Dongyu just because he has Yuan Venerate Han as his backer? Many people shook their heads and felt that Fang Chen's actions were too irrational. Of course, even more people were watching the show and mocking him. Young people these days really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-defying token and was brought to Nine Saints City by Yuan Venerate Han. Does he think that he is invincible? I bet that this fellow can only sound the bell and drum 3 times at most. 3? I think he can only sound the bell and drum 2 times at most. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Yuan Venerate Han was very calm when he saw Fang Chen's actions. He was well aware of Fang Chen's potential. Duan Dongyu smirked and sneered. Trying to play to the gallery? Dong! The sound of the bell echoed. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Fang Chen had already arrived in front of the second drum. Dong! 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 The sound of the bell rang 3 times in a row. Everyone below was stunned and tongue-tied. What's going on? Is this fellow's potential so terrifying? Everyone was shocked. Being able to sound the bell and drum 4 times in a row was already comparable to Duan Dongyu's potential. Look, he is walking towards the 5th drum. Some sharp-eyed people saw Fang Chen's actions. Duan Dongyu's face turned pale and murderous intent filled his eyes. Dong! Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's palms landed on the drum and a melodious sound reverberated in the sky above Nine Saint City for a long time. 5 rings. Everyone below was completely dumbfounded. This fellow had actually done what Duan Dongyu had failed to do. Being able to sound the bell and drum 5 times was considered one of the best in the 9 great territories. Even if he entered the heaven-defying alliance, he would be valued and nurtured by the higher-ups. At this time, everyone no longer looked at Fang Chen with hostility. Instead, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Whoosh! Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for Fang Chen to continue charging forward. This was because he had not used much strength to sound the first 4 drums. It's over? Everyone was disappointed. Fang Chen landed in front of Duan Dongyu with a faint smile. If an ant is stronger than you, then what are you, Duan Dongyu? Are you worse than an ant? Fang Chen's voice echoed below the drum. Duan Dongyu's aura surged as he glared at Fang Chen. Young master. Several servants hurriedly stopped the enraged Duan Dongyu. They could not fight in Nine Saint City. Otherwise, the heaven-defying alliance would not sit idly by. Just wait and see. Duan Dongyu threatened before leaving. Countless eyes fell on Fang Chen. He had used his unparalleled potential to crush Duan Dongyu and become famous in Nine Saint City. At this time, on the highest floor of the heaven-defying alliance's pagoda, Wang Daoyan stood with his hands behind his back. He could clearly see the scene in front of the Saint Drum Tower through the window. He was able to sound 5 drums so easily. Not bad. If he used his full strength, would he be able to sound 7 drums? Even Wang Daoyan couldn't see through Fang Chen and couldn't grasp him. He felt that the latter was hiding some secrets. Chapter 3489. The Saint Drum Tower was a saint's method that could test a martialist's talent. The 9 drums at the top of the Saint Drum Tower had always been a place for geniuses to compete. However, no one in the younger generation had been able to surpass the miracle that Wang Daoyan had created. At the time, Wang Daoyan had appeared out of nowhere and sounded the drums 7 times with his stunning talent, shocking the 9 great territories. After Wang Daoyun, countless young martialists had tried various methods to surpass him, but had all failed in the end. Now, the 9 Domains division of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was recruiting disciples, so all the young martialists of the 9 great territories had come. They had all gathered in front of the St. Drum Tower. Everyone knew about Duan Dongyu's potential. He could easily sound the drums 4 times, which was already comparable to the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Although he had stopped at the 5th drum, many people could see that it wouldn't be long before he could sound the 5th drum. If not for Fang Chun, Duan Dongyu might have been the most eye-catching genius. Unfortunately, he had provoked Fang Chun. When Fang Chun sounded the drums 5 times, the martialists below the St. Drum Tower were in an uproar. Countless martialists were shocked. Even after a long time, when Fang Chen's figure disappeared, everyone was still in shock. When he returned to his courtyard, Yuan Venerate Han said apologetically, Brother Fang, Brother Fang." Fang Chun nodded, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Yuan Venerate Han wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. He just nodded and left. The news of Fang Chun sounding the drums 5 times and suppressing Duan Dongyu spread like wildfire. Garden Mansion. A lady in green robes walked gracefully towards the pavilion. She had a slight smile on her pretty face, and her red lips were slightly pursed. She was one of the martialists who had obtained the Heaven-Defying Alliance this time. She was the beloved daughter of the Tianqin family, Qin Yun. "Miss, that's what happened." Qin Yun's fair fingers gently stroked her hair as she listened to the servant's account. Her beautiful eyes flickered when she heard the whole story. Duan Dongyu of the Duan family is ruthless, arrogant, and despotic. Even he gets slapped in the face. Qin Yun said faintly. "However, I'm getting more and more curious about this guy. Where did he get the courage to challenge Duan Dongyu when he was only in the Yin-Yang origin realm?" Musical Note fell into deep thought. At the same time, the young master of the Duanma family, Mad Saber Li, also received the news. Fang Chen's name spread throughout Nine Saint City. The sun slowly rose and dawn arrived. Nine Saint City was packed with people. Countless cultivators had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple recruitment. Brother Fang. Yuan Venerate Han brought Fang Chun to the Nine Saints Plaza. The azure-clothed girl on the far left in front is Princess Qin Yun of the Tianqin noble clan. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he followed Yuan Venerate Han's gaze. However, he soon sobered up. "Is this an illusion?" "Brother Fang, you might not know this, but the Tianqin noble clan specializes in the primordial spirit. The secret techniques they cultivate are all targeted at the primordial spirit of a martialist. Princess Qin Yun is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Tianqin noble clan. She has a charming temperament to begin with. Coupled with the secret techniques she cultivates, ordinary martialists will fall into an illusion if they take a few more glances at her," Yuan Venerate Han explained. While Fang Chun was sizing up Palace Master Qin Yun, she seemed to sense Fang Chen's gaze and turned her head. Fang Chun shifted his gaze and looked at Mad Saber Li. This person has a very strong saber intent. Fang Chun was shocked. He uses his body as a saber and cultivates the heaven-defying saber Dao. Then he saw the young master of the Duanma family. The demonic aura on his body was so strong that no one dared to approach him. These people are considered the most outstanding geniuses of the 9 territories. They will most likely join the Heaven-Defying Alliance and be your opponents in the assessment, Yuan Venerate Han said. At the same time, he reminded Fang Chun to be careful of Duan Dongyu. Duan Dongyu was famous for being vengeful. Yesterday, in front of the Sacred Drum Tower, Fang Chun had crushed Duan Dongyu with his absolute potential and made him lose face. Duan Dongyu would definitely try to stop Fang Chun during the assessment. "It's fine." Fang Chun was carefree and didn't care. Sounds of discussion spread out in the crowd. Swoosh! A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with joy. The person in charge of this assessment, the genius Wang Daoyun, had arrived. Wang Daoyun was wearing a white robe and had a calm expression. He stood on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back and scanned the crowd. This time, the Heaven-Defying Alliance's 9 Territories branch is publicly recruiting disciples. There are 13,000 people who have signed up. The competition will be fierce, so I hope you will all work hard. After a few simple opening remarks, Wang Daoyun began to introduce the content of the assessment. This assessment is very simple. It is about survival. All the disciples who signed up had to enter the 9 Saint Mystic Realm. Everyone had a token on them, and they had to kill each other to snatch each other's tokens. When a number of tokens reached 100, they could head to the center of the 9 Saint Mystic Realm and leave a mark on the stone wall. Those who left a mark would pass the assessment. Fang Chen was a little surprised by this assessment. It was a little cruel to let tens of thousands of people kill each other. Not long after, the 9 Saint Mystic Realm opened, and a large number of martialists entered. Isn't this too cruel? Yuan Venerate Han couldn't help but ask. The deity fall battlefield is cruel. The weak have no right to speak. Only by working hard to become stronger is the only truth, Wang Daoyun said. The brink of life and death can often stimulate a martialist's inner potential. If they can break through, they have a high chance of becoming a dragon. If they couldn't break through, they wouldn't be qualified to become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. On a mountain peak in the 9 Saint Mystic Realm, Fang Chun appeared out of thin air and looked around. There was no one there. It seems like they're scattered randomly. Fang Chun said. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Fang Chun began to walk around. In a dense forest, Duan Dongyu's face was ferocious, and he bared his fangs. He had gathered with the servants of the Duan family and was encircling a weak martialist. Go to hell. He punched out and crushed his opponent's head before taking his token. Humph, Fang Chun is it? I want to see how capable you are. In the 9 Saint City, he did not dare to make a move because of the power of the 9 Saint Realm. But it was different in the 9 Saint Mystic Realm. He could kill to his heart's content. Let's collect tokens first, and then leave a mark on the stone wall. Duan Dongyu said. As long as he did not encounter Mad Blade Li, the young master of the Duanma family, Princess Qin Yun, and the others, no one was his match. Time flew by. 3 days later, Duan Dongyu had already obtained 80 tokens and was closer to 100 tokens. At this time, there was news that Princess Qin Yun had already gone to the Saint Mystic Realm. I have to speed up, Duan Dongyu said coldly. For the past 3 days, Fang Chun had been walking on the wasteland. Sigh. Looking at the few tokens in his hand, Fang Chun sighed. Along the way, he encountered many martialists, many of whom chose to take a detour to avoid him. These martialists had not committed any heinous crimes, so he was not willing to kill them. Along the way, the people he killed were either heinous criminals or people who wanted to snatch his tokens, so he had very few tokens. Kiki. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from afar. Fang Chun spread out his divine sense and instantly saw the scene 1,000 miles away. At this time, a black-robed martialist was brutally slaughtering other martialists. Young Master Duanma, we will give you your tokens. Please give us a way out. There were countless corpses on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The remaining small group of martial artists knelt on the ground, begging for young Master Duanmo's forgiveness. Humph, it's your bad luck to encounter me. Young Master Duanma opened his mouth and a small black sword shot out, instantly piercing through the head of one of the martialists. Demon, you're a demon. Run. Many people fell into a frenzy and desperately fled. However, it was useless. Young Master Duanma was a Saint Realm elite, and they could not resist him at all. Bang! Young Master Duanma's small black sword was shattered by a terrifying fist aura. Those martial artists who were fleeing for their lives were also completely stunned. A figure had appeared in front of them. Fang Chun. After escaping death, many people recognized Fang Chun and cried out in surprise. They did not expect Fang Chun to stand up for them. Fang Chun. Young Master Duanma also recognized Fang Chun and raised his eyebrows slightly as he said coldly, "You want to stop me? They have already handed over their tokens. Why do you still want to kill them all?" Young Master Duanma's demonic aura was monstrous as a terrifying power swept through the world. He used his tyrannical aura to suppress Fang Chun. Want to kill them all? Young Master Duanma sneered. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. They are weaker than me, so they must die. He cultivated demonic arts and had a dark personality. To him, it was normal to kill the innocent. What if I insist on protecting them? Then you could die too. The Duan Mo young master roared, and a monstrous demonic aura spread out. His body shot forward like an arrow. You guys go first. Fang Chen's voice entered everyone's ears. They thanked him gratefully and hurriedly left. 9 Regions Division, heaven-defying alliance's highest floor. Wang Daoyun looked at the scene in the mirror image and muttered to himself. Although the young master of the Duanma family is strong, he shouldn't be able to stop you. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the battle had already come to an end. In the mirror image, Fang Chun was like a demon god as he defeated the young master of the Duanma family. The latter fled in panic. What is your upper limit? Wang Daoyun asked. In the Nine Saints' secret realm, no one knew that one of the strongest candidates, the young master of the Duanma family, had been defeated by Fang Chun. The ground was in a sorry state, full of potholes. Fang Chun picked up the tokens and said, "The demonic arts cultivated by this young master of the Duanma family are really cruel." At the critical moment, if the young master of the Duanma family had not thrown away all the tokens to save his life, he might have died in Fang Chen's hands. I didn't expect this guy to get so many. A rough count showed that there were more than 200 tokens. This also meant that more than 200 people had died in his hands. This is good too. It saved me the trouble of finding tokens. Chapter 3490. Although young Master Duanma's cultivation was only at the level of a second-level Holy King, his methods were indeed mysterious. Especially his attainments in the demon path. They were even more extraordinary. Although Fang Chen's combat power was completely suppressed when fighting with him, he could still feel the deterrence brought about by the monstrous demon chi. Fang Chen's eyes flashed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed. If young Master Duanma had not burned his blood essence at the critical moment, used the forbidden secret technique of the demon path, and threw away all the tokens, he would have been killed by him. But soon, Fang Chun felt relieved. Such a proud person would definitely not give up. As long as he waited in front of the Saint Stone Wall, he would definitely meet young Master Duanma. The Saint Stone Wall was the final test. When Fang Chun arrived in front of the Saint Stone Wall, it was already overcrowded. Roughly estimating, there were about 1,000 people. Whoosh! Fang Chun stopped and looked at the Saint Stone Wall. The 1-meter-tall stone wall stood quietly on the ground, and there were complicated carvings on its body. Buzz! When he saw these carvings, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled in his mind, and the blood in his body moved strangely. Rip! He shook his head forcefully and came back to his senses from the carvings. What terrifying carvings! Fang Chun took a deep breath, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The saint's methods are really powerful. Although Fang Chun was good at illusions, he almost fell for it. No wonder many warriors were watching from afar and did not dare to approach the Saint Stone Wall. At this moment, there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged near the Saint Stone Wall. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qin Yun, and Duan Dongyu of the Duan clan. He used the heavenly soul scripture to protect his primordial spirit golden core, and then his gaze fell on the Saint's stone wall again. He suddenly discovered that there were 3 marks on the wall. 2 of the marks were relatively shallow, and the saber mark at the top was very terrifying. The aura emitted from the saber mark made everyone stop in their tracks. It seemed that these 3 marks were left by the 3 of them. Leaving marks? Fang Chun murmured. Puchi. At this moment, a martial artist suffered a powerful backlash. His body flew out and exploded in the air, blood splattering everywhere. The Saint Stone Wall contained a powerful saint's power. If one was not strong enough, it would be difficult to leave a mark on the stone wall. One might even suffer a backlash and die. This person's death completely intimidated the thousands of martial artists. For a time, there was complete silence in front of the Saint Stone Wall. No one dared to try. The crowd whispered in disgust among themselves. It could be seen that they were somewhat afraid of the saint's stone wall. Fang Chen strode towards the saint's stone wall, breaking the silence. Isn't that Fang Chen? Fang Chen? Why does it sound so familiar? Oh, I remember now. Is it the new genius who beat Duan Dongyu and beat the drum 5 times on the Holy Drum Tower? It really is him. Why? Is he going to give it a try? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Fang Chen. Some people were gloating, while others couldn't wait to witness a miracle. Pretentious. Do you think you can leave a mark on the saint's stone wall just because you're talented? You're too naive. You don't say. His potential is stronger than Duan Dongyu's. Maybe he's not too weak. He really might leave a mark. Fang Chen ignored the argument. He stood under the saint's stone wall, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. A cool breeze blew on his face, giving him a cold feeling. Sensing the saint's stone wall at close range, Fang Chen found that the carvings on the stone wall were moving slowly. Fang Chen was surprised and carefully sensed. Whoosh! Duan Dongyu opened his eyes, full of anger. Kid, I thought you would hide in a corner and not dare to show up. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the saint's stone wall. As he spoke, Duan Dongyu got up, not hiding his killing intent at all. On the side, Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flickered. She curiously looked at Fang Chen. She was also quite surprised that the man could see through her illusion at a glance. Only Mad Saberly did not open his eyes from beginning to end. He cultivated the Saber Dao, and his obsession was too deep. To him, only the Saber Dao could attract his attention. Duan Dongyu. Seeing that Duan Dongyu was about to walk to the Saint Stone Wall, Princess Qin Yun spoke. Although there is a grudge between the two of you, he is still leaving a mark in front of the Saint's stone wall. If you attack, you will break the rules of the heaven-defying alliance. Duan Dongyu said, What? Princess Qin Yun, are you going to stop me? Princess Qin Yun shook her head. Give him some more time. When a mark is over, I will definitely kill him. Under normal circumstances, it would take at most 15 minutes to know if he could leave a mark on the Saint Stone Wall. However, Fang Chen had been standing in front of the Saint Stone Wall for a full 6 hours, and there was still no movement. I think he's just playing to the gallery. Some people were quite dissatisfied. He occupied the Saint Stone Wall so that others could not leave a mark. However, they did not dare to make a move. After all, interfering with others leaving a mark was a violation of the rules. They could not bear the punishment of the heaven-defying alliance. Time passed day after day. 7 days later, Fang Chen was still standing in front of the Saint Stone Wall. No matter how many people talked, it was useless. Duan Dongyu mocked, thinking that Fang Chen was afraid of his revenge, so he pretended to leave a mark. Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she was thinking about something. Mad Saberly still had his eyes closed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In Fang Chen's body, the blood flowed, and the primordial spirit golden core in his mind condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, Fang Chen's primordial spirit golden core was a little illusory. This was because his soul Dao was not stable. However, when Fang Chen came into contact with the Saint Stone Wall, he suddenly saw the light. The heavenly soul scripture that had been stuck at a bottleneck was operating wildly. After half a year, his primordial spirit golden core was finally solidified. At this time, his primordial spirit became stronger, comparable to a Saint Emperor. Buzz! Finally, he opened his eyes, raised his finger, and gently drew a trajectory. The next moment, everyone was shocked. A 4th mark appeared on the Saint Stone Wall. Furthermore, to everyone's astonishment, the power emitted by this mark completely overshadowed the other 3 marks. Dong! 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 The sound of bells and drums came from the Saint Stone Wall. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping past, which was extremely shocking. What's going on? Someone was stunned, and his throat moved. The crowd was completely stirred. They thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by Fang Chen. Oh my God, what did he do? Why did he cause the Saint Stone Wall to shake? Could it be that the Saint Stone Wall contains some inheritance of Tao, and he has comprehended it? The words, inheritance of Tao, made everyone jealous. They stared at Feng Chun with jealousy, and Duan Dongyu's eyes were shining with golden light. He wanted to suppress Feng Chun directly and uncover his secrets. Princess Qin Yun pursed her red lips, which was extremely seductive. Even Mad Saberly, who had been indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Feng Chun. Dong! The Saint Stone wall shook 9 times in a row, and then fell silent. Everyone's thoughts were pulled back, but when they saw the mark on the Saint Stone wall again, their hearts were even more shocked. How strong is he? Oh my God! The mark he left behind is not even comparable to the Saint Emperor, right? Monster! He's simply a monster. Feng Chun seemed to have obtained some inheritance of Tao, and this spread in everyone's hearts. Many people looked at him with evil intentions. Duan Dongyu finally couldn't bear it and strode toward Feng Chun. The saint's method has a trace of the saints will left behind. Feng Chun murmured and sighed. He didn't expect that by accident he would accelerate the progress of the heavenly soul scripture, and the primordial spirit golden elixir had completely materialized. This was indeed a big gain for him. Boy, what did you get from the Saint Stone Wall? Why did the stone wall have such a strange phenomenon? Duan Dongyu suppressed Feng Chun with an invincible aura. What does it have to do with you what I got? Feng Chun didn't have a good impression of Duan Dongyu and said coldly, the Saint Stone Wall is something from a 9 Saints mystic realm, and the 9 Saints mystic realm is shared by the 9 domains. So this Saint Stone Wall also belongs to everyone here. Duan Dongyu said, you can't monopolize anything in the Saint Stone Wall. If you obtain an inheritance of Tao, share it with everyone, and we won't make things difficult for you. He deliberately emphasized the words inheritance of Tao in order to make more enemies for Feng Chun. Feng Chun sneered. His gaze swept across everyone. Although they were very restrained, they couldn't hide it from Feng Chun. Brother Feng, did you really obtain an inheritance of Tao? Princess Qin Yun asked. Her temperament was different from the rest, and she was naturally charming. Many people drooled when they saw her, unable to bear it. It said that the Tianqin family specializes in the primordial spirit Tao, and their charm is unparalleled in the world. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Feng Chun shrugged. He saw through Princess Qin Yun's charm with a glance. What? Does Princess Qin Yun have the same thoughts as him? Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything. She knew that Feng Chun was asking for her opinion. Light flashed in her eyes as she thought quickly. She was weighing what to do. Feng Chun had great potential. Befriending Feng Chun or offending such a genius for the sake of an unknown inheritance of Tao. Brad, it's useless. Even if Princess Qin Yun doesn't do anything to you, I will still suppress you. Duan Dongyu was very arrogant. If Feng Chun didn't obediently hand over the inheritance he obtained from the Saint Stone Wall, he would definitely die. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Princess Qin Yun's red lips opened slightly. Brother Feng, just as Brother Duan said, the Saint Stone Wall is for everyone to have. Feng Chun waved his hand and interrupted her. Princess Qin Yun's words undoubtedly represented her attitude. There was no need to say anything else. What about you? Feng Chun looked at Crazy Blade. The latter's eyes were deep, as if there were 2 extremely sharp blades hidden in them. He stared at Feng Chun for a long time, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Crazy Blade, didn't intend to participate in this matter. Brat quickly handed over. Duan Dongyu approached and threatened. The others also looked at him covetously. Chapter 3491. Among the many martial artists participating in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's assessment, the strongest were Princess Qin Yun, Mad Saber Li, and young Master Duan Ma, followed by Duan Dongyu. Now that they were gathered in front of the Saint Stone Wall, their every move would affect the outcome of the assessment. Duan Dongyu was domineering, using his identity as the young master of the Duan clan to oppress Feng Chun and suppress the latter with his aura. Feng Chun did not treat Duan Dongyu as an enemy at all. Even young Master Duan Ma was no match for him, let alone him. Mad Saberly did not care about worldly affairs. He was obsessed with martial arts, and had already left a mark on the Saint Stone wall, so he naturally did not want to participate in this matter. With Princess Qin Yun's nod, Duan Dongyu became even more arrogant. The surrounding martial artists were also closing in on Fang Chun, wanting to tear him into pieces. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Fang Chun chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Boom! He stood with his hands behind his back, standing under the Saint's stone wall, exuding a majestic aura. It was as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. Kid, I think you're courting death. Duan Dongyu did not believe that he did not get anything. After Fang Chun denied it, he opened his palm and released a terrifying force, ready to strike at any time. 9 heavens divine thunder. Duan Dongyu made his move. With a low roar, he opened his hands and formed a complicated seal. In an instant, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds. In the rolling thunder clouds, there was a terrifying thunder dragon swimming. It's the Duan clan's 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Someone exclaimed. No one expected Duan Dongyu to use his strongest technique right from the start. This was the rhythm of wanting to kill Fang Chun. Princess Qin Yun did not speak from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the battlefield, as if the outcome was already decided. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique was a thunder punishment secret technique created by the Duan clan's ancestors. It was rumored that once the 9 heavens divine thunder technique was used, it would attract the divine thunder above the 9 heavens. The divine thunder condensed was so powerful that ordinary saint kings would not dare to block it. I wonder what level Duan Dongyu's 9 heavens divine thunder technique has reached. 100 years ago, a certain itinerant saint king killed a few disciples of the Duan clan and angered them. Later on, the Duan clan sent out a saint stage powerhouse to execute the 9 heavens divine thunder technique and kill him on the spot. I've also heard that the Saint Plain cultivator had cultivated the divine thunder technique of 9 heavens to the 6th level and was able to condense 6 divine thunders all at once. No one below the Saint King realm could match him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, Fang Chun was sitting like an old monk. He stood motionless under the saint's stone wall. He didn't even look at Duan Dongyu, as if the countless lightning dragons in the sky posed no threat to him. How pretentious! Duan Dongyu sneered. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air. Boom! At this moment, the countless lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds swooped down and arrived beside him. Divine thunder condensation. Duan Dongyu bellowed. The lightning dragon that was swooping down suddenly slowed down as it neared his palm. Everyone was shocked. Those terrifying lightning dragons were entangled and merged with each other. This was divine thunder condensation. Everyone stared at Duan Dongyu dumbfounded. It had long been rumored that the Duan clan's 9 heavens divine thunder technique was very powerful. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. 1, 2, 3. Duan Dongyu condensed 4 bolts of divine thunder. Each bolt of divine thunder contained incomparably strong power. The origin of fire, Fang Chun murmured. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique contained the origin of fire and was even more powerful. 4 divine thunders were enough for him to kill enemies of a higher level. At this time, Duan Dongyu was full of confidence. He controlled the 4 divine thunders with both hands and blasted them toward Fang Chun. Kid, this is the result of going against me, Duan Dongyu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of thunder resounded through the world. The 4 divine thunders bombarded Fang Chun, causing the void to explode. Thick smoke billowed and thunder rumbled. Fang Chun was drowned in the aura of thunder. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone kept retreating, afraid of being affected by the aura of thunder. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique? Princess Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She then shook her head. No one present could withstand the attack of the 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 divine thunders exploded on Fang Chun's body. The terrifying power of thunder continued to spread and penetrated into his body, trying to corrode his internal organs. Buzz. Fong Chun activated the yin-yang origin and triggered the yin-yang qi, completely isolating the power of thunder and trapping it in his body. Then he took out the hidden star sword and displayed the origin sword technique. Swoosh! With one sword, the divine thunder shattered. Poochie! A terrifying sound came from the fog. Everyone was shocked and widened their eyes. They clearly saw the four divine thunders exploding. However, a tall figure walked out calmly with a sharp sword in his hand. It's him. When everyone saw Fong Chen's face, they were completely shocked. The nine heavens divine thunder technique was actually ineffective against him, and judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be injured at all. "Where's Duan Dongyu?" someone exclaimed. The divine thunders collapsed, and the thick fog quickly dispersed. Everyone discovered that there was a corpse lying in the collapsed crater. Whoosh! Everyone took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. Oh my god, Duan Dongyu is dead. How is it possible? Duan Dongyu displayed the nine heavens divine thunder technique and died at his hands? The fourth level of the nine heavens divine thunder technique was extremely powerful, but it was killed by Fong Chun with one sword. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators looked at Fong Chun with fear. Their hearts were in turmoil. Bang! Fong Chun stabbed the hidden star sword into the ground and looked up at everyone. "Now, is there anyone else who wants to attack me?" Hearing this, everyone kept retreating for fear of angering Fong Chun. The young master of the Duan family in the new expedition Weave had cultivated the fourth level of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique, but he couldn't resist Fong Chen's sword. They knew their own strength and didn't dare to challenge him. Princess Qin Yun's expression changed as she stared at Fong Chun. Even Mad Blade Li, who didn't care about worldly affairs, opened his eyes. Amazing. After looking for a long time, Mad Blade Li shook his head and sighed. He thought that he couldn't kill Duan Dongyu with one sword, so he was inferior to Fong Chun. Whoosh! Fong Chun put away Duan Dongyu's token and finally looked at Princess Qin Yun. Princess Qin Yun pursed her red lips and didn't say anything. "Princess Qin Yun, are you not going to say anything?" Everyone who had retreated far away trembled. Was he going to settle the score? They panicked and couldn't care less. They fled in panic. However, Fong Chun did not pay any attention to them. "If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I will retaliate." This was Fong Chen's principle and also his bottom line. When everyone attacked him just now, although Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything, she also expressed her stance. She also wanted to obtain his inheritance. Since she wanted it, she had to pay a price. "Brother Fong, you've really hidden yourself well." Chapter 3492. At this point, Princess Qin Yun could only sigh. "I can see that Brother Fong's primordial spirit has reached the core formation stage, but it's not solid enough. I have a primordial spirit visualization technique here that I can give to Brother Fong." Princess Qin Yun said. She knew that Fong Chun wouldn't let it go, so she had no choice but to give in. Of course, there was another more important reason, and that was to take the opportunity to befriend Fong Chun. Primordial spirit visualization techniques were very precious. Even those large domains would find it difficult to take out. She believed that Fong Chun would definitely compromise. Princess Qin Yun has compromised. Many people sighed in the distance. They didn't expect that even someone as strong as Princess Qin Yun would choose to compromise. Fong Chen's strength was already strong enough to make Princess Qin Yun and the others fear him. He killed Duan Dongyu. The Duan family will definitely not let it go. With his strength, it's impossible for him to withstand the Duan family's anger. Let's leave quickly. If the Duan family takes their anger out on us, we'll all suffer. In an instant, only 3 people were left in front of the Saint's stone wall. Mad Saberly looked at Fong Chun with interest, his eyes overflowing with battle intent. He was a martial arts fanatic. As long as he encountered a genius, he would want to fight. Fong Chun shook his head. "I don't lack a visualization technique. Brother Fong." Hearing this, Princess Qin Yun's expression gradually became serious. She said, "After all, you're only at the yin-yang origin realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. Now that you've killed Duan Dongyu, The Duan family won't let it go. I admit that I had thoughts about you before and wanted to obtain the secret technique on you. But now, I take back my previous thoughts. Only Fong Chun could make Princess Qinyan give in. Take this primordial spirit visualization technique, and the grudges between us will be written off. If you're willing to be friends with me, the Tianqin family can protect you. He believed that Fong Chun would weigh the pros and cons. Is that so? The corners of Fong Chin's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. You think I'm afraid of the Duan family? Princess Qinyan didn't say anything as she looked at Fong Chun with a smile. 1 billion yin and yang pills and your zither. Could the visualization technique of the Tianqin aristocratic family be stronger than the heavenly soul scripture? Fong Chun didn't think so he didn't ask for it. Princess Qinyan's face changed as she said bluntly, Brother Fong, don't you think this is a bit too much? Overboard? Fong Chun shrugged. Sword chi surged from his body as he approached Princess Qinyan. When you joined forces with Duan Dongyu to force me, did you ever think that what you did was too much? Now that I've killed Duan Dongyu with a single sword strike, you fear my strength and want to use a visualization technique to resolve this matter? What do you take me for? Or are you saying that you don't fear me, Fong Chun, because of the Tianqin family behind you? Fong Chin's voice grew heavier and heavier until it was filled with a strong, killing intent. He was giving Princess Qinyan time to consider. One had to pay the price for doing something wrong. I know what you're thinking. You can attack me as much as you want. However, I have to remind you that once you attack, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Fong Chun pointed at Duan Dongyu in the pit and said, he will be your end. Fong Chin's aura was extremely sharp as he stared at Princess Qinyan. Princess Qinyan thought for a long time before finally choosing to compromise. This is my zither. Princess Qinyan waved her hand and handed the zither to Fong Chun. I don't have 1 billion yin and yang pills right now. It's useless even if you kill me. Write an IOU. Princess Qinyan glared at Fong Chun before writing an IOU. I hope you have the guts to come to my Tianqin aristocratic family and ask for it. Princess Qinyan said hatefully before she left. Looking at her departing figure, Fong Chin's heart did not waver. He put away the IOU and the zither. Impressive. Clapping sounds could be heard. Fong Chin turned around and saw that it was Crazy Saber, Crazy Li. He rarely praised a person, but Fong Chin's actions made him very surprised. With the Yin-Yang origin realm cultivation, you shattered the 9 heavens' divine thunder and killed Duan Dongyu. Even I can't do such a thing. Mad Saberly knew the situation very well. Fong Chun was stronger than him. You are the biggest dark horse in this public recruitment. There are 2 extremes in obsession. Either you go crazy or you reach the peak. Everyone says that you're almost crazy, but I don't think so. Fong Chun smiled. Mad Saber Li, young Master Duanma, Princess Qinyan, everyone in 9 Domain says that the 3 of you are unique geniuses. However, they don't know that Mad Saber Li has already jumped out and left the others far behind. You flatter me. A rare smile appeared on Mad Saber Li's face. No matter how strong I am, I'm not as strong as you. If I'm not wrong, young Master Duanma should have been heavily injured by you, right? Not long ago, Mad Saberly had met young Master Duanma. He thought that there would be a big battle, but he was surprised to find that young Master Duanma was heavily injured and didn't have the qualifications to make him fight. Fong Chun nodded and didn't deny it. Mad Saberly stretched out his hand. How about we be friends? Fong Chun glanced at Mad Saberly and shook hands with him. Mad Saberly chatted with Fong Chun for a long time. At the same time, he reminded Fong Chun that the Duan clan wouldn't let Duan Dongyu's death go. After the test, he shouldn't leave Nine Saint City. Once he became an official disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it would be much safer to leave the 9 domains. As for Princess Qinyan, she was a problem. The Guqin you took from Princess Qinyan is the Tianqin family's heirloom, the Tianma Guqin. They definitely won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Mad Saberly said. Also, Princess Qinyan seems to have a fiancé who is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You have to be careful. Thank you for telling me, brotherly. Fong Chun cupped his fists. He didn't care about the Li clan. Time passed, and before the final test, no one left a mark on the Saint Stone wall. After everyone left the Nine Saints' secret realm, the results of the test came out. Wang Daoyun announced it personally on the Nine Saint Square. There were a total of 3 people who passed the test in the Nine Domains division. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qin Yun of the Tianqin family, and Fong Chun. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Many people wondered why young Master Duanma wasn't there. Soon, the news that young Master Duanma was severely injured, Duan Dongyu was killed, and even Princess Qin Yun was blackmailed spread. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. Isn't this guy too fierce? He's so glorious now, but I don't know how long he can live. I heard that the Duan clan of the new conquest domain is furious. They've already sent saints to Nine Saint City. The great elder of the Tianqin family is also on his way. Many people didn't think highly of Fong Chun and thought that Fong Chun would definitely die. Chapter 3493. Fong Chun had asked for 1 billion yin-yang pills from Princess Qin Yun. Moreover, it was an IOU. Some people secretly learned of the news and were shocked. The Tianqin family was a large family with great power. What was a mere Fong Chun to them? However, there were also people who said that Fong Chun had become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. With this identity, the Tianqin family would not dare to attack him. Countless people were waiting to see if Fong Chun would go to the Tianqin family to ask for 1 billion yin-yang pills. Demonic qi lingered on a mountain outside Nine Saint City. The Duanma young master scanned the city. When he saw Fong Chun, his anger soared. However, he did not act rashly. Fong Chun could kill Duan Dongyu with one strike and force Princess Qin Yun to retreat. This was enough to show his strength. Damn it, this guy is clearly only at the yin-yang origin realm. Why is he so strong? The Duanma young master did not understand and cursed through gritted teeth. He must have a big secret. The Duanma young master licked his dry lips and outlined a vicious plan in his mind. It's all your fault. If not for you, I would have been able to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Thinking of this, the Duanma young master's anger toward Fong Chun intensified infinitely. The 9 domains were at the edge of the God's Fall battlefield. Cultivation resources were scarce, and there were few ancient experts. Therefore, everyone here had only one goal, and that was to do everything possible to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Duanma young master was the most outstanding genius of the Duanma family. Even the sleeping expert behind the Duanma family had once said that the Duanma young master might step into the saint realm in the future. What did this mean? 1. The Duanma young master sent a message. Young master, we have arrived outside Nine Saint City. Soon, the Duanma family met up with the Duanma young master. Young master, that guy's in Nine Saint City. It's very difficult for us to do anything, one of the elders said. That's right. He can be considered a preparatory disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If we do anything, Wang Daoyun will not sit idly by. Clearly, the Duanma family did not dare to challenge Wang Daoyun and the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, our Duanma family cannot turn a blind eye to this. It's time to settle things with him. Surrounded by the elders, the Duanma young master stepped in a Nine Saint City with a violent demonic aura. In an instant, the vast Nine Saint City was filled with terrifying demonic qi. Everyone's pupils constricted, and then they were somewhat excited. The people from the Duanma family had arrived. When they saw Duanma young master's expression, they were even more certain that the rumors were true. Young Master Duanma's qi and blood are weak. Looks like the rumors are true. To be able to kill Duan Dongyu in one strike, defeating young Master Duanma shouldn't be too difficult. The Duanma family came in such a menacing manner. Is it to demand an explanation from Fong Chun? Many people were guessing. After all, the hope of the Duanma family had been snuffed out by Fong Chun. How could such a huge clan tolerate this? Of course, there were also some who believed that even though the Duanma clan was powerful, they wouldn't dare to make a move against the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. Voila! The crowd parted to form a path for him. Young Master Duanma walked in front of Fong Chun, and behind him, several elders stared at Fong Chun fiercely. "You're Fong Chun?" the Grand Elder asked indifferently. Fong Chun shrugged and didn't say anything. "My Duan family has no grudge with you, but you plotted against my young master, causing him to be unable to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Shouldn't you give my Duan family an explanation?" The Duan family was overbearing, and their tyrannical aura pressured Fong Chun. "Explanation?" Fong Chun was surprised. Were these people's heads caught in the door? They actually came to ask for an explanation? That's right. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the battle strength of a Sage King. I believe that even Wang Daoyun will give my Duan family an explanation," the Grand Elder said. His attitude was strong, and he insisted on an explanation. "Kid, if you hadn't sneak attacked me, I would have killed you," young Master Duanma said gloomily. "You," Fong Chun scoffed. After being provoked by Fong Chun, young Master Duanma was about to attack, but he was stopped by the Grand Elder. Boom! Boom! The Grand Elder took a step forward, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Buzz! When the power of the talisman spread out, everyone was shocked. The pressure of a Sage King. The golden talisman is one of the strongest means of the Duanma family. No wonder the Duanma family dared to come to Fong Chun to ask for an explanation. The golden talisman contained the origin of gold, and it was sharp and domineering. The moment it detonated, it could kill everyone below the Sage King. The Grand Elder flicked his wrist, and the talisman floated in midair. "How is it?" Seeing the Grand Elder's gloating expression, Fong Chun shook his head helplessly. "Fine. Since you want an explanation, I'll give you one." Buzz! Suddenly, the hidden star sword appeared in Fong Chun's hand, and sword chi surged around his body. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, forming a rain of swords. Primeval Chaos Sword Art. Fong Chun displayed the Primeval Chaos Sword Art, and a terrifying sword light pierced through heaven and earth. "Retreat!" everyone exclaimed and retreated quickly. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Grand Elder was stunned, and he activated the golden talisman with all his strength. "I didn't want to waste this golden talisman, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying origin of gold in the golden talisman surged wildly. Everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to break out. They were waiting to see how Fong Chun would resist the golden talisman, which was said to be the nemesis of the Sage King. Crack! However, a second later, they were completely stunned. Wherever their gazes landed, the hidden star sword shattered the golden talisman with an invincible power. Boom! Boom! Then, Fong Chun flicked his wrist, and the golden talisman instantly exploded. A terrifying aura swept through the sky. Everyone trembled, and a storm was set off in their hearts. Bang! The mighty origin of gold was defeated by the hidden star sword. When the fog dissipated, Fong Chun was motionless, as if he had never made a move. And the Grand Elder of the Duanma family who asked him for an explanation was already dead. The golden talisman had long dissipated. Whoosh! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Fong Chun, dumbfounded. Even the young master of the Duanma family was stunned, and they could not believe their eyes. The Grand Elder was a Sage Realm expert, and with the golden talisman, he was invincible under the Sage King. However, he was killed by Fong Chun with a single sword strike? How terrifying was this? How intimidating was this? Dead? The Duanma family's Grand Elder is dead. Oh my God, how strong is this guy? Invincible under the Sage King. He's definitely invincible under the Sage King. After a long time, exclamations came from the crowd. This battle had intimidated everyone. Do you still want an explanation? Fong Chun put away the hidden star sword and asked lightly. No, I don't want it. The young master of the Duanma family wanted to leave Nine Saints City in a panic. You have committed many evil deeds, so there's no need for you to leave. The young master of the Duanma family died with one punch. Young master! The others roared angrily, but they did not dare to stay and fled. Everyone looked at Fong Chun with grave eyes. The news spread quickly, and the 9 domains were shocked. Even Wang Daoyun was full of praise for Fang Chun, and Yuan venerate Han's eyes widened. Daoist Fang has unparalleled potential and astonishing strength. The Guqin of the Tianqin family will not be disgraced in your hands. Take it as a gift to make friends. As for the 1 billion yin yang pills that you asked for, the Tianqin family cannot take out that many for the time being. This time, we only brought 500 million to give to you. Soon, the voice of the Tianqin family came from Nine Saint City. That day, someone saw Princess Qin Yin personally give 500 million yin yang pills to Fang Chun. As for the elders of the Tianqin family, they did not dare to appear at all. The Tianqin family and the Duanma family successively compromised. Everyone was in an uproar. One person was suppressing one domain. Fang Chun had the bearing of Wang Daoyun back in the day, and some people even said that his bearing was even greater. New expedition domain, Duan family. Today, the atmosphere in the Duan family was particularly solemn. The elders held an emergency meeting, and even the sleeping powerhouse had awakened. In the meeting hall, the Duan family patriarch was dressed in black and had a gloomy expression. Duan Dongyu was his only son. Now that his son had been killed, he had no way of taking revenge. Patriarch, the Duan family cannot let this go. The thief killed the young master. He must be exterminated. Everyone calm down. The person who killed the young master is too strong. He is invincible under the sacred ruler realm. If we are not careful, the Duan family will fall into eternal damnation. Everyone present had heard the news of the Tianqin family and the Duanma family compromising. They were shocked. Could it be that the Duan family also had a compromise? Step back. Just as everyone was arguing, a heavy voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked over. Beside the Duan clan's patriarch, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. A vortex appeared on this person's body. It was unfathomable. He is invincible among the sacred rulers in the yin-yang origin realm. That guy is very likely the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. Moreover, he has become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If the Duan family confronts him, we will definitely die. This person was the remaining powerhouse behind the Duan family. Back then, he had participated in the Battle of God's Fall and knew better than anyone how terrifying the heaven-defying alliance was. This matter will end here. The Duan family can develop in peace. One day, it will become a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. The person said, "Do not oppose the heaven-defying alliance at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure dissipated. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall. Even the remaining powerhouse said so. What else could the Duan family do? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wang Daoyun personally brought Princess Qin Yun, Mad Saber Li, and Fang Chun to the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance. Undercurrents were surging in the outside world, and it was extremely chaotic. However, the Duan clan remained silent. Everyone was shocked. Even the Duan family chose to step back. Fang Chen's power had been established. It was not an exaggeration to say that he alone suppressed the 9 regions. Even Wang Daoyun was full of praise for him. One person suppressing an entire family. I admire you. Mad Saberly cupped his fists. On the side, Princess Qin Yun had a complicated expression. She was silent. Wang Daoyun looked at Fang Chan with a smile. You are now a celebrity in the 9 regions. You're more famous than I was back then. What kind of genius am I in front of senior brother Wang? Fang Chen laughed. Wang Daoyun shook his head. Fang Chun had sounded the drum 5 times at the top of the St. Drum Tower. Chapter 3494. Heaven-Defying Weave. The core of the entire God's Fall battlefield was also the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. A single force could occupy such a large territory. From this, one could see how strong the Heaven-Defying Alliance was. A few months later, under Wang Daoyun's lead, the group finally stepped into the Heaven-Defying Weave. Whoosh! Fang Chun and the others saw the scene in front of them and took a deep breath. They were shocked. The heaven-defying weave was shrouded in terrifying power. The void was filled with endless spatial storms. If one barged in carelessly, they would definitely be killed by the spatial storms. There are countless disciples in the heaven-defying alliance, but most of them are training outside. Not many remain in the heaven-defying weave. Wang Daoyan introduced. At the same time, he told the three that although the heaven-defying weave was the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance, it was only a place for ordinary disciples to cultivate. The most powerful force in the heaven-defying alliance, the Holy Ji Palace, was not here. Where is the Holy Ji Palace? Princess Qinyan could not help but ask. Wang Daoyan glanced at her and shook his head. The Holy Ji Palace is the most mysterious and powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. Its disciples are the most monstrous geniuses in the entire Godfall battlefield. No one knows the location of the Holy Ji Palace except for its disciples and the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. After all, the Holy Ji Palace gathered many monstrous disciples. Once the other forces found out and attacked the Holy Ji Palace disciples, the losses would be great. Let's go. I'll take you to the official disciple ceremony first. As they spoke, a person hurried over from afar. Greetings, Senior Brother Wang. The person wore black armor and was surrounded by a faint layer of flames. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation should be at the level of a third-level Holy King. I heard that Senior Brother Wang was in charge of the recruitment of the 9 Regions Division and recruited a few good disciples. The news of the 9 Regions Division had already spread to the heaven-defying alliance. Many people were surprised when they heard about Fang Chen. The person in front of them was called Shi Chen. He was considered good among the ordinary disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Wang Daoyan nodded and pointed at Fang Chen. When Shi Chen's gaze fell on Fang Chen, he instantly changed. Overflowing with fighting spirit, he took a step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. You're only at the Yin-Yang origin realm, but you have the battle prowess of a Saint King. I heard that you're invincible below the Saint King realm and can suppress an entire clan by yourself. Shi Chen, would like to experience it, she said solemnly. Mad Saber Li and Princess Qinyan looked at Fang Chen, who shrugged helplessly. Senior Brother Shi Chen, the rumors in the 9 regions are too exaggerated. I'm only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. How can I defeat you? Fang Chen politely declined. Shi Chen's face darkened. What? Junior brother, are you not going to give me face? You're no match for him. Wang Daoyan's voice rang out, startling Shi Chen. His expression kept changing. Senior Brother Wang, Shi Chen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Daoyan. All right, Elderly is already waiting. I'll bring them to the official disciple ceremony first. Done talking, Wang Daoyan brought the 3 people and left. Shi Chen's eyes flashed with a murderous aura as he watched them leave. In a square. Ha ha, Daoyan, I heard that there are a few good seedlings in your 9 Regions Division. Elderly greeted him with a smile. Elderly, Wang Daoyan greeted him. Fang Chen and the others also cupped their fists. I brought them here. Can we start the disciple ceremony now? As he spoke, Wang Daoyan took out a crystal ball from his bosom. Elderly took it and poured his power into it. Immediately, images appeared in front of him. The crystal ball recorded the entire process of the public recruitment. It was also used by the heaven-defying alliance to determine whether the recruited disciples were qualified to join the alliance. After watching it, Elderly was amazed. He stared at Fang Chen. Young man, you have great potential. There's hope for you to join the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace was the most powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. It had nurtured countless geniuses. There were even invincible saints. Joining the Dao Palace meant that one was destined to become a top expert in the Godfall battlefield. All right, I'll start the disciple ceremony for you. Elderly didn't waste any more time and quickly finished the ceremony. Then, Elderly led Fang Chen and the others to a mountain peak. There was a powerful origin gathering formation around the mountain peak. It could gather the origin aura between heaven and earth. It was a holy land for cultivation for Saint Realm martial artists. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were many caves. This mountain peak is called Origin Gathering Mountain. Most of the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have built caves to cultivate here. The rich origin aura was beneficial for the comprehension of origin. The closer you get to the top, the thicker the origin aura. However, the establishment of caves also requires strength. Only with strength can one build a cave at a high place. Elderly explained. There are 2 empty caves at the second step at the foot of the mountain. You 2 can cultivate here. Elderly gave Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Li a cave residence. Then he looked at Fong Chun and pointed to a cave in the middle of the 9th step halfway up the mountain. Your cave is here. After watching the recruitment process recorded in the crystal ball, Elderly couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chen's potential was too strong. With his Yin-Yang origin realm cultivation, he could unleash the battle strength of a 3rd-level Holy King. It was quite good in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Therefore, according to the division of potential, Fong Chun deserved the cave on the 9th step. Thank you, Elderly. Fong Chun nodded. At a glance, there were a total of 18 steps on Origin Gathering Mountain. Fong Chun could get a cave on the 9th step as soon as he arrived, which was enough to show the importance of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. After allocating the caves, Elderly handed the 3 of them a jade pendant. This jade pendant records the basic origin comprehension of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, as well as the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. Every new disciple could obtain the basic origin comprehension and the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. The unique skill of the reverse tablet hand was a standard for every disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The reverse tablet hand was the foundation. Only by cultivating it to perfection could one cultivate the other unique skills of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. In addition to the first time, each of them was given 100,000 yin and yang pills. This, Princess Qin Yin opened her mouth wide in disbelief. In the outside world, the total value of a Sage King was only about 100,000 yin and yang pills. But in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, giving a new disciple 100,000 yin and yang pills was too extravagant. As expected of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Even Mad Saber Li sighed. After settling down, Elder Li and Wang Daoyan left Origin Gathering Mountain. In a magnificent palace. You're back. A black figure appeared out of thin air and looked at Wang Daoyan. Vice Palace Master, this time, our 9 Regions branch has recruited a total of 3 disciples. One of them has great potential. Wang Daoyan explained Fong Chen's situation in detail. The black figure's expression was solemn. Observe him in secret first. If it's as you said, we can recruit him into the Dao Palace. The black figure said. Wang Daoyan nodded. The headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because not only were the 9 Regions branch recruiting disciples, but the other branches were also sending disciples over. Many new disciples were very curious about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Of course, there were also some disciples who were used to being arrogant in the outside world. When they came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they were disobedient and looked down on others. They were quickly taught a lesson by the senior disciples. Brother Fong, have you heard? Halfway up the mountain, in the 8th cave on the 9th step, Mad Saber Li and Fong Chun sat on a stone bench and drank tea. The 1st-level Sage King of the Yun Peak branch had one of his legs broken, and the 2nd-level Sage King of the Wushu branch offended an old disciple and was seriously injured and almost crippled. With each person mentioned, Mad Saber Li's expression became more and more serious. He brought on himself. Fong Chen said calmly. They were considered top geniuses in their respective territories. They were arrogant, and no one dared to provoke them. This made them arrogant. Now that they had come to the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they didn't know how to behave. They deserved to die. Which disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance isn't a genius? Fong Chen said. Strength is the most important. No matter how strong one's potential is, it can't be transformed into combat power. Mad Saber Li nodded. He understood what Fong Chen meant. But speaking of which, among the disciples recruited this time, Brother Fong, your potential is the strongest, and your strength should also be the strongest, Mad Saber Li praised. Fong Chun shook his head. Never be arrogant. Never be arrogant. There is always someone better than you. Brother Li, you didn't come to me just to chat, right? Mad Saber Li's expression changed slightly. He immediately took out 500 million yin and yang pills from his sumeru ring and said, "Princess Qin Yun asked me to give this to you." Previously, the Tianqin family had given Feng Chun 500 million yin and yang pills. He still owed another 500 million. Now, Princess Qin Yun had made up for it. Feng Chun put away the yin and yang pills. His impression of Princess Qin Yun had changed a lot. "Brother Feng, I have one more thing." "Brotherly, just say it." Normally, a new disciple can only cultivate on the 3rd step at most, but you went directly to the 9th step. Many new disciples are very dissatisfied with you, thinking that you got it through the back door. Mad Manly continued. In addition, some senior disciples have also developed resentment towards you. They believe that you have occupied the resources that originally belonged to them. There are even people who have threatened to teach you a lesson and let you know that a new disciple should behave like a new disciple. Feng Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, his guess was right. Elderly probably had this intention when he assigned him the cave abode on the 9th step. "Want to teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you don't have the strength." Feng Chun pondered in his heart. He said, "I just want to cultivate in peace. If someone provokes me, I won't be indifferent. This cave abode on the 9th step was assigned to me by the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If they have any objections, they can go to Elderly. Brother Feng, I've said all that needs to be said. You have to be careful. If there's any other news, I'll tell Brother Feng." Mad Saberly stood up, cupped his fist to Feng Chun, and left. With his strength, he could only cultivate on the 2nd step. Although he could only come to the 9th step with Feng Chen's permission, those who lived here were all extremely powerful disciples. If someone was deliberately looking for trouble, he couldn't say anything.